jumping up on everything. Okay, wait a minute. Yes. You jumped up here without warning. You flipped everything over. You coming up? You can come up. You're only going to come up for 5 seconds and get a bone though, right? That's all you're doing? Yes, it's right here. You're right. It is here. There it is. Come on up. Yep. You can have it. Yeah. Extra double excitement today. Gotta go move the car. I thought we were going for a ride. We weren't going for a ride. We were in the car in the 5 minutes to move the car. Which I could have left him in here. But he howls if he's out of my sight for just a few minutes. He has developed extreme separation anxiety. We've only had him 2 months. But that is common with shelter dogs that were given up for their new family to be. They get obsessed with it. See the pleco stuck on the front of the glass. He was just there when they just came over here. I saw him. He was hanging there beside the pleco, flaring at. Oh, there he goes. He's in the back. He was hanging there behind the side of the pleco, flaring at him, trying to get his attention. The pleco's just sitting there. He must have given up. I thought I found somebody who would fight with me. In a fight. He does that every time a new fish goes in the tank. He goes over, he flares, and he looks like a lion. All his gills fold out outward all around his face. He'll do that for about 10-20 minutes and he's like, oh, you're not going to fight me, okay? I proved I'm the biggest thing in the tank. You're supposed to be the biggest thing in the tank. But in his mind, he's the biggest thing in the tank and everybody's scared of him. Nobody bothers to fight him. This is all from yesterday. Also, today is a new day. If you're seeing this as a live stream, oh, I know it's a new day. But if you're on the YouTube video that shows something that would be being seen by other people later, and it's all one video, probably. If I remember to have it be all one video, it's going to be all one video. We were supposed to come back and be back on a few hours. We went, we got the fish, they only had 4, so we had 4, so now it's 5. So. There was just a big crash out there somewhere. Like somebody was running and ran into the side of a building. It's Bitterford. Somebody probably was ready to ran into the side of the building. I haven't moved my car in close to 2 months. The sea chest. The sea chest is so good. He does the yard work most along every week. He's never needed me to move my car. So, that's all. My car hasn't moved in several weeks. It's been parked there in the driveway. I haven't moved it. I haven't gone anywhere, so I haven't needed to move it. So, I moved my cars and how did you mow the lawn the last 7 weeks? He's got a big riding lawnmower. That thing is almost as big as my car. There's not enough lawn. It's bigger than the lawn. He finished mowing the lawn in under 10 minutes. He just zip, 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 back down, down, down. Okay, that's a thing. We still got time to place healers. That's nice. Hey, you're showing up now. Look how slowly makes his way around the tank. He's stuck on the glass. He sucks all the algae off, and he moves about an inch. And he sucks it all off, moves about an inch. He does that until he gets all the way across the front. Then he slips over to the side, does it all the way to the side, and it takes him about 2 hours. So, about every 2 hours, I see him on the front of the tank, and I don't see him for another 2 hours. And he's back in the front of the tank. He's slowly making his way all around the tank. He will grow very fast. He's only about an inch long right now. He'll be around 6 inches when he's full grown. He'll be quite large, but not huge. Plethos can get huge. This type, in the wild, they get up to 9 inches. In captivity, they rarely get bigger than 6 inches, but I had one that was 9 inches before. Just because they don't very often doesn't mean they can't. You place healers and offsiders. Is it bad to have too many LGBT characters in a story? Why would it be bad? I mean, there are towns where the entire town is gay, lesbian, bisexual. Sounds like that exists. There's one here in May. A wrong clip. Avoiding the traps of self-publishing. You know, one of the number one questions I get from authors: how do you get 7 million views to your author website each day when I can't get 200 views in a month? I don't have pop-ups on my website. Get rid of your fucking pop-ups. You'll start getting more readers, because a lot of people aren't gonna either type in or click to close. They're going to click to close this. They're not going to close here. We have it pop-up here because I was looking at a website and just decided, hey, let's bounce up here. I hate ads. I hate pop-ups. I hate email lists. And so I don't put them on my website. So, I don't chase people away from my website. None of that is useful. Am I writing a book? No. I've been trying to write a book for 3 years. Again, no. A book is a format of publishing, not a thing you write. You write a novel, you write a short story. You publish a book. A short story or a novel, both can be published as a book. Books can have only 16 pages and be very short stories. Huge red flag of somebody that has no clue the publishing industry. If they say, I'm writing a book. What? Have fun getting published when you don't know the meaning of the word book. I mean, an author is somebody who uses words for a living, and if you don't know the meaning of a simple word like book, you're not going to get far in the publishing industry. You really aren't. How do you deal with apostrophes replacing the first letter of the first word in dialogue? Why would you do that? You very much asked the wrong question. I could tell something was off. I have to deal with that every time I write, but I'm busy talking. instead of the word afraid. Okay, most people who do that, they don't say afraid, they say feared. They specifically say afeared, which is, people talk like this. Afeared that. So it can be spelled like that. I don't spell it like that. But you listen to somebody, they don't say afraid. They say afeared. That's the problem with people who try to be, I want to make this character sound unintelligent, so let me change things. And if you don't know somebody who talks like that in real life, you're going to end up changing the wrong things. So, people who change afraid, change it to afeared. They also usually add an A, as in, afeared. So, A, space, A, feared. 2 A's. If you're going to try to write an accent, you need to really know it really well. You back? Bone time. What's the wild crazy eyes? Oh boy, my bone's done. I'm gonna sit here bug-eyed. Hey, that's the pizza now? Is that what it is? Pizza? Yeah? That's what it was. Okay. And other people's novels is a form of writing practice. Yes, that's actually a good thing. All the greats did it. And when you think of greats, Benjamin Franklin, Mark Twain, Charles Dickens, Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll is one of those people. I love his books. I can't stand him. Alongside of Marion Zimmer Bradley. Love her books. Can't stand her. And Andrzej Sapkowski. Love his books. Can't stand him. They all three have the same problem. Oh, look, there's a little 5-year-old girl. Let me go rape it. What the hell is wrong with these people? Yeah, that they write like they write. And it's like, oh my god. These people are geniuses in the worlds of writing and pedophiles in real life. Why? Am I writing a book? No matter what you're writing, you are never writing a book. Not possible. I wish people would learn to use words correctly. If they're going to try and pass themselves off as a writer, learn words. How do you tell what a character's final arc is supposed to be? Who knows? I've never used a character arc for any of my characters, any of my novels, nothing. None. More indie. Brandon Sanderson's sense of it. I question. Actually, a few weeks ago, I'd never heard of Brandon Sanderson. I didn't know who he was. But I started looking him up. And then I found out. He's one of those. Anybody who takes the advice of somebody who is extreme white supremacist, I'm left wondering, are you a white supremacist as well? Anybody who believes in the gay apocalypse and believes that the gays are going to cause the Third World War because all the Christians must gather together and kill the gays first. Why would you take their advice? I was going to watch some of his videos to find out more about him, but I didn't need to. I read his website. Okay, you are a bigot and a racist and a dick, and oh my god. I hate people like that. So, I still don't know what books he wrote. I don't plan on ever reading any of his books. Certainly ain't gonna trust anybody who takes his advice. No. Oh. This whole trend in don't describe your characters. Okay. How about we don't describe how the knife goes through your eye? I'm sure you'd love to hear a description of it because, you know, you might want to know how to avoid it. I hate this type of stuff with it. Any tips for writing compelling fight scenes? How about you read something that has a fight scene in it? I've said that before in a live stream once. And somebody's like, but I read action adventure all the time and they never have fight scenes in them. I don't know how to write fight scenes from reading fight scenes because there are no books for fight scenes. That was my point. That was exactly my point. Fight scenes are not written in novels. They don't exist in novels. So, clearly you don't read books. Would you be less likely to read a book with women protagonists that were written by men? No. I don't see where people I mean, this is a trend right now. That's why there's so many people asking these questions. Men don't dare to write women. Women don't dare to write men. Blacks don't dare to write whites. Whites don't dare to write blacks. Straight don't dare to write gay, gay don't dare to write straight, and it's like, just write. Stop worrying about what other people are going to think and just write. I learned to actually write. Again, another one that I don't understand, but I see a lot. If you don't like writing, why are you writing? What are some suggested requirements for becoming a writer? Number 1, love to write. Number 2, get good grammar. Number 3, write what you love. Number 4, fuck every advice you get from everybody that tells you to stop writing. Stop writing! You're white and that character is black. Stop writing! Don't listen to people like that. Write what you want to write. How to properly give information in dialogue. Is there a proper method of giving information in dialogue? Well, I think you're having a strange question. So I know the rule states that you shouldn't use dialogue as an info dumping tool. Well, okay. Go tell Edgar Allan Poe he did it wrong. Let me monologue for 13 pages of one long sentence. Oh my god. Don't get an edited version of Edgar Allan Poe also. Find unedited editions that are published exactly as he published them. He didn't use punctuation. Edgar Allan Poe did not use punctuation. That is not something a lot of people realize. Fall of House of Usher is one sentence. One sentence. The Fall of House of Usher is one sentence. How many pages long is it? Pages. It's one sentence and it's 12 pages long. 7,090 words and it's one sentence. You get an original edition. Now this is not an original edition, as we can tell. It was a dark and soundless day and comma! The original edition didn't have a comma. And you get to little of life or beauty, semicolon. That wasn't the original edition. And at a very early evening, I came in view of the House of Usher, period. That wasn't in the first edition. The original first edition, as it was published by Edgar Allan Poe himself, was one single sentence. Also, this is my favorite story. I love this. This is, I love the Fall of the House of Usher. I love my tradition. You can probably tell. It wasn't separated into parts either. That's another thing. The original first edition was not. And the black plate closed darkly. Oh, boy, would Stephen King hate that. Closed darkly. I have a Usher memory. Over all that remained of the house of Usher. So many adverbs in one sentence. Ah, my favorite book is 12 pages long. That's why when people get so upset about my novel's not long enough. My novel's not long enough. My novel's not long enough. My story is not long enough. How am I going to make my story longer? Make your story be as long as it needs to be. If it needs to be 10 pages long, don't add more to it. Let it be 10 pages long. There's nothing wrong with that. This, in my opinion, is the greatest story ever written. And it's 12 pages long. You hear me talk about it constantly, and I highly recommend you go and look it up and read it, because I love this. I am fascinated by this. He put so much into this, and he did it in 12 pages. I love Quaraun. He was my favorite author for most of my life, and he's still right up there, one of my favorite authors. I think in terms of actual how he put words together, he's still my favorite author. In terms of how you create a character, that bookshelf says a lot. 558 volumes, I have them all. By Rumiko Takahashi. She kept a series going for 558 volumes. I've read it so many times. And then I have storage units because this building is not big enough. I have another book collection. If you've only followed me very recently, you probably don't know about it. If you've followed me a long time, you probably know about it. Joyce World Record book collection, that one. Why? I don't know. The story, I think, more than anything else. With Edgar Allan Poe, it's the actual wording and flow and what people call prose, even though that's not prose. Though he did write prose in his poetry. With Rumiko Takahashi, it is definitely the character creation. Same with Andrzej Sapkowski. Again, it's the character creation. The story of the Witcher series isn't great. The characters are fabulous. He was really good at creating characters, as was Rumiko Takahashi. When you get into Don Rosa, though, Don Rosa didn't create the characters. Carl Barks created the characters. Walt Disney created one of the characters, and Carl Barks created the rest of the characters. And Don Rosa took over the series when Carl Barks died. And his ability to tell a story, he is a storyteller. So it is definitely the storytelling with Don Rosa, who is my other favorite author. Keith Larmer, my other favorite author. Almost nobody knows Keith Larmer. People who like him love him. Just like me, they're like, oh my god, his stuff is amazing. But most people, when they're like, Keith Larmer is like, who the hell is that? And then when they find one of his books and they read it and they're like, what am I reading? What? This is kind of dry and boring and dull. Why do you like this? Well, if you see, Keith Lammer's work is dull, dry, and boring. I usually, which a lot of people do, that is a huge... You look up his work on Amazon, and most of his books got 1-star review, 2-star review, and there's thousands of them. It'll have 3 or 4 or 5-star reviews, and then 2,000 or 3,000 1-star reviews. And a lot of people don't like his work. He's not a popular author. He died years ago. He was an author in the 50s. He died about 1984, I think. Died a long time ago. And his style is very, very, very... Oh, what's the other guy's name? Because I like him too, but he's not one of my favorites. What is his name? And it's very similar. Also similar to Ernest Hemingway. If you don't like Keith Lammer, you're probably also not going to like Ernest Hemingway. I completely cannot remember this guy's name. Can I even remember how to spell the name of the book? Octopussy is the title, but does he spell it? Octopussy, yes, that's the movie. I want the book. I cannot remember who wrote this book. Octopussy is one of my favorite books. Also, that is a really good book. And the Keith Lammer series, I read Octopussy after I read Keith Lammer's Repeat series, because I found out he was a huge fan of Octopussy, and a lot of the series was actually based off of it. Everybody knows the movies. Ian Fleming. Okay, that's the author's name. I can never remember. Why can't I never remember his name? I don't know. Ian Fleming. He's another, like I said, he's another author that I like, but he's not one of my favorites up at the top. So now he's in his name. However, if you don't like Keith Lammer, you're gonna hate Ian Fleming and the James Bond series. This question that somebody was just asking over here, what was the question? Can't remember how they worded it. Let's find it. I didn't open it, did I? I don't think I did. Here it is. Tips for writing compelling fight scenes. You hear lots of people ask about writing fight scenes. And Octopussy is always the one I go back to. Whenever somebody asks me, I want to write a fight scene. How do I write a fight scene? I tell them to watch the Octopussy movie, which ain't there more than one Octopussy movie? Octopussy, known for its fight scenes. Yeah. See, this movie is full of fight scenes. That's why I tell people, go watch this movie. And then get the book and read the book. 99% of the book is a guy sitting on a beach talking to a seashell. There's no action scenes. There are no fight scenes. It's literally a guy sitting on a beach talking to a seashell. He's sitting here on a beach. This shell washes up. He picks up the shell. It's a big conch shell. He sits there talking about it. Wow, you remind me of Octopussy. And then he starts talking about Octopussy this and Octopussy that. And, oh yeah, he went down there. And hey, let's go fishing. And you want to know something weird? You know how to have the Bond the girls, that there's always a James Bond girl. Read the books. That's not a thing in the books. Would you read the James Bond books, you're going to be left thinking, wait, is he gay? Because it kind of reads like he is. The Bond girls is a thing of the movies that doesn't exist in the books. And a lot of people don't realize that until they read the books and they're like, oh my god. A lot of people who are huge fans of the James Bond movies hate the books a lot. And they classify the books as dull, dry, and boring. Keith Larmer wrote the Retief series because he was a huge fan of James Bond. And it was outright fan fiction of the James Bond series. And when is it the Korean War he was in? I can't remember. He was in one of the wars. He was a diplomat. He was like an underling diplomat, I think is how he described it. Where he had this guy that was over him, like a sergeant type thing, but I can't remember what he was. He had a title. I read his biography. And he talked about all this stuff, about how he wrote this series. He also wrote Bolos, which is the one more people know him for Bolos than for James Retief. But he wrote, while he was in the war, he was a diplomat. And he got injured. I think it was a landmine. I can't remember. He ended up losing his leg. He was hurt really bad. He couldn't. They discharged him. He lost his leg and he couldn't move around good. It did something to his nervous system. So he was stuck in a chair and he couldn't do anything, but he could still move his hands. He was a huge fan of the James Bond series, and he was like, well, what if James Bond was a diplomat like me in outer space? And so he wrote fan fiction of the James Bond series called the character James Retief if James Bond had his job on another planet in a different solar system. It's one of those things where the people who like it, they love it. But that most people absolutely hate it. So it has huge amount, because it says it's dull and dry and boring, and it reads exactly the same way the James Bond books do. And the James Bond series, this is action-adventure movies that are full of fight scenes. And yet there's no fight scenes in the books. They're full of fight scenes. They're full of these half-naked women that they call Bond girls. A lot of stuff that's in the movies is not in the books. The girls aren't in the books. The fight scenes aren't in the books. And when you read the books, like I said, Octopus is one of my favorite books. It is one of my favorite books. It's up there, probably one of my top 10 favorite books. And there's no action or adventure or girls in it. The whole thing is a guy sitting on a beach talking about, yeah, this used to happen way back when. It's almost completely monologue. No action, no adventure, no fight scenes. And all the James Bond books read that way. You can see how much. They classify it as thriller adventure movie. That's what it says there. The book's slice of life. It's a guy sitting there. I'm gonna get a drink. He talks about getting his drink. Oh yeah, that reminds me of Octopussy. Let me get another drink. This happens over here. Let me talk about that for a minute. Oh look, there's another shell over there. You know, that shell reminds me of and that's the entire novel. I mean, the entire thing. He never leaves that chair. He never stops talking. He never stops drinking his little drink that he's drinking out of a coconut because he's drinking this drink out of it. The entire of all the James Bond books are that way. A character sitting somewhere overlooking a beach or ocean or something, sitting at his hotel room overlooking the balcony, sitting on the beach overlooking the lagoon. He's always sitting on the edge of the water, sometimes sitting on his boat. There's never any action, there's never any adventure, there's never any fight scenes. And yet when they made it into movies, when they made the James Bond books into movies, it's non-stop action, it's non-stop fight scenes, it's non-stop just constant doing stuff. And the whole guy sitting on a beach thing, talking and monologuing to himself, that's not a thing in the movies. And that's what I mean when people ask questions about how do I rate fight scenes, and I'm like, read action adventure books and see how fight scenes are done, because they aren't. Same with Treasure Island. Treasure Island has gone down in history as one of the epitome action adventures. It's the one everybody looks to when they talk about action adventure. Oh yeah, this was the one that started it all. This was the first action adventure. The whole genre was because of this book. Read it. There's no action in it. There's no adventure in it. It really isn't. It's this kid who is sitting in a back room and he's peeking out the door and he's like, I hear something happening out there. What's going on? And his mother's out there arguing with these men, and he's like, that guy over there with one eye, he's arguing with my mom. And then, oh, this is blind guy, he's arguing with them, and they're all fighting, and let me take some soup out and pretend to be serving the table so I can hear the conversation better. And these people get shot, and those people get shot, and his mother gets shot, and then he runs out of the building, and he runs off, and he goes and hides, and he grabs a piece of paper on his way out the door, and he's reading this paper when he finally finds a place to hide. He's like, okay, I gotta find this guy. Where is this guy? And he goes to the tavern, and now he's in the tavern, and he's hiding. He was supposed to look for the one-legged man. There's the one-legged man. The whole thing is him hiding behind something and peeking out and watching stuff happening. The whole story is that way. Gets on the boat. Oh, I might hear pirates. Let me hide in this barrel of apples. Gets on the island. Oh, let me hide in this hut. And over here, what's happening? You don't see the fight scenes. You don't see the action. None of that stuff is there. And then you watch the movies of Treasure Island, and they're all action and fighting and singing and dancing, and some of them, because some of them are musicals. But you read it. There's no fight scenes. The top action adventure book has no action, has no adventure, has no fight scenes. And the entire genre is that way. I've seen people, they will talk about, oh, the fight scene was so amazing, and I'm like, there was this guy, I was in Bookland in Biddeford. It was a long time ago, because that store went out of business like 20, 30 years ago. I was in Bookland in Biddeford. I was looking for Retief books. So I was in the fantasy and science fiction section, which they were both the same section back then. And this guy comes over and he starts talking. I have no clue who he was. It's just a random stranger that walks over. I happened to be in that department, so he was in that department, and he's like, oh, there's somebody to talk to, I'll go talk. And he starts telling me he's this huge Lord of the Rings fan. He's going on and 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 on. He's telling me the entire story of Lord of the Rings. And he had just seen one of the movies. I don't think it was the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. It was one of the older ones. There was a couple before. There's like 2 or 3 different animated ones, and I can't remember what it was. But he'd just seen some Lord of the Rings movie. It was probably that animated one that's really famous for being one of the worst movies ever made. Golden Turkey winner movie, that one. Oh, I can't remember who did it. It's like an art piece, and they took all kinds of artistic liberty with it, and they went way away from the story. It's one of those ones that's really, really, really bad movie, and only the really extreme cult followers like it. And my brother has it. I know he's done it. Yeah, it's one of his favorite movies. He loves it. He loves making fun of it. And he loves that song in it. It's a musical. The musical Lord of the Rings. What year did that come out? I cannot remember. Let's see. Lord of the Rings movies that list the different various, not the big famous movie, the others. Film series, film movie, Lord of the Rings movies. Okay. I don't want this one. Is this one? Possibly that one? Which says 1978. Could it be that one? Lord of the Rings. Okay, 2007 is a new musical that I didn't know existed. Lord of the Rings, old musical. There's a different musical Lord of the Rings that I didn't know existed. Lord of the Rings animated musical? Musical animated. What's that one? I recognize that character. It is that one. Which one is that one? That is the 1978 one, right? The art's different on that one. Yeah, it's not that one. The art is different. I know the song. It's this one. It's this one. When this one came out, whatever year that was, which I think this is the 78 one.
We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lashes has made a day. We're gonna march all day, all day.
I remember this when it came out. It got so many awards for being the most hated movie of all time. It beat up Planet 9. That's hard to do. That one. He had just seen that. And there was a fight scene in it, which isn't in the books. This guy knew the books so well. And he was going on and on and on and on and on. And I said, he didn't stop. I wasn't paying attention to half what he was saying because I was looking for a book. So I was just going through this whole thing. This particular bookstore, they didn't shelve their books by author or anything. It was just, these books, they're all used books. This section's fantasy and science fiction. And we put them in wherever we want. There's a space, let's stick a book in it. Who the hell cares? So in order to go through and find a book, you literally have to stand there for hours, scan it all. Books on the shelf. Scan all books on the shelf. Scan all books on the shelf. So that's what I'm doing, and he's following me while I'm doing it. He's just going, oh, yep. And I'm continuing on. He's going, yep. So it must have been 3 or 4 hours that he stood there and talked about Lord of the Rings. And he had just seen this movie. And he was like, oh my god, this was wrong, and that was wrong, and this was wrong. And he kept talking about there was a fight scene. And he was talking about, in the book, he was like, this, and this, and this. And he went and he found Lord of the Rings on the shelf. And he came over, and he starts reading it. Here it is. And it said, this, and this, and this, this. There's no fight. And I remember he just went, he was so obsessed with Lord of the Rings. I've never seen somebody that obsessed with something. Yes, more obsessed with me than me with Avallac'h, because I don't talk about Avallac'h outside of Twitch. I mean, that's another thing. I don't talk about Avallac'h in real life. People that know me in real life, they're like, if I mention Avallac'h, they're like, what? Who? They don't know. Because I don't talk about it. Talk about things I talk about that I'm a fan of offline. Gordon Ramsay and Lever Action, usually. That's usually what you're going to hear me talking about. I have different topics I talk about offline than online. But this guy was he was so insanely obsessed with Lord of the Rings. And he was talking about how they made this fight scene, and it was this big fight scene, and everybody's fighting, but it wasn't in the books. And the scene was in the book, but it wasn't a fight scene. I remember that. That's one of the things I look at, like, I think of when people ask these questions about, how to write a fight scene. And it's like, read the books that go with action movies. Most people who want to write a fight scene, they don't read books. They watch movies. And they're like, oh my god, look at all this fight that was going on in this movie. Before you write a book, after you watch some movie that has a fight scene that you're fascinated with, go read the book for that movie and find the same fight scenes and see how they were written. Because in most cases, there were no fight scenes at all. And when you go back and look at these things, there's no fight scenes in these books, and then there's massive fight scenes in the movies, and it's because your mind processes things different when you're reading than when you're watching something. If you start reading a fight scene, you're gonna get bored. Fight scenes are They draw you in when you see them. When you read about them, not so much. So that's why you don't see fight scenes in books. You just don't. Didn't I only have a few comments? Yeah, I did. I had a few comments. Oh, wow, it's got a lot of comments. Just since we opened it, about, what, within the last half hour. I always make characters' personality and backstory first before deciding their sexuality or even gender identity. How would you do that? How do you decide a character's backstory and then be, what sexuality are they? Your backstory ain't very good if you don't know. That's a pretty big part of somebody's life. And it really is. It's going to affect their backstory, their history. It's all going to be affected. You created a backstory and you don't know what their sexuality is. You didn't create a really good backstory, and your character is flat and cardboard. Later, I add whatever label I think best fits it. Label. I'm gonna guess. You aren't straight. You aren't gay. You don't know. However, due to my interacting with lots of queer people before and being non-binary myself, I realized lots of my OCs fall into the LGBT category. I'm hesitant to ever believe anybody who calls themselves non-binary. Largely because of the way people use it. Most people don't know what it means. A lot of people who call themselves non-binary are actually asexual and they don't want to admit it. It's the one where I'm like, are you actually non-binary? Or are you just saying non-binary to try to sound cool? Because that's a problem with that one. Okay. You said this. I add a label. Because, well, I need to give them a label. Everybody needs a label. Hey, look, I gave myself a label. I'm non-binary. People exist. And they don't need labels. I don't like this, oh, we need to give you a label, and you a label, and you a label, so the fuck what? You wouldn't ask the same question if everyone was cishet. Also, what the hell does that word mean? I see people. I know when people say it, they mean straight. So why don't you just say straight? Like, why do people say that word? That I don't even know. Also, everyone can be queer. Again, do you not know what the word queer means? Because you're really using it wrong. The bulk of people on Reddit use the word queer wrong, and it bothers me a lot because more than 90% of my family was murdered by Nazis. So, do you know what queer means? Queer, the direct translation of the word queer, means non-Aryan. If you are black, you are queer. If you are Jewish, you are queer. If you have black hair, you are queer. For no other reason than your hair is not blonde. If you are a redhead, you are queer. If you have green eyes, you are queer. Again, it doesn't mean gay. If you are a twin, you are queer. If you have cancer, you are queer. Are you seeing the picture yet? People who use the word queer, they're like, oh, let me celebrate the fact that I'm gay by calling myself queer. They need to be gathered up and shot, because the Nazis, that's what they did. To teach them, yeah, this is what queer means. Don't wear it like a badge. It's not a badge. It means you are not an Aryan, therefore you deserve to be shot. That is what the word queer means. The definition of queer. You are not Aryan, therefore you deserve to be shot. That is what queer means. And when you call yourself queer, you are proudly saying, I am not Aryan. I deserve to be shot. Every time you call yourself queer, I am queer, you are literally saying, I deserve to be shot. Look up the fucking word queer and find out what it means before you call it queer. It's queer. People throughout the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s died in fucking riots to get the word queer out of mainstream from people being called that. And now the jackasses of today call themselves that without even knowing what the damn fucking word means. I've seen so many people, oh, we gotta take back the word queer. The word queer was invented by the Nazis, and it means non-Aryan. I hate it when people do this. And these are people who are supposedly authors. They know words. Yet you're a fucking good author you are when you're running around and you don't know what damn words mean. You don't know what a book is and you don't know what queer means. What the hell? Why are you calling yourself an author? If you can't use words correctly, how are you supposed to write a book? Your job is literally to take words and put them in order so that they mean something for people to read, and you can't even understand what the damn words mean. Someone who is actually LGBT is not going to say label. I like to give things labels. And they're not going to be, well, as non-binary myself, because I need to give myself a label. They're also not going to be, can there be too many LGBT? So I said the word non-binary, people who are using it correctly, it's fine. But a lot of people aren't. There's a lot of people who are straight and think they need to try to be gay, so they call themselves non-binary to try to fit in with the gay community. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with being straight. Go ahead and be straight. Don't call yourself something you're not to try to fit in with other people. That's not the point. What's wrong with these people? Also, what the hell? OC? I realized a lot of my OCs, well, that says a lot. Write me when I agree with you. And that's one thing that people have pointed out about stuff I write. Are there any straight characters in anything you write? Wait a minute, how does anybody have kids and grandkids and great-grandkids? I'm like... So many people call Quaraun gay. Quaraun's not gay. And they're like, but... King Vaelder is Quaraun's son. Avallac'h is Quaraun's son. Dr. Vangonese is Quaraun's son. Lady Trillian is Quaraun's daughter. Pepayata is both Quaraun's daughter and Quaraun's wife. Does that sound gay to you? And they're like, but, Bum Fuzzy and Goosebud. Yeah. Doesn't make him gay. You don't know what the word gay means. That makes him polyamorous and bisexual. Look up those words. Early in the series, he has a wife and 4 children. Then he's with Boom Fuzzy for a very long time. Then he's also with Goosebud. At the same time, he's still with Boom Fuzzy. Then he has a wife who speaks a language that he can't talk to her. She can't talk to him. They don't know how to. He doesn't even know her name. But she's his wife. She's Pippiata's mother. Pippiata gets taken away. Later he meets her again and doesn't know it's his daughter and marries her. And he doesn't find out until many years later that she's his daughter. She is the mother of Vaelder and Avallac'h. It's not gay. People point out Etoile. People who actually read the novels point out Etoile. As opposed to people who run around with their heads shoved up their asses and, oh my god, he's gonna kill me! Oh! Because they think Etoile's a demon who lives in by Yaren. He's a character from the novels. Yeah. There's something to think about. And they're like, but Etoile? What about Etoile? He's a transvestite. Yes, he is. He has lots and lots and lots and lots of women that he's constantly running around with. He's very promiscuous. And he has a male lover who is also his brother, Raspberry. The dancing Raspberry is also a character from the series. Again, when you realize that Etoile and Raspberry are characters from the novels that I write, you start to realize how insane the locals are. Oh, demon tried to kill me. Oh, she sent that demon over to my house. It's some lightning bolts in my house. Ooh. Character from a novel. You guys got no active imagination. And I start listing off all the other characters. This character and that character, and this character and that character. But everybody's gay. Is there any character in my novels who is actually gay? Probably Goosebud. or we never see Ghost Spawn with a female. However, there are scenes that say he's always they can never stay in a town long because there are so many husbands mad at Ghost Spawn because he's constantly running around with everybody's wives. And so we never see him with women. In the later section of the Quaraun series where it's just Quaraun and Ghost Spawn. Boom Fuzzy's no longer in the picture anymore in the later stories. Boom Fuzzy is a huge predominant character early on, but he gets phased out and he's not in the later novels at all. Or he's not even there. I see Nikki in front of the air conditioner. You a hot dog? It is hot today. Why can't you just have your characters be who they are? None of the sexualities are ever mentioned in the story, and that's another thing. The same, I have had so many people who ministers mostly in this area, there's a lot of Christian ministers in this area, who like to take my books and wave them around the church and scream and yell and have these whole big fits about, oh, it's all promoting gay rights. It's like, how are my books promoting gay rights? Where are you seeing that? It's at the point where readers, people who actually read the novels, not lunatics who, oh, I overheard that this is what it must be about, so I think this is what it's about, and therefore it must be about that. People who actually read the novels and actually know what it's about. Not the idiots. The people who actually have read the novels, a lot of them contact me and they ask me, are they a couple? Are they gay? There's not enough to tell you. You see Quaraun traveling with 2 other men. A lot of people also point out that when other people call my books gay, they're like, wait, were they? I didn't notice. I just thought there were 3 friends. Are they gay? Nowhere does the series call them gay, ever. Now you gotta remember, a lot of the Quaraun series was written when I was a very small child. Several of the novels had been published and became bestsellers before I was even yet 12 years old. 50 years ago. The word gay didn't exist back then. That's another thing to think about. The word gay came into existence in the 1990s. Previous to that, gay was another word for happy. If you said, that person is gay, you meant, oh, they're over there laughing. That is what it meant. It meant laughing and happy. Gay didn't mean 2 men who were homosexual. It didn't mean that before the 1990s. So you never see the word gay in the Quaraun novels because it didn't exist at the time period the Quaraun novels were written. These people who are like, oh, gay rights. The concept of gay rights did not exist because the word gay hadn't been invented yet. Back when the Quaraun series was written. You you people who are anti-gay rights, you have an agenda. So you're trying to put an agenda in my stuff where I didn't have one. There's no gay rights agenda in my books. You only think there is because you hate gay people, so you're looking to try to find any excuse to hate on gays more. That's not me putting gay rights agenda in my books. That you looking for gay rights agenda and saying there is one in places where there isn't because you couldn't even be bothered to read the books to find out. Are there any writing fun? Beginners thinking of writing a novel. Hey, you actually may succeed in writing a novel because you want to write a novel, not a book. You know the difference between the words. Memoirs. How to start my debut psychological saga. Oh, it's up to 19. Alright. Do's and don'ts of creating book titles. A few years ago. I don't know why, it was like 2010 era, around that time period. Oh, it was a big thing for a while. Like how every other question you see is now something to do with gay rights or writing black or diversity. The big topic, yeah. Everybody is going, oh, I gotta be diverse, I gotta have gay rights, I gotta have black. Because that's the hot topic right now. A few years ago, it was around 2010, I'm not sure the exact year it happened, but if you was to use the search feature here on this subreddit, you'd see them, they'd be like 8-10 years ago at least. There was it went on for a few months, and I don't know why, I don't know what triggered it. Obviously there was something probably in the news and caused everybody to go, oh my god, am I doing it wrong? And they had to come ask. So you saw this question being asked over and over again about book covers and book titles. People were obsessed with book titles. It was like, how do I write? I remember they used to talk about the Comanche books. They made it sound like Comanche books was like a series. In the 70s, it was common to use the word Comanche in the title. Like, captured by the Comanche chief, kidnapped by the Comanche prince. Those type of titles. There was a bunch of them in the 70s. That was a thing. Everybody's like, Comanche and half-blood, Comanche and half-breed, and all these words, and mate. It was a big topic of, should we call the girl a mate? Should we use words like half-blood and half-breed? That was just a big thing for a while. At that same time period, people were also worrying about titling their books. And for a while, there was a trend where book titles were really long. That was a thing in the 70s, which is why you see the Quaraun books, most of them. Really long titles in most of Quaraun books. Let's see. Yes? What? 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 Yeah? What are you doing? There's a dog all of a sudden sitting on my foot making little sputtery sounds. What do you want? Which of your growls is this? Is this an out growl or a bone growl? What? What do you want? Look in the direction of what you want so I know what it is you want. Yeah? Oh, I can never remember which file it is. Well, the old covers are in here. The old covers are in here. These are the old ones. View. View. Alright. These are the old ones. Oh, yes, these are where you can see the titles better, though. Yeah, the old Quaraun books, the old editions, which, like I said, we haven't republished a lot of them yet. So a lot of these, the old editions were literally one picture, always every cover the same picture. Sorcery, but you can see some of the names get really long on some of these. Wait for the page to load. It hasn't loaded completely yet. Night of the Screaming Unicorn. I think it was originally wasn't it? Quaraun the Insane? The channel is... why is it taking so long for you guys to load? I like that did Pigeon Poop Line in particular and titles on some of these. Here's one that is like what I was just talking about. Alien Sorcerer of the Glass Battlement, the all-devouring bunny of Lamplight, ancestral omen, breaker of the Elf-Eater clan, and the frigid north wind howls. Answer given to questions never asked. Beyond the Wizard's Tower. Cave of the Cannibal King. Captured by Quaraun the Crazed Dog of Turtle Island. Crazy Dog's Captive. Cursed Marsh of the Ancestral Demons. Daughter of Vengeance. That one is a conundrum. That's an old one. That's one of the first ones written. And that was written before Boom Fuzzy was a character. Boom Fuzzy had not yet been added to the series. And Daughter of Vengeance was at that point a woman that Quaraun was running around with. And I've since, because like I said, Quaraun, the fact of Quaraun being gay has never been a thing. He has always been just men or women back and forth. There was never, but this one in particular, the original version, Quaraun was in love with her. And then later when we created Boom Fuzzy, I rewrote this, and Boom Fuzzy was in love with her. But then, even later, when other stuff started changing in the Quaraun series, and Quaraun and Boom Fuzzy were written as a couple, this story kind of went against the rest of the series with Quaraun and Boom Fuzzy, and it became more of a like, this story was there and I wrote it, but it's like, I don't consider that one canon. That's more like, it doesn't fit the timeline, storyline of Dreams of Witchdom. What? Are you asking for more pizza? Is this a pizza grumble? Here's a pizza grumble. Okay. The fallen fortress of the race. Invocation of the unholy king. Fate of the psychedelic invisible. No, I forget about that. Flaming ritual of the hummus demon. The fiery grimoire of the woods. Flesh-eaten castle of the crazed murderer. Flesh-eaten mansion of wickedness. Both of those are another matter, obviously. Forbidden island of the witch queen. For the love of vampires. The forest of the vampire lord. The forgotten carnival of the cannibal entities. I can't remember what half the stories of these are. A lot of them were just short stories that are under 10,000 words. I would just sit down, and it was like kind of practice writing type of thing, and every day I would write a story. So I was writing a story a day for a while. Half of them I can't remember. That's why there's so many around. There's over 2,000. This went on for several years of me every day writing a Quaraun story. And it's like, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. The haunted oubliette of blessed madness. But this was the 1970s. These were the type of titles that you saw in the 1970s for everything. Everybody used titles like this. Hidden tunnel of unspeakable horrors to the miraculous swamp. In love with grimly insane, in search of perfect frosted. That's a little fuzzy story. Inescapable woods of the deceiver. Into the swamp of death. So that one has been republished as a novel. In search of the perfect frosted. I just read Into the labyrinth of death. Keelam and the Necromancer. That's Keelam and the Necromancer. Is there no truth in beauty? That is actually a title for a Star Trek episode. Like the world were on the turtle's back. Labyrinth of eternal madness. Lost in a space that isn't it. That's actually one of my favorite stories. Marsh of the Vampire Lord. Mirror, mirror. My two favorite people. What? What? Did you know I put a whole bunch of those in here? You didn't, because your dish is over there with a whole bunch of. You're just a baby that has to have them out of my hand, right? The Ossuary of Barbarian King. Why did it scroll down so much? Ossuary of Insanity. Ocean of Beauty. Rivulet of Insanity. Quaraun and the Wizard of Dreams. Okay. Quaraun and the Vampire. Into the Swamp of Death. That is the second version of Into the Swamp of Death. Sacrifice of the Prince of Visions. The shadowed transfiguration of the cloud Messiahs. Sinners in the hands of an angry God. Strangled by corruptly insane. Swamp of fear. Swamp of insanity. Taken by the brackish water merman. Taken prisoner by the gorgeous Fedaric. Terrible fortress of suffering. Angry vampire oracle of the moon elf. That's not loading. This is a bunch of. It's not loading. They're trying to load. It's just taking a long time. Angry vampire. The cover art. That's the bag of holding that Quaraun carries. It's a little teeny tiny thing that's on his belt. The aquatic elaborate. Amazon ready book covers. Okay, I need to be bigger. There we go. What was I looking for? Oh, this. There it is. That's what I was looking for. The Tower of the Shape-Shifting Fuzzy Wuzzy Fluffy Bunnies. I was trying to think, what are the longest titles? That one. Wow, did that look funny. That one and the one with the pink chair. No. Is it? Yeah, it's a pink chair. Those are, I think, the two longest titles. There's Baby for Necromancer. There it is. This is the one with the longest title, I think. Ghoulspawn the Crazed and the Rose Garden of the Pink Necromancer. I think that is the longest title. Ghoulspawn the Crazed and the Rose Garden of the Pink Necromancer. This is actually the first one written. It's the first one written that had Ghoulspawn and Quaraun. The very first story I ever wrote is Friends of Forever, which is about Roderick. Is that one in here? Where is it? This isn't the right folder. This isn't all. There's another folder. Let's go back here. Is it this folder? This folder has a lot more in it. Let's see there. I can see it better. Yeah, there's Into the Swamp of Death there with the new cover. Now that the novel edition has new covers. These are the new ones. These are the 35th anniversary editions, have the pink covers. But we are almost to the 50th anniversary now. So there's probably going to be a re-release of some of them for the 50th anniversary. There's Cave of the Cannibal King. Dragons. There it is, Friends of Forever. It is Friends of Forever. That's the 35th anniversary edition cover. As Battle of Uganda, which you see mentioned a lot. And I've had people that thought this was Quaraun, and I was like, dang. Did you read the story? And also, that's an actual photograph. There aren't that many photographs on the cover. Yeah, but later. Well, that one's an actual photograph. That is a guy that actually posed for the cover art for the Quaraun series. And I've forgotten his name. Anyways, that is Avallac'h. That's Roderick's father. It's Quaraun's son. Battle of Uganda. Yeah, it's one of the few that's an actual photograph. This one's an actual photograph as well. Hi, Mickey. Need my pizza? You're not getting my pizza quick enough. Oh, see the clicker on the front. his way all the way around. So we'll be back around in probably a couple of hours. Why was we looking these up? Oh, book covers. That's right. Where did that go? Did I open it? That's super interesting. What are some do's and don'ts of creating book titles? That's that's what I was saying. There was this huge discussion a few years ago that went on for months, where every few threads on this subreddit were, I've been on this subreddit for I think 11 years. I was like one of the first 1,000 people to join this subreddit. It was a tiny little subreddit. Now it's got what? Almost 2 million users now. Wow. But that was the common thing. That was like how today everybody talks about the diversity question. And back then it was, for some reason, the book title. It was a controversy, book titles. And people were arguing, was it better to have long titles like that one there that we just had, where Ghoulspawn the Crazed and the Rose Garden of the Pink Necromancer, which was a really long title. I think it's the longest title in the current series. Or is it better to have something like this, Boom Fuzzy, where it's only one word? And people were fighting over it. There were these people who were like, no, you gotta get the Google search results. So every time you have a long word, a long title with lots of words, like if you were to type it in Twitter, Google's gonna find all of that, and they all act as keywords, and they're like long tail keyword titles. Get the best Google search. And then other people were like, no, get the best sales, one word, make sure your title is one word. And I remember all these people, they were so upset, and they were fighting, and it was like a matter of life or death thing. I mean, they were fighting over it. And now you never see, that's what reminded me, is you never see questions asking about book titles anymore. It was such a hot topic that everybody was fighting about for like 6 or 7 months at least, or it went on for a long time. Coming up with creative titles much harder than I thought. The most popular types I've seen are a blank of blank, and main character and the McGuffin. But I don't want my title to drown in a sea of almost identical titles. What should I do to make the title sound interesting, relevant to the story, and not too cliche? Depends entirely on the book. Yeah, it does, because that's another thing. Baron Boom Fuzzy is the name of the character that just takes over Quaraun's life. And Ghoulspawn the Crazed and the Rose Garden of the Pink Necromancer. That one, the whole story takes place in this rose garden. There isn't much for a plot or anything. That story is one of the stranger, more nothing stories, I guess you would call it. I don't know what else you would call it. Where it's just Quaraun and Boom Fuzzy are sitting in the garden. Boom Fuzzy's fallen asleep in the sun. He was laying on the grass and he fell asleep. And Quaraun's pruning the roses. And Quaraun's talking to Boom Fuzzy, and he doesn't realize that Boom Fuzzy's fallen asleep. And then all of a sudden, they haven't seen Ghoulspawn in a long time. They encounter Ghoulspawn briefly when they first meet him, and they don't really know him that well. Quaraun gets hurt, and they are right outside of a high elf village, and they're all pure-blooded elves, but at first they see Quaraun get hurt, and they think Boom Fuzzy did it, because Boom Fuzzy's covered with blood because he was right beside Quaraun, and they assume he did it. So they take Quaraun to help him, and they take Boom Fuzzy prisoner. And there's a half-elf there who's telling them, no, I saw what happened, he didn't hurt him, but they're all pure-blooded high elves, this is the only half-elf, they won't listen to him. And so this kid, he's a kid, the half-elf is very young, he's 15 years old. He starts taking care of Quaraun. Quaraun is in a near comatose state, so they don't know what happened, because most of this story you're seeing told through the perspective of this kid. And for most of the story, you don't know who the kid is either, and you're not told until near the end who this is. And that kid ends up, it's Ghoulspawn. And so when Quaraun wakes up, this kid has been taking care of Quaraun for a few months. And when Quaraun wakes up, he's only there a few more days before him and Boom Fuzzy leave. So they don't really know Ghoulspawn. They know this is the kid that took care of Quaraun when Quaraun was hurt. But Quaraun was unconscious through most of it, so he didn't know the kid. And then they meet him again, and because Ghoulspawn's a time traveler, they meet him again a few years later, and it's not specified, it's basically 2 or 3 years later is how it's worded. They don't know. It's a few years later. Probably 2 or 3 years later. But then the kid's still a kid. And a few years have gone by for Quaraun and Boom Fuzzy. And they meet this old man. And they're like, you look like that kid, but wow. And so this is when they first meet Gremlin. It's the first story that introduces Gremlin, who is Ghoulspawn when he's older, a lot older. It's Ghoulspawn when he's elderly. And he tells them, don't go into this city. And they don't know who he is, they don't, but he's doing and saying that, and he acts like Ghoulspawn, and they're like, this seems like Ghoulspawn. He helped him before, and they're confused by the fact that he looks so old. But Quaraun's like, you know what? I think this is Ghoulspawn. Just somehow he's a lot older, and we don't know why. He helped us before. We didn't understand it. That let's just. There's no reason for us to go to that village. We were just going to stop and spend the night. We can camp out here in the woods and keep going, and that's what they do. But then stuff happens, and they end up at the city anyways. And when they get to the city, they find out Ghoulspawn lives there. So they end up meeting Ghoulspawn again. And because they go there, lots of events happen, and it leads to Ghoulspawn getting killed. That's when you see Ghoulspawn get murdered. And Quaraun's very upset because now he's like, we were told not to go to this city because something really bad was going to happen if we did. Something really bad has now happened. We should have listened. Ghoulspawn the Crazed and the Rose Garden of the Pig Necromancer picks up from there, even though it's like 30 volumes later. So you don't see Ghoulspawn again for a while. And it's assumed he's dead because they saw him die. They think he's dead. But then they found out he didn't actually die. They never found his body. That was the thing. They didn't find his body. So it was left open to the fact, well, we saw him die, but where the hell did his body go? And this is the story when it explains what happened. Boomfuzzy's asleep. Quaraun is doing his thing with his roses. He's pruning rose bushes because that's the thing he does. And a portal opens up and Ghoulspawn falls out and lands in the garden. And they recognize, oh my god, when Ghoulspawn died, he fell into a portal. And that's why his body disappeared. And they couldn't find his body. They didn't know what had happened. Well, this portal has now opened up. And so literally seconds after he's supposedly killed, he falls through this portal and out. And now for Quaraun and Boomfuzzy, it's been close to 100 years have gone by. For Ghoulspawn, it's only been seconds. And so he's not yet dead. And they don't realize at first that is what happened, but they eventually realize that is what's happened. And so that this is why he ends up not dying, because as soon as he was attacked, he fell through this portal and landed here and should have died, but they were right there and they kept him alive. And that's what this whole story is, them in this rose garden trying to figure out, how did he just fall out of the sky? I mean, he just fell out of the sky and landed in the garden. And he's still 15 years old. He's still this kid who it's now been 100 years. And Quaraun's 100 years older now. Ghoulspawn's still this kid. But they recognize the injuries he's got. He just got these injuries. He's going to die in a matter of minutes if we don't do something. So he's constantly falling through portals and landing in Quaraun's life through different times of Quaraun's life. He isn't getting any older. Quaraun keeps getting older. Ghoulspawn isn't getting any older. They initially think he's a half-elf. They find out later, wait a minute, he's not an elf at all. He's a demon. He's a chaos demon who could pass himself off as an elf because he kind of looked like an elf. So, people assumed he was a half-elf, and he actually wasn't an elf at all. He was chaos demon. But the whole story of Ghoulspawn the Crazed and the Rose Garden of the Pig Necromancer is literally just Quaraun and Boomfuzzy taking care of Ghoulspawn. That's the whole thing. Nothing else happens. It's them talking. It's a lot of monologue and introspect and talking while they take care of him and nurse him back to health. It's one of those things where most stories you have, here's the story happening. A character gets hurt. We have, boom, character's hurt. And then the next line says, a few weeks later, once they were better. You don't see the time period where that character is being nursed back to health. That's always been something that bothered me when I read novels. What's his name gets shot by a musket. Take him into the infirmary. 3 weeks later, he's healed. Now he's back. I'm like, wait. I wanted to know what happened in the infirmary. Oh, he just laid in a bed for 3 weeks. Clearly the author has never been in a hospital and has no idea. I've spent a large amount of my time in hospitals. There's lots of things going on in hospitals. And when somebody is really sick and people are taking care of them, you have people who are talking and they're like, stuff happens, and novels never look at that. And that's what a lot of the Quaraun series does. A lot of the Quaraun series, that's why people get bored with it. I've had so many readers contact me and be, so when is something gonna happen? I'm 5 chapters in and nothing's happened. They're still sitting here talking. When is something gonna happen? Like, okay, why are you reading volume 33? And asking me this question because you had to read 32 other volumes of nothing happening. Unless you're starting the series with volume 33. This is what the series is. The series is this guy who sits there and talks. He sits in a tavern and talks with people at the tavern. He sits in the marketplace and talks with the merchant in the next booth, because he's also a merchant himself. He goes to the guild meetings because he's a wizard, and he goes to the magic guild meetings, and he sits there and talks to the other wizards. He sits and talks. So why are you surprised when he's sitting in his rose garden taking care of this kid that's hurt, trying to nurse him back to health, and talking? Because that is what the series is. Which is another thing why when people call it erotica, I'm like, have you read it? How are you calling it erotica? What did you read? And it's literally an elderly wizard who sits around and talks with people. He travels and talks, and he walks and talks, and I was like, do you know what the slice of life genre is? I mean, that is what the Quaraun series is sold as. It's sold as fantasy slice of life yaoi. It's a fantasy setting. It's the slice of life of a wizard, and it's mostly male characters in romantic relationships, but you never see the romance or the sex, so clearly people don't know what the yaoi genre is also. That's another thing. I've discovered that a lot of people know yaoi. When they hear yaoi, they're like, oh, a bunch of little girls 10 years old on fanfiction.net writing sex with gay men. And I'm like, is that who you think yaoi is? Do you not know the yaoi genre? You know, yaoi is a pretty big genre. Fanfiction.net, that's not yaoi. That's fanfiction. That's not yaoi. Now, if you think anything on fanfiction.net classifies yaoi, you have no clue what yaoi is. Yaoi literally means boy love, written by a female author. It means a gay couple written by a female author. That's what it means. It means 2 males written by a female author. That's it. Most yaoi doesn't have sex scenes. It's usually considered a sweet romance. It's also one of the largest genres in Japan. And it's published at a rate of several thousand new titles a month. There are millions of titles published a year. It's a huge genre in Japan. Find out what it is before you start calling something erotica, because clearly Americans with their sex-crazed minds can't think of anything but sex, so they automatically assume everything is sex. And that says a lot about you. You running around calling everything erotica, that's you being a pervert. That's what that is. You need to take the time to get to know whether or not something has sex in it before you call it erotica. But that's just you being sex crazy, that's all that is. To be honest. Meaning every other post you have written in the past week was not honest. Never trust somebody who starts anything but to be honest. Or, I ain't gonna lie. Or any other such form of, everything I said last was a lie, so therefore I must say, I'm not going to lie and I'm going to be honest now. An honest person has no reason to ever say to be honest or ain't gonna lie. Depends entirely on what the book is and the story is usually a fancy title. For example, Pride and Prejudice. The original title of Pride and Prejudice was First Impressions. So she wrote a fan fiction story and called it First Impressions. Okay. A beach read novel in the 17th summer in. It's about a couple who spent every summer together until the girl was 16. And there was a long gap of estrangement. Okay. A series of titles can be thematic, like the Dirty Lion series, where she titled Dirty Lion Fairies, Dirty Lion Dragons, etc. You can find all the titles. Captured by Fairies series like that. Captured by Fairies, captured by this, captured by that. Merman, the Chemical Art. That's not published under the Cat name also. So when you see that and you're like, wait, that's a different name. Yeah, I have 15 pen names, so yeah. They actually even mentioned what we were just talking about. It's like when Twilight hit the shelves and every novel had a one-word name for a while to cash in on the trend. Did that come out in 2010? Was that when that happened? That's what I was just talking about. It was a huge debate, making your titles one word instead of long titles. They were arguing about it. Few guidelines are worth following. Try to stick to known words and names instead of the made-up ones. For example, The Lord of the Rings and not Frodo's Adventure. That's true. That is actually a good thing to go by. Lastly, starting the title with "the" is discouraged due to overuse. I think more than half the Quaraun novels start with "the," don't they? I think they do. If available, a single word title with a complicated meaning eludes mystery. Nolan does this often with his such as Interstellar, Inception, and Tenet. Also, Nolan doesn't write novels, he writes movies. If your work is a short story, you may have more leeway with the title of the anthology or magazine that will ultimately draw people in. There are no bells in For Whom the Bell Tolls. Do you know what that means? Are you that stupid? Did you really go to For Whom the Bell Tolls looking for bells? There are no bells in For Whom the Bell Tolls. phrase "for whom the bell tolls" means somebody died. That's literally what it means. It means there's character death and the story is about death. It doesn't mean anything to the bells. It means you look at that and automatically the reader knows, or should know unless they're retarded. Automatically the reader knows, oh, the main character or somebody the main character is closely attached to is going to die, and it's going to impact the story like that. That's what that means. Why would you think there were bells in a novel that was titled that? Neither acoustics nor Plymouth sedans in the subject of sound and fury. Okay, you're going to take something written in the late 1800s and say, I wanted to read it because it had Plymouth sedans. Really? Hemingway's titles and folklores. Yep. Kills like white elephants, a long title. I expect half of these to be deleted by the mods. You can't mention titles of your book that you have published, and they all did that. It's a no-no in this world. Have you ever paid to submit to an indie publisher? That's called Vanity Press. If you know what you're getting into when you get into Vanity Press isn't bad as long as it's one that's not a scam group. Because there are some that are scam groups. Vanity. Vanity Press is where you hire somebody to print up copies of books. They deliver them to your house. Now you have 100,000 copies of your book in your house, and you have to figure out, so where do I sell these? So yeah, you pay them up front because you pay them to print the book. But there's this scam with Vanity Press and ebooks where you pay them and we publish your book as an ebook. No, that's an outright scam. Don't pay those. If you're paying to have 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 copies of your book in your garage, well, no, then it's not a scam. It's just it's a different type of self-publishing, and it's not easy to do. It is really hard to sell books that way. You can do it. I've done it. I'm rather good at it, so I prefer that method. That's why most of the Quaraun series was Vanity Press. But most people, they don't research well, so they don't realize when they pay a lot of money to a Vanity Press what they're going to get. Also, they don't realize how many books fill up space. Most people don't live in a house large enough to house 10,000 books. So if you get 10,000 books delivered, make sure you have a storage unit and make sure it's big enough. Measure how much space 10,000 books. You'll be surprised. You're going to want a storage unit that is at least 48 feet long by about 20 feet wide. That is bigger than most people's houses. people don't know that until they get their book printed up and it arrives and the truck delivers and you're like, so we got 8 more trucks backed up out there. They'll come in and you're like, wow, wait, there's so many books coming in off this truck, and you said there's 8 more trucks? Yeah. You ordered 10,000 books. Oh, my uncle did that. Got a book, Vanity published, and he didn't realize how much space 10,000 books take up. And the pile was bigger than his house. They filled up the garage, they filled up the kitchen, and then they had this massive pile of books on the lawn, and then it rained, and most of them got destroyed, and he spent over $200,000 to have those books printed up, only to have them destroyed by rain because he didn't buy a storage unit and he miscalculated how much space 10,000 books take up. Question not added. What do you do first? What do we do first? We look at this stuff on Reddit and talk about it. Because we're supposedly editing right now. Davy Jones copyrighted in some way? Depends on who you're talking about. Davy Jones, the Disney one, yes. Davy Jones, the General Davy Jones Locker, no. Again, depends. The Disney representation of Davy Jones. No, it's originally a historical person who actually existed, yeah. And then Davy Jones, the Pirates of the Caribbean one, is copyrighted. Davy Jones is a member of the Monkees. You're gonna have to ask him personally. That is true. And he would, he's going to come out of brave and press charges against y'all. He would. Oh. Davy Jones is the reason David Bowie's name was David Bowie. David Bowie's real name is Davy Jones. And when he started singing under the name Davy Jones. And Davy Jones sued him. He was only 14 years old. David Bowie was 14 years old, using his real name when Davy Jones of the Monkees sued him and wouldn't let him use his real name. And David Bowie, he was required, Davy Jones, they had a court order requiring him, change your name to something fictional. You can't use the real name that is on your birth certificate to sing. And so he's like, oh, well, I'll name myself after a Bowie knife. And he started calling himself David Bowie. But that's how Davy Jones became David Bowie. Because Davy Jones of the Monkees sued him, and he had a bad habit about anybody whose name was Davy Jones. He went around suing everybody. Didn't matter what they were. Yeah, this is what I was just saying. You can't use the Disney version, the Disney interpretation of him, because Disney owns that vision of him. Sneaking up on somebody when he does that. He normally just swims around the tank doing his thing, but right now he's kind of. I'm slowly hovering my way at somebody I'm gonna sneak up on. Is it the Pleco? He seems to be following the Pleco around the tank, because the Plecos now. The Danios are new too, but there were already Danios in there, and I think because he's just now a larger group of Danios, he's like, yeah, you just had babies or something. You got more of you, so I don't care. It's Pleco over here, though. You're different. Now, it's not like he hasn't seen a Pleco before. There used to be a Pleco in there. I had a very old Pleco that was in there until 6 months ago. Should I about 6 months ago? I can't remember. So it's not like he's never seen a Pleco before. It's just you're not the same Pleco that used to be here. The other Pleco used to be the oldest one in the tank, and Rachel and Raphael are the oldest ones in the tank. Davy Jones changed his last name to Boy. Yes, he did. That's true. He did. I just said that. You don't have to be widely known enough to get a threatening letter from Disney. 7-year-old children who wear Snow White costumes hand-sewed by their mothers get letters from Disney. Because you're supposed to buy the actual official costume. You can't hand-make one from your own. Disney's... I wonder who thought that was a good idea. But who at Disney thought, hey, there's a 7-year-old wearing a handmade Snow White costume going trick-or-treating, knocking on the door. That's another. Who reported it to Disney? Which of the neighbors that the kid was knocking on the door getting Halloween candy from called Disney and said, there's a 7-year-old out here. Their mother made that costume? Well, their mother sews better than I do. I'm gonna have to tell Disney. Or how did Disney find out about that? I mean, that's the other thing. How did Disney find out that this girl, 7 years old, going trick-or-treating, had a costume that was handmade by their mother and wasn't bought Disney costume off the Disney store website, or what the hell? It made international headlines when it happened, and everybody's like, Disney, what the fuck are you doing? Do you think the hardest part of all for any kind of writer is having the experience to write about? No? I mean, you have plenty of experiences in your life, no matter who you are. Is the young adult a shrinking genre? Is young adult a shrinking genre? I don't know. What are code like characters? Ethnicity, race. Code? What do you mean code? That doesn't make sense. Does code have a different meaning that I don't understand? Okay. It says, folks, this is a valid question about how to deal with the intersection of writing and culture appropriately. Please keep the politics to a minimum so we don't have to close the thread. And as always, it's possible to disagree on approaches to representing race in fiction, but outright racism in your responses will result in swift and permanent bans. Several of your fellow Redditors have already received theirs for their behavior on this thread. Yeah, I knew when I saw 125 comments, and it's only been posted a few hours ago. How can I code my Black, Hispanic, Asian, Arab, etc. characters different than my white ones, since a lot of readers default to white if the name isn't specifically ethnic sounding, do they? Yeah, never default characters to white. I'm letting some readers try my stories out, and they think I have a vast amount of non-white. They think I have a vast amount non-white than I do, asking, why does this Modern Chicago story have so many white characters when it does not? And they think I have a vast amount. Okay, they think I have a vast amount of white characters than I do, asking why does this Modern Chicago story have so many white characters when it does not? What can I do to make the audience know my characters are all of a certain race or ethnicity without unnaturally making my narrator say it flat out for every character? Or should I just let them think most of the characters are white? I'm new to writing, trying to be as fast as possible. May I suggest cultural references? Yes, I agree with you. Cultural references. I'm Hispanic, and names should be way more than enough. Naming a character's parent, maybe a character's parent, mentioning making food like tamales. Guess it depends on how you want to play it. I also like to see who else is doing it. Writing and cultural references can turn your characters into caricatures. Not necessarily. I mean, it can, yes. If it's done wrong, yeah, it can. Actor was a wife beater in 3 Avallac'h shirts. Works in a chop shop. Kitten. Oh, okay. Kitten out lowriders. So yeah, everyone will picture him as Hispanic. But what if Hector has a trust fund and wears or whatever word is? I know that's not the company that makes polo. Ralph Lauren makes polo. It's not a polo shirt if it's not a Ralph Lauren, because they literally own the copyright on the word polo shirt. Worked there, that's how I know. I didn't know before I worked there. With popped colors and is a member of the yacht club, ordering enchiladas for dinner. Who said May? Everyone picturing him as Hispanic. We've included a cultural reference as a positive example, so it indicates you agree with them. He didn't exactly say what the perpetrator was. Would you picture somebody as Hispanic with that description? Also, do you know how expensive it is to build a lowrider? Are you talking $300,000 or $400,000 to build one of those? You need to be a millionaire to be able to build one of those. That's. I know you see movies always show the white trash poor kids from the wrong side of the tracks with lowriders, but the reality is only millionaires have them. I know I had to read this 3 or 4 times before it wears a wife beater. It's like, okay, it's talking about cut-off shirt. 3/4 shorts. I don't know, what is a 3/4 shorts? Is that's like what roller skaters, skateboarders, bikers wear, is it? I don't know, what is a 3/4 short? I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's what rollerbladers and skateboarders and bikers wear. Okay. Why would that description, it says, yeah, everybody's gonna picture Miss Penn. I mean, that when I see that, first thing that pops into my mind is white trash. Hispanics are colored people. They ain't white. They ain't gonna wear something like that. I'm red, I write fantasy and don't have to deal with temporary race politics. Who said anything about politics? Again, I don't understand, why does politics always get brought into this stuff? I don't understand. You know, I agree with you. Everybody's down voting you. I agree with you. Yeah, this is, I just said this like 5 minutes ago. Why is race not specified equal white when somebody back there said something defaulting to white, and I'm like, I've never defaulted to white. Why do people do that? Yeah, this, I agree with this. To complain that a character is white when their race isn't specified is bizarre. You're arguing something without evidence. Arguing something without evidence. Like the people who call my novels erotica. They clearly never read my novels. If they did read my novels and they're still calling them erotica, clearly they've never read erotica or they don't know what erotica is. I think they've been living in their Bibles too long. If you're talking about a story with a setting in an Earth-based entity within a specified real-life location, you can look at the racial demography and make an educated guess. So, they are saying you can't see color when you read this long post here. They're saying you can't see a character's color when you read because you can't see color at all because your mind doesn't process things in color. Well, maybe you see things in black and white in your head and shades of gray, but I don't. And I think most people don't. So, you're an idiot. And that's completely irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant to the topic. But I can see why. I can see Dumbledore is gay, levels of non-representation. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with everything you said, I just agree with that part. We can't technically prove that they're not white, which is Dumbledore's gay levels of non-representation. Yeah, it's like, when were we ever told Dumbledore is gay? And she said that in an interview. And she said that in an interview after she got a lot of hate for being very anti-gay. People started accusing her of being anti-gay. And she said, well, Dumbledore is gay. And everybody's like, what? How's Dumbledore gay? At what point did you tell us Dumbledore was gay? There's nothing in the Harry Potter series to indicate Dumbledore is gay. I and most people, and most of the people I ask, which are not characters primarily because that's what we're saying about the heroines. I was just thinking he don't. Which is weird. But what does race code mean? I've never heard this term before. That's what how to code my characters in this race code and what is the relevance of coding a race? I don't know what coding a race means. The difference between coding someone's race and a statement. What relevance of race or international understanding? Why does it matter at all if the culture connected to character race is relevant? The character's race should be explicitly stated for clarity. I agree. 2 of the ones I've uploaded have been downvoted a lot. The others are uploaded a lot. I'm agreeing with some of the ones that most people are disagreeing with, but not all of them. Some of them are being downvoted for good reasons. I don't downvote anybody. I've never downvoted anybody ever on Reddit. I don't. I'm like, you know what? There's enough people downvoting you. I don't need to. I don't want to get into downvote wars. Also, I see people start arguing that they'll be like, why did you downvote me? I didn't downvote you. Yes, you did. I did. And all you got to do is click on a person's profile. Hover over profile. There we go. Click on their profile, this little thing that says user right here. In their profile, there is a thing of tabs up at the top. It goes posts, comments, votes. Yeah. If you suspect somebody of downvoting you, just open their profile, click on the vote tab, and it'll tell you. It shows a list. Here's all the things they upvoted, here's all the things they downvoted. That's all you gotta do. Instead of going, you downvoted me! And they'd be like, I didn't downvote you. Why do you think I downvoted you? I agreed with you. What do you... And then they start fighting. Just go to the profile. You can see who downvoted you in their profile. It's right there. How do these people use Reddit and not know half the features that are on Reddit? For example, if the character is American, their race isn't really important, isn't really relevant. Yeah, that's another thing about what we were reading yesterday and today, and it's probably all in the same video for you. Going through, we'll be coming up to it. We're actually right up to it. Most people, for some reason, assume Boom Fuzzy is white. And yet, we are outright told he is a black Asian. There's scenes where people ask him, they're like, you look Asian, but you're black. And he tells them, he'll tell them his father was black and his mother was Asian, but he doesn't know where she was from. He suspects she's from Mongolia. So that's what he will tell people. He father was black. My mother was Asian. She died when I was very young. I don't remember where she was from. No one ever talked about it. I think she's from Mongolia, but I don't know. And he's a black man with Asian features. Or an Asian man with black skin, however you want to call it. He's described as looking Asian, but he has black skin and he has woolly hair. If someone takes offense, that's the reader's issue. You know what? I'm going to upvote you, and I recognize your name. I've upvoted you a lot in the past. I remember seeing this name before as somebody I've upvoted before. Don't know who you are, but apparently I agree with you frequently. Most of us described in fiction would feel unnatural if people actually talk like that. Hey guys, what's up? I just came over to your house, passing by the gas station. There was the magenta trash can. You know, this is somebody who does not live in Maine, because people in Maine do talk like that. I don't see how stating a race is different than stating anything else about them. Describing characters is what narrators do. Yeah, I think so too. The black guy walked through the door, and this black guy sat down. Isn't natural, is it? Again, clearly not somebody who lives in Maine. Because people do talk like that. It's one of the things that annoys me. You hear Ben frequently. Oh, what was it, like 2 weeks ago now? She was in one of these editing streams, so you heard him, didn't you? Ben comes over, and he had come over the night before. He wanted to know, do you need anything? I'm going to stuff. Write down stuff. So I gave him a list of stuff. And so the next day, which is the day I'm live streaming, he comes back. He's gone to the store, he comes back. He's got stuff. And he's unloading stuff. He's sitting here on the bed. He's got a bag of stuff. He says, I got this. Oh yeah, I got this. And then he's like, oh, I didn't get. I'll go back tomorrow and get it tomorrow. I'm supposed to get this to go with that, and I didn't get it. I'll go back and get it tomorrow. Usually it is, I didn't get this because they didn't have it, so I'll go tomorrow. You know, I went to Walmart today. I'll go to Market Basket tomorrow. Maybe Market Basket will have it, and if Market Basket doesn't have it, I'll go to Shaw's. It'll be something like that. But that wasn't the case this time. He's like, I got this, I got that. I didn't get this. I'll go back and get it tomorrow. And it's like, why'd you word it like that? That's not a character. That's not how you normally talk. Why did you word it like that? And his answer, and I was like, oh my God. His answer was, there were 3 black men standing in the aisle, and I couldn't go down the aisle because there were 3 black men standing there in the aisle, and they were looking at it, and I couldn't go down there. And I'm like, are you hearing yourself? I asked him, are you hearing yourself? And he's like, Yeah, I know what I'm saying. There was 3 black men in the aisle. I'm racist. I know it. He couldn't walk down the aisle because there were 3 black men shopping. He's like, I'll go back tomorrow and get it. But this is how people talk. Black guy walked through the door. Black guy said that. That is how people talk. And they're like, people don't talk like this. Where the hell do you live? People do talk like this. This is how people talk in Maine. And I tell him, I don't like it when people do that. I don't like it when Ben does it constantly. But ask him to stop. And it's like, he used to be like this. That's the other thing. He's always had issues with black people, but it's not been this bad before. It got worse in the last few years. I mean, he's had friends who are black. He's the guy that he was his partner back. He was in the Air Force. He was black. He didn't want to let him find. When he was a missionary in the Mormon church, his mission partner was black. When he was a high priest in the Mormon church, the guy he answered to was black. It was Brother Long. Brother Long's the one you heard me talk about. The guy that collected the Stradivarian violins. He was a concert violinist, and he had a whole collection of Stradivarian violins. He also had huge dreadlocks. You know, it's probably Brother Long's dreadlocks that I describe when I'm describing Bill Fussy as that. I was about maybe 15, 16 when he died. He had cancer. Brother Long. I liked him. He was one of my favorite people in church. He's the one. He had a white wife, and I remember everybody used to pick on her. Constantly picking on her. What are you doing with that black man? And the other people would get mad at him, and they'd be like, what are you doing stealing white women? People would say that when they're in church. It was back in the 80s. And I remembered one of the bishops. It was Bishop Morgan. So all these crazy things that happen, it's always Bishop Morgan. It was Bishop Morgan. Again, always Bishop Morgan. He's the one that got kicked out of the church. The Salt Lake came in, and they're like, oh my God, what the hell is wrong with this bishop? And they excommunicated him. They didn't just, you can't be bishop anymore. They kicked him right out of church. He couldn't be in church anymore. The stuff he was doing was so crazy. But this was another thing that he did. Brother Long, his hair went all the way down to his knees. And it was this massive, he must have had dreadlocks for 20, 30 years to get his hair like this. It was huge. It was just these huge dreadlocks that were everywhere. And he was an old guy, too. He was like in his 60s or 70s. And so his hair was like turning white. So it had like white streaks of the dreadlocks. And it was wild, his hair. And he was really high up in the church. And he was, his position was over the bishop, but it was on a statewide level, not a individual church-wide level. He was the mission president, so he's the guy who trained the local missionaries. So he had to answer to a lot of bishops. Every place had its own bishop, and he was over their district area, so he had to answer to a lot of bishops. And where he lived, the Cape Elizabeth ward was the closest one, so that's the one he was going to mostly. And he would rotate which church he went to because he was the mission leader. He had to go to the different ones to train the different missionaries. Before they went to Salt Lake, they had to have pre-training before they go to Salt Lake to be trained in Salt Lake at BYU before they could go on their mission. So that was what he did. And he came in one day, and his hair was straight. he'd taken his hair, and it must have been so heavy, because I didn't have dreadlocks back then, so I didn't realize how heavy dreadlocks were. I had dreadlocks for 13 years, and they were 42 inches long at their longest. And so he had taken his dreadlocks, and he'd, like, pinned them up around his head, so they went out like big loops, and came back up. And he did it again, and he had, like something you'd see out of a cartoon. It was so bizarre. And he got up in front of church. And he says, "As you can see, my hair is short today." Oh no, somebody pissed off Brother Log. So, oh, you didn't. You don't. Do not piss him off. He was one of those people, you pissed him off, he was going to be sarcastic, and he was going to go hell to piss you back. And he gets up, and he's up in front of the church up there at the pulpit. So he says, "As you can see, my hair is short today." My hair was still on. He says, "I have been informed that I am not allowed to have long hair while I am in church." See, we found out that he deliberately had this wild, crazy hairstyle to make his hair look as absolutely insane as possible. But it was all short because he had folded it up and folded it up and folded it up. So it was all below shoulder length. All of his hair was like to his chin. But it was all over the place because normally his hair went down to his knees. And so it was all over the place, up in the air, everywhere. Well, it didn't come down to his shoulders. I mean, it went practically up to the ceiling, but it didn't come down to his shoulders. We found out Bishop Morgan had pulled him out of one of the classes the Sunday before and said, "You're not allowed in this church unless your hair is short. You are a bad influence on the young people. You gotta have short hair. You cannot. We're not gonna let you be a Mormon." Okay. You know, Joseph Smith and Brigham Young both had long hair. And what's his name? Was it Porter Wells? Is that his name? This seems like that's the wrong name. The guy that always went around with Brigham Young everywhere. Look up pictures of Brigham Young. There's several pictures of Brigham Young with this guy standing beside him. Looked like a wizard. His beard went all the way down to the ground and dragged along the ground behind him. Like Rapunzel, only it was his beard. And he braided it. He had a braid, and a braid, and a braid, and a braid, and he braided the braids, and he braided more braids. And his beard went down and loop and down and loop because it was so long he was tripping over it. And he had this really, and it was all woven like a basket. It was insane. He was one of the apostles of the Mormon church. He had this wild, crazy beard. His hair was the same way. And then you have bishops today going, "You can't have long hair. You can't have beards." Brother Long also had beard. "You can't have long hair. You can't have beards." No. Well, let me think. There's Brigham Young and Joseph Smith and all the other apostles and disciples and Quaraun of the 70 and prophets. They all got long hair and long beards. And some of them got some pretty wild long hair and wild long beards. They're the founders of the church. You're telling me that they taught not to have long hair, not to have beards? They certainly did not. St. Franklin was. A man entered a room who was 6 feet tall, black, and had a beard. You said you had mentioned he was black and tan. I agree with you. That's exactly what I did. 6 feet and tall is incredible. Fingerprints as extended sleep picture stacked on the top of the Oh, that's a bot. I was like, what is this? Oh, it's a bot. It's a bot. It's one of those bots that converts things. Okay. I feel like he's imagining something like a black man blacked through the room. He was 6 feet black, and had a black beard. The man blacked down to his seat and happened to be black. Yeah. Isn't like you have to re-describe them every time they appear in the story. You do. Readers are generally retarded. I mean, it is what it is. The average reader is so damn retarded that they cannot tell what a character looks like, no matter how many times you say it. So say it as often as possible, because readers are stupid. That didn't used to be the case. It's annoying. I'm left wondering, does anybody know how to read or write when they leave public school? What the hell do public schools do? People used to read and actually understand what they read. They had reading comprehension, and they could see that, oh, this is what the author described. Now people are like, wait, the author described the character? When did he do that? I don't remember that. Wait, that guy has dreadlocks? Major plot point, yeah. Wait, he's black? Yeah. Wait, you mean there's no white characters? Not one? Oh, I don't know. We're in Canada in 800 AD. Europeans hadn't gotten there yet. Do you think there's anybody white in the Quaraun series? You let me know when you find white people in America or Canada in 800 AD. There are no white people in the Quaraun series. I generally describe my characters when they pick the story, and when I do that, I like to say that I have dark skin or food ethnically and serve ethnicity. I mean, personally, I don't see an issue saying flat out. Just never read a narrative. It's just I've never read a narrative flat out says character's race without being unnatural and putting way too much attention to it. I've never read a narrative describing someone's race or ethnicity. Maybe you need to read more books with more diverse characters. Yeah. In her face were two sharply blended, the delicate features of her mother, a coast aristocrat of French descent. And the heavy ones of her florid Irish father. Now there are only 3 people left to be sorted. Thomas Dean, a black boy even taller than Ron, joined Harry at the Gryffindor table in the sorting scene. He was prematurely bald and he was pudgy. His color was bad, like the crust on a pie from a cheap cafeteria. In other words, he's a bad guy. And was bartender, a 20-year-old descendant of a proud Inca nobleman. He has a dark golden color to his skin, not quite brown, but also not white. And the other 5 guests were, I don't know how to say that. Oh, I hate trying to pronounce Japanese names. I can never remember how to pronounce. Their alphabet pronunciation is different than I'm used to. can't phonetically pronounce their names. I'm not going to try to because I know I can't. I'm not going to be able to get it correctly. She got slack for only mentioning her characters when they were non-white. No, she didn't. She did get slack for it, but that's not what she did. That is not what she did. That's people going, oh, okay, this character's white, so I'm going to pretend I didn't know that she described that character. This character's black. Why? Oh, this character's white. I'm going to ignore the fact that she just told me that character's white, but that character's black? That's what that is. She did describe the non-white characters and the white characters. An adult romance author. So how old are you? As a black writer, I've never been able to write a black character where race is irrelevant. I agree. That's the thing. I've never seen race as irrelevant. That's what I was talking about back there, whereas that one, whatever, which one was it now? Way back up near the top. That was saying if their American race doesn't matter. Both of these comments, I agree with this first sentence that they said, but I'm not going to upvote because wow, the rest of what they said. And then this response to them. The phraseology of both of them, it looks like the same person with two accounts. this is... I remember this happening way back. I don't know if it's the same farm they were talking about, but it was a thing back the late 90s. Most of the 90s on the internet. There were no pictures uploaded. That wasn't a thing. Everything was text. Everything was DOS. So when pictures became a thing, you could upload pictures, and everybody's like, oh my god, you can upload pictures. Wow. Pictures on the internet. Who thunk? And now there's pictures all over the internet. If you've been on the internet long enough, the internet used to be just white pages with black text. That was it. There were no graphics, nothing. You didn't have color, nothing. And even older, it was black with green text. I was on the internet with a Windows 95 computer when I started building websites. Oh, and floppy disks. CD-ROMs hadn't been invented yet when I started building websites. We still used floppy disks back then. It was so funny. I remember this happened with me when I first started putting pictures of myself up on my internet, on my website, and people were like, "Wait, you're a woman? I thought sure you were a guy." I was like, "No." And they'd say you use male adjectives when you write. You said women write. They were saying women write delicate and flowery, and you write really harsh girls when you write. And so most women don't write like you. We never thought you were a woman. There was a lot of people who were saying that. I'm like, okay. But that was a common thing when people, the invention of being able to put images up on the internet, and people started doing it. And a lot of people, you'd see that, they'd post a picture of, that's me. And people do exactly what he said. Oh my god, you're black. I'm not even black. Might just be a them problem. People imagine neutral characters to their own set of neutral. For them, maybe white. For me, could be brown. I have a character named Miguel, and nobody sees him as white. Is that not a white name? I would see that person as white. That sounds like a white name to me. I mean, that's an extremely European name. You could also try watching rich people communicate more, as is natural in big cities. Very uncommon outside of them. I agree with that. Make friends with different ethnicities, genuine friends. What you seek requires actual life experience, because certain things can't be imagined at a desk. You won't find us in mass waiting to be befriended. That's true. As a general rule, most of us have been hated on so much by white people throughout most of our lives. We run screaming from white people who don't wait around for them to try to friend us. I'm not a writer who's interested in culture, but personal relationships and mysteries. I see them post frequently. This is true. Readers can think characters whatever race they want. That'll be white then, in general, if it's not specified. Most readers, regardless of race, instinctively assume characters are white. Sometimes readers assume characters are white, even, it's not sometimes, usually, even when stated otherwise. See Rue from the Hunger Games. No. This is not true. And you are so definitely not a writer. Writing is fundamentally a product being offered to the reader for the reader's use. That's where you end up with people with copyright lawsuits. You are not allowed to use my characters. I'll just unpublish them. I've done it before. Most of Quaraun books used to be on Amazon. You could buy them on Amazon. The listings are still there in my dashboard. And you tried to click on them to go to them. And you'll get a 404 error. This page does not exist. Because I set them to private. Because I get sick of people being, you know what? I don't want your characters to be people of color. I want them to think them as white. Well, guess what? When an author deletes a Kindle edition from their dashboard, it deletes out of your Kindle too. So, hey, now you don't have it. And then I get people, I went to read your book in Kindle and it's not there anymore. Yeah, I got sick of the bitchy people saying that, one person should be white. Hey, guess what? Now you can't call him white anymore. You can call him anything. You can't even read him anymore. One of the many advantages of Kindle. Authors shouldn't try to micromanage a reader's experience. You know what? Readers shouldn't try to micromanage the author's experience. Bite the hand that feeds you, that hand might disappear. You're going to have some pretty bland and generic characters, fast-paced, are cultural, and I was just thinking that. That's what I just said back. Where was it? They're replying to the one that I said that, right? Yeah, right here. They are. I'm not a writer interested in culture. It's like, how your character is going to be racially different if you're not interested in culture? But that somebody over here is agreeing. They're just replied to it and they're agreeing. You're going to some pretty bland and generic characters if aspect of their cultural upbringing aren't apparent through your descriptions of them. I agree with you. This can work for short stories and secondary characters as well as stories outside of naturalistic settings, but will be pretty hard for main characters and realistic plots. Depends on what the reader is interested in. If you're turned off by books that spend so much time on the cultural upbringing of the character. I am turned off by books that don't include the culture of the character, so yeah. Opposite of what this person's talking about. And even I'm going to specify this occurs more times with fake cultures in fantasy literature where I could not care less. Most people don't say it right. I could not care less how these people behave or were brought up. You know, you'd run into issues, and I think this is exactly what I was talking about earlier when I was saying earlier, just like a half hour ago, where people who have complained about the Quaraun books and they're like, when is something going to happen? I'm 5 chapters in and they're still sitting in the garden talking. They haven't done anything yet. Quaraun talks a lot about his childhood. He is very, very depressed, and he has post-traumatic stress disorder. And talking about his childhood is what he does. So sitting in his garden and talking about the way his people raised him and the stuff they did to him, that's what the Quaraun series is. So I could not care less how those people behave or were brought up. People who ask things like that, I think they're people who also think things like this. They're like, I didn't care what happened to him as a kid. Well, why are you reading it? Because that's all he's going to do. It is 300, it is 138 novels of this guy sitting in a bar, sitting in a tavern, sitting in a garden, sitting in a marketplace, sitting somewhere, sitting at his campsite in the middle of the woods, bitching about his shitty childhood, how he was brought up, the culture that he was raised in, and all the stuff that is wrong with it. That is what it is. That's all he does. There's no, ooh, things are gonna happen. No, this is what it is. And if you go outside of the novels and you go to the short stories, there are over 2,000 short stories of him doing the exact same thing. That's all it is. I come from perhaps an older school where it can be acknowledged that people have universal traits, themes, and experiences that can satisfy arcs and make for interesting people. Again, arcs. I've never used arcs in writing. That's a fairly modern thing. When you start talking about story arcs and plot arcs and character arcs, and it's like, yes, I understand that you went to college and you studied how this is how we should dissect a novel. To hell with the story. Let's dissect. Does it go whoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop enough like a roller coaster? Who the fuck cares? I hate people who do that. I don't get that either. Why can't you pick up a book and read it for the story? Why do you have to be, Oh, well, the author must have put a hidden meaning, so I better look and see, is there some type of structure that makes a character... I wonder if there's a theme. We better be looking for a theme. I don't care that the character's doing that. No, we gotta have a theme because the author must have put a hidden meaning, and no, I don't care what the character's doing. I need a hidden story. There's a hidden meaning. And I gotta find it. Oh, there's a code. Oh, it's gotta have something to do with God and Satan and the Da Vinci and secret. Why can't you just read the story? Why do you have to look for things? Read the fucking story. Guess what? I have never once used a character arc. I have never written a character arc. I have never used a plot. I have never used a plot arc. I have never used a story arc. I have never even used a plot, period. I write the story. There's no themes, there's no hidden messages, there's no political stuff. And I get so sick of these people who are like, oh, well, it must be a political thing about gay rights and animal rights and this and that. And I'm like, where are you getting this stuff? I didn't write any of that stuff. What are you talking about? And then they're like, oh, well, it's all erotica anyways. I was like, what? Where is the erotica? What is with these people who read stuff and they're like, well, I wanted it to be this, so I'm going to pretend it's that, even though that's not what the author put there. You know what? Maybe you should go check yourself into a psychiatric ward, because you probably have schizophrenia. Only someone with paranoid schizophrenia is going to be looking for hidden meanings and hidden messages and hidden themes and hidden arcs. Normal people don't do that. You're not normal if you do that. I'm going to take a wild leap and say this person probably has paranoid schizophrenia. Look at what they're saying. Where can we embed this? This requires embedding. They're being embedded somewhere. I don't know where yet. I can think of so much of a very long article that I want to write. Cheng is a last name, though. Who calls someone by their last name? Okay, you're not a Christian. General Christian belief is that first names are sacred and you're not allowed to say them. They call it the Christian name. And you're not allowed to say them. That's the reason for brother-law, sister-law. You only address someone by their first name to shame them. Which is why most people never called me Sister Allen. They referred to me as Wendy. In the Cape Elizabeth Church, and the Saco Church, and the Sanford Church. They never addressed me as Sister Allen. They addressed me as Wendy. It stood out because everybody was sister last name, brother last name. You never use a person's first name. If you are in a Christian society, you never use a person's first name. First names are sacred. Who calls somebody by their last name? Everybody who is a Christian, which does make up the largest religion of America. All religions of a whole in America that are Christian, Catholic, Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon, Baptist, Methodist, all of them. They all use sister last name, brother last name, father last name, mother last name, bishop last name. It's never the first name. Mr. last name, Mrs. last name. Even in public situations that aren't church. You never run into your classroom and say, "There's my teacher Mary." You say, "No, there's my teacher Mrs. whatever her last name is." I have so many things I want to write about, so much in this thread. I am probably going to write a very long article. I'm probably not going to comment on the thread itself because bitch fest, and I prefer to keep bitch fest off of Reddit. Just because there's enough people bitch festing on Reddit, I don't need to add to it. Is Herman way to study Victorian? Yeah, he was. Actually, he was. Why are you voted down? That is actually true. People are voting that down. Law enforcement and sports are two places where it's done a lot. Some first names are distinctively black, like Andrew. Andrew's not black. white name either. It's a Mediterranean name. It's a Middle Eastern name. Do you not know that? It's a very old Middle Eastern name. Why would they think of Andre as a distinctively black name? You didn't know. Washington, Jackson, Williams, Davis are names often associated with black Americans. Seriously, I did not know that they are. It's because of slavery. When a lot of them, when they were released from slavery, there was a huge amount of them. When they asked them, what's your last name? They didn't know their parents' last names. They only had a first name. No one had ever given them a last name. A lot of them were like, George Washington he's the founder of the country. I'm gonna call myself George Washington Jr. And so they'd have their first name, and then their middle name would be George, and their last name would be Washington. It was really common. That happened a lot. Andrew Jackson, yeah, I mean that was a thing. It's because they're slave or anything, yeah. Yeah. It was a result of slavery, yes. See, if I just scroll down a little bit more to see that, they said the same thing I did. That is what it was. You posted this look how many times I posted it. Because we read it back up there, and it's posted and posted and posted. If it matters, it should be obvious to the reader from the story. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know why you're being downvoted. I'm gonna upvote it up because I do agree with that. And this is true for some stories. I think you should let people think what they want to think about the character. I mean, that's true in some cases. It does depend on the story. Or when you're dealing with something where a character is a specific culture and there is a battle between two cultures and it's a big race battle, well then, yeah, race becomes a plot thing. And it is important then. But it's possibly not important sometimes. Also, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm poor. I can't go to the bathroom. And I said, back on the front again. He's had time to come all the way around again. he's still doing it. He's like, oh boy, I've never had so much algae. Oh yeah, that tank's got an algae problem. I scraped the algae off the front of the glass. There ain't that much on the front. There's just a little bit that shows up after a few days, so I scrape it back down again. But the back glass of the tank is covered with algae. Algae's actually good for the tank. A lot of people, they're like, oh my god, I'm gonna get rid of it. Algae's actually good for the tank. You don't want it on the front of the tank because then you can't see into the tank. But you scrape down the front of the tank, let the back of the tank be covered with algae. Fish, I think I bought a fish. But the algae on the back of the tank is so long it comes way out and floats, and you can see it. You can see it in the filter outtake, the filter overflow. You can see this long stuff flowing out into the tanks. That is algae that has been there a long time to get that long. There's a pleco. Algae everywhere. He's been eating algae ever since he was there. He was probably starved to death in his tank in the store. There was no algae in that tank. All the tank was just stripped clean. He wasn't on the glass either. He was just sitting there, just looking around. There's no algae for me to eat. I'm just going to sit here bored. He's just sucking his way across the tanks. He starts on the glass. He sucks the algae and it goes a bit and goes a bit. And he's been doing it. It takes him about 2 hours to go all the way around the tank. And he's back into the front again. He's going an inch at a time. He's just slowly moving. I have never had a pleco this tiny. He's barely an inch long. He's almost a fry. I put covers on the intakes on the there's 2 filters on the tanks on each end. I put covers on the intake because he is small enough to fit through the mesh of the intake. This fish is almost a fry. Since the pandemic, I have been looking for another pleco. I've always got a pleco in the tank. There's never been a point where I didn't have a pleco. So I used to have several plecos, but I've only the last few years only had one pleco. When the last pleco died, she was the oldest one in the tank. Well, she was the oldest fish in the tank. I had her for years. So when she died, I was going to get another pleco, but the pandemic was going. So none of the fish stores had fish. The tanks were empty. Nobody had fish. Okay, nobody has fish. Oh, PetSmart, Petco, everybody. Nobody had fish. You couldn't get fish. Nobody had hamsters. Nobody had birds. Nothing. It was like they shut down people working at the stores. They shut down because there weren't enough workers. They're like, nope, we can't have any animals because we gotta have people here daily to take care of them. So, So I was gonna order a bristlenose online. All the breeders were every one of them. Thousands of them. We looked at all the breeders in America, every single one of them. Found breeders in every state. We found all the pet stores in every state. We contacted everybody everywhere. We were getting the same answer back. Nobody has got bristlenose plecos. People who go down to Peru and catch wild ones, because I've had wild ones before. No, they couldn't go out of the country, so they couldn't ship them up. People over Australia and Europe and stuff, some of them had them, but they couldn't ship them to America. So we had about a year without a pleco in the tank. And I didn't realize how much difference they made with the algae until someone didn't have a pleco. So now we have lots of algae in the tank. Because the tank's been about a year without a pleco. I feed the plecos, get those LG wafers. When we have plecos, I feed them that. So I never stop to think, oh, yeah, you're eating the algae in the tank too, aren't you? Because they're algae eaters. Most people get them to eat algae. That's what people get them for. I don't think, oh my god, look at this fish. Plecos are my favorite fish, so I always have plecos. We didn't have any at all said algae, and I was like, oh yeah, they're algae eaters. I forgot. Yeah, I always hear people talk about, I'm on the fish farms a lot too. I always hear people talking about, I got so much algae in my tank, and I was like, for years, I'm like, I never have algae in my tank. What am I doing that I never have algae in my tank? What do I do different? Then the past year, the pleco died, and so the past year we haven't had pleco in the tank, and the tank had overrun with algae, and I'm like, huh. That's apparently why I never had algae. I didn't realize it made that much of a difference having pleco in the tank, because I was feeding them the Emerald Diet algae tablets. Plus they get shrimp and bloodworms and tubiflex worms, and who's that? Raphael. I see Rachel. Rachel's over there. Raphael just over there. He's about halfway across the front. He was over in the corner, little pleco. He was over in the corner. He's about in the middle now. He's working his way around. He'll be all the way over in a minute. There's at least 3 different types of algae in there too. There's like a brown algae that is growing around the filters, and then there's like a hair algae that's long, skinny hair, like it looks like white hair that's growing on the plants, and then on the sides in front is green algae. So there's probably more than that, and I can't tell the difference. So there's at least 3 different types of algae in there. He actually seems to be focusing on the hair algae. It's like, oh, this is great. He's got the pleco wafers in there. He hasn't bothered them yet. He's like, I don't care about them. I'm going to actual algae. I have fresh algae. I don't need that dried algae in the pleco in the wafers. Curry Cat's got one of the wafers right now. Big curry cat. Oh, why is she so big? Curry cats are only supposed to get around 2 inches. She's 6 inches. I have a 6-inch curry cat. She's way bigger than the rest. Most of them are quite small. Most of them are around 2 inches. There's a couple that are over 3 inches. One that's about 4 inches, but then there's one that's 6 inches, just giant. She looks so bizarre next to the others because there's 14 of them. There's 14 curry cats, and they sit there all lined up, and they're all close to the same size. They're all 2 or 3 inches, and there's a couple that are slightly bigger. But then there's this one giant one that sits there with her. She's huge. They're not supposed to get that big. However, I looked it up, so I was wondering, is she somehow different than the others? And I looked it up, and in the wild, curry cats can get up to 8 inches long. And somebody had a curry cat that was 16 inches. They had one once, and most of them stay 2 or 3 inches. But they've been known to sometimes get big, and it's because of some type of hormone imbalance growth thing. They can, just like people, whereas you can have dwarfism or giantism, where most people are 5 feet, 6 feet tall, and once in a while somebody's 8 feet. So I just happen to have a curry cat that has that issue, and she is gigantic. A bunch of regular sized curry cats and one giant one. He's almost all the way to the other side. He's about a quarter to the edge. He'll be going around the corner in a minute. Pleco. He's wagging his tail while he's doing it. It's like a little dog wagging his little tail. Which, when a pleco does that, that means they're happy. So. There goes Raphael again. Move out of my way. He's pushing all the curry cats away. So you're in my way. Get out of my way. He's pushing them all aside. He says, I'm sitting here. The Cats aren't doing anything. They're like, yeah, we're not moving. He's nudging him over and nudging him over, and the Cat's like, yeah, I'm not moving. He's slowly pushing the Cat over. He says, I want to sit here. You're in my way. He swims with the Cat in the morning. The Cats get up and they zip back and forth and back and forth and back and forth the whole length of the tank. They do that all morning. And Raphael gets up and he swims with them, just like he's one of them. So, bunch of little teeny catfish go back and forth and back and forth, and one gigantic monster fish go back and forth with him like he's like, I'm a Cory Cat. Ignore the fact that I'm 2 or 3 feet bigger than you. I'm gonna swim with you. There he goes back in the cage. I see cave. I see Rachel in her cave over there. She's like, I'm ignoring everything. I'm still pissed. She's still mad. She's gonna be mad for weeks. She's the one to do this. That's Rachel did that. The little Pleco says, I don't know this giant fish yet. I'm gonna go hide. He's up in a plant now. I'm gonna pretend I'm a leaf and nobody can see me. I need to go to the bathroom. Also, I need to look see if I have any other drinks. Ben bought the drinks, and then he forgot to bring them over. He bought them and took them to his house, and he came over here. He went to the store on his way over here, turned around, went home, took the stuff back to his house, then came here. As were you going to start way over? Didn't you tell me you? I got a text here says you're going to start way over. He's like, that's right. I took all the stuff back to it. Why did I do that? I don't know. He has Alzheimer's. He does things like that sometimes. I don't know if I have any over here or not. He's supposed to bring them here and he took a little rock house. Oh, poor Ben. He gets so confused because there are so many houses. Poor mailman. So where am I supposed to wait. This isn't matching. This is different. Wait, that town and this town and that town and how many places do you live? I don't know. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 locations. That's why you don't always see me in the same place. 5 different locations. Okay. Let's pause this because I gotta go to the bathroom. The alligator. Awesome. Here, back. are you doing at my house? It's way too hot to go out. It took me so long because I went out and got my car. I can't remember. Did I tell you that I had to move my car? Landscapers were here doing work on the yard. They come every week. So I've got... It's a regular thing. They just come every week, they do their thing, then they leave. They never have to knock on the door and ask questions or talk, because they just come in, do their thing, and leave. And he's like, you gotta move your car. I need to mow. Oh. I've been here 3 years. I've never needed to move my car before. He comes every week. Why? So I just went to move my car. So I don't know. Are you somebody that works for the regular guy? Are you the regular guy? I don't know who the regular guy is. And I just moved my car. And he comes in with this big riding mower. He's like, I just got this. We tried out. Okay. It's as big as my car. And it doesn't fit on the lawn. He's usually out there an hour, mowing and 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 mowing. He was up there, zip, 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 done. It took him longer to blow the vacuum, the grass clippings up than it did to mow the lawn. He was here and gone in 20 minutes. It's just that, got a new mower. Oh, you got a new mower, alright. Is there something wrong with me? Popularity versus being against others? None of that makes sense. I feel like I always write things nobody else wants to read about. I feel like that sometimes. I don't force myself to write stories that are against the norm. It's just my ideas happen to be. I agree. I know that that might sound good, but it doesn't. I see stories that are more well written, more nominative, and get more validation from other readers. So, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Normastic isn't a word. What does that sound French? If writing is how you earn your money, conform and choose not to be a starving artist, or write whatever you want and understand, though it's lonely, that the stories you create may never be read, or find a middle ground. Yeah, that is what you have to do. I mean, that's why I have pen names. Pen name writing pays the bills, and I guess makes me write lots and lots and lots of Quaraun, which is what I actually want to write. How come that isn't green like they usually are? If sites have traditionally colors are published on Wikipedia, just Facebook, friends, etc. What are some honest questions people have about writing that you think have simple answers? Wow. Oh, just to read the comments. I think we should be just about getting back to where we last looked at it. One of my characters in historical fiction as a reader, I actually don't mind epitaphs. I've forgotten what that word means. What is that? I used to know what that word means. Okay, wait a minute. I need to look up what this word. It's one of those words where I knew that word years ago. Also, how do you say it? Epithet. Okay, I knew I was saying it wrong. Epitaph. It is. Epithet. Epithet. Okay. An adjective or descriptive phrase expressing a quality, characteristic of a person or the. Oh, do I use those constantly? I use those constantly, don't I? Old men are often unfairly awarded the epithet dirty. Yes. Oh. Oh wow. I use those a lot. In fact, for the past couple of weeks, you have watched me look up lists of those and add them because we don't have enough, and I didn't know what they were. I've been calling them sensory words. Sensory words have an actual name. That. We know what all our sensory words now. We just need to learn to pronounce it. I need to hear this several times or I'm not going to be. Epithet. Epithet. We add lots of epithets. Attributed, added. Epithet. Okay. We need to add lots of epithets to our novels. Not sensory words, epithets. We've been calling them sensory words. They're epithets. I love epithets. Mickey's over there texting. He says, I'm going to take this blanket. I'm going to sit in front of the air conditioner, but I'm going to take this blanket and go underneath it. It's the blanket. That's why he was over here. I mean, he was just climbing up on the chair here a minute ago. He took my blanket. I only just noticed he took. I had a blanket sitting here. He took the blanket and took it there. I kind of worry that I drastically overuse epithets. I overuse them and then I add extras. I overuse them and I'm like, wow, we haven't overused enough. Let's overuse some more. Yeah, I knew sensory words had a name. I just didn't remember what it was. Epithet. Oh, we know. That happens in a lot of scenes where more than one male, more than one female, and the scenes two characters and different pronouns, and I tend to lose loads of epithets. Oh, we use so many epithets. That is why I can't understand why people can read the Quaraun series. 22 volumes. People can read 22 novels and be halfway through the 22nd novel when they realize, wait, Bloom Fuzzy's black? How did I what? You never told us he was black. Yes, I did. There are 5,678 epithets in the 21 previous novels telling you that Bloom Fuzzy was black. Showing you that Bloom Fuzzy was black, because I tend to show more than tell. Are excessive epithets a deal breaker when reading? No, not for me. That's what I do. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about Edgar Allan Poe, and you hear me, and I'm like, I wish more people wrote like Edgar Allan Poe. Rather than saying, I wish more people wrote like Edgar Allan Poe, I should be saying, I wish more people used an excessive overuse of epithets, because I like the excessive overuse of epithets when I'm a reader. Using minor epithets in written. There's a comment that I can tell. They're fine as long as you don't overdo them. Oh no, overdo them. Lots of overdo them. This is an archive post. What is that? Okay. There's an ad there. We should probably go whoop, like that. There we go. Mickey's like, what was that sound you just made? He just jumped up and sitting there staring at me now. He said, I heard you make a funny sound. reader should be easily able to follow the plot and flow of the story. Having characters differentiated helps the reader. Anti-epithet immersion is important in keeping the reader focused on the story. I classify epithets as part of immersion. Details that distract the reader break immersion. Now, when there's no details there, my mind wanders and goes, what the hell? Why aren't they describing? I want to know what this person looks like. I don't want to spend time going, okay, now, what does this person look like? Because I am going to do that. I do that. Ad is now up there. I spend way too much time when I am reading wondering, what does this character look like? Why are they not describing this character? If you don't describe your characters very shortly into the novel, I am probably going to stop reading before the end of the first chapter. I'm that type of reader. I do. If you write without a single epithet, you're going to be like the dog ran. The dog ran by. Sally ran after the dog. Gun, land, and boy. So how come you don't have ads on this? Yeah, I've noticed that before. So this subreddit doesn't have ads. Does it have something to do with how long I've been a member of this subreddit? I have been a member of this subreddit for 11 or more years. I know it's been more than 10 years that I've been a member of this subreddit. The prince, the noble, and the king, as if those were interchangeable. You can be all three. And surely they could have just given the dude a fucking name. Or they could have just said that bastard and never given him a name, because that bastard. Working hard to avoid using names isn't how humans communicate. Ooh. Okay, you don't know anything about humans. Because the average human never uses another person's name. Watch how people talk to each other. Hey, you! Hey there! People bend over backwards to not use names. Start paying attention to how people around you talk. You'll see it. This just working hard to avoid using names isn't how humans communicate. Yeah. Have you ever noticed how odd it is when a character's, hey Sally, I'm going to talk to you about, hey Sally, you know, Sally, hey Sally, yeah. Nobody talks like that. Nobody uses a name. Pay attention. Nobody ever, hey, and calls out your name. They don't. It is really bad writing. You can tell. They're talking about, oh, it's amateur writing if you use this type of way. It's amateur writing when you go, character name, blah, blah, blah. Character name, blah, blah, blah. Character name, blah, blah, blah. Because that's not realistic. You're not a well-read person if you didn't know that that's bad writing. You also need to get out more and talk to people and see how people talk. Go to your local mall, sit at the food court, and just listen to conversations. Try it. You'll be amazed. Do it every day for a few weeks. Keep a chart. How many months is it going to take you before somebody says somebody else's name? Months, yes. You're going to be waiting months. You will encounter thousands of people going by every day, talking and yapping, and they will never use a name. Ever. Because real people in real world situations, they don't address other people by their name. It's really bad writing when the characters are constantly, yeah, so, blah, 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 character name, blah, 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 character name, blah, 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 character name. It's not real. Character names are only inserted into dialogue so that people remember, oh, that person's talking, that's why they said this other person's name. Because no one in real life uses a name. How do you approach backstory in creative writing? Backstory. I don't know. It depends on what they're referring to. Should each and every chapter be a page turner? If I don't turn the page, I don't finish reading. Don't put your characters in a box. Is there a danger of getting sensory details and descriptions wrong? How would you get them wrong? I don't know what they mean by that. I will open it and read it, but right now I'll open and read this other one. There is a difference between characters being confined to simplicity and characters being portrayed consistently. Consistently? Yes, consistently. That's why it's that consistently or constantly, because I started to say constantly and then I said consistently and I'm like, wait, what? It's consistently. I'm not quite sure where that line is drawn, though I know that people are usually inconsistent. They make mistakes. Many have ideas that they don't stick to, which in my mind sometimes wouldn't translate to writing very well. Yeah, that is something. Consistency in writing and inconsistency in characters. There is a line that can be drawn with that. Like with Andrzej Sapkowski, it's a problem to the point that he's not doing it intentionally. It's a problem to the point that he needed a consistency editor to check, because Tris Marigold with blue eyes. Yappity 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 yap for a couple more novels. Tris Marigold with brown eyes. And it's not a situation of, oh, so I'm going to use a glimmer spell because I want brown eyes. No, he just forgot what color eyes he gave the character. Which is why you see in the game, oh, well, he couldn't remember what color her eyes are. Let's give her green eyes. So in the game she has green eyes. And then you have characters like Ciri. Avallac'h skin. Black. Yappity 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 yap. Avallac'h skin. White. Yappity 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 yap. The same color skin as the High Elves, who are drow. Black again. Yappity 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 yap. I am white and I can't stand black people. Ooh. Ciri changes skin color multiple times. That's why when the Netflix series came out, they didn't know, should we cast a black actress or should we cast a white actress, because both were said, and it wasn't a case where, oh, she's a shapeshifter and now she changed skin color. No, it was a case of the author couldn't remember what the fuck skin color he gave this character, and he just, well, today I feel like writing about a black character, I'll say she's black, and then a year later, well, I feel like writing about a white character, I'll say she's white. That's the problem with labels. He is the perfect example of an author who you could use for why you shouldn't use labels, where you write a generic character and you're like, oh, black skin, and then a year later you forgot in your next novel, you forgot that in your last novel you arbitrarily said, hey, she's got black skin, so you know you got it with white skin, but then the third novel you're like, oh, didn't I give her black skin? We better have her black skin, but you forgot that you gave her white skin in the second novel. Be consistent with your characters. But then you have this type of inconsistency where people are usually inconsistent. They make mistakes. They have ideals they don't stick to. This type of inconsistency is something that a lot of authors avoid deliberately, and they shouldn't. For exactly the reason they point out, it's hard to translate it into writing. You see me do it in the Quaraun series, where in Night of the Screaming Unicorn, and you see it in all of them, but in Night of the Screaming Unicorn, there's a scene where Quaraun's talking, and Unicorn asks him, how old are you? And he says 400. And then maybe 100 pages later, he's saying something, and Unicorn asks him again, how old are you? And he says 750. And there's a reason for it, and I've had readers have commented on this with this particular novel. It's a thing that's consistently throughout the novels, is the fact that Quaraun cannot remember how old he is, so he says a different number every time. If you pay attention, every time somebody asks Quaraun, how old are you? He says a different number. 400 here, 750, 800, 1,000, 500. He says a different number every time. He can't remember how old he is, and he can't remember what he said last time. So it's always a different number. But with Night of the Screaming Unicorn, which is volume 1 of the series, so it's the first one that it's the first time people encounter it, so that's where, once you get to other novels, you start to realize, this is a thing. He can't remember how old he is. But the first time you see it happen, readers are generally, they get, wait, he said 400, now he says 750. So people ask me, they're like, is this an error? What, how old is he? He doesn't know. Nobody knows. That's the point. I mean, it is the point that nobody knows how old he is, not even him. He can't remember. His lack of knowing how old he is a plot point that early in the series doesn't yet look like a plot point, but later on in the series it starts to become clear why this is an issue, because there's a time travel aspect going on, which isn't initially known. It's something that unfolds later on, and you start to realize, oh, he went 100 years into the future, he lived there for a year, now he's back here, he lived here for a year, then he went over here, and he kept going back and forth in time. And so then when he gets back to his own time, he's like, well, I was born 400 years ago, but I lived there for 10 years, and I lived there, but now I'm back here, and he doesn't know. He's been traveling back and forth through time so much that he doesn't know how old he is anymore, because there's no consistent, he can't count the years back. He's like, I don't know, I lived there for 30 years, and I lived there for 40 years, and I lived there for 10 years. Now I'm back here in my time. I lived back in time and forward in time, and I was born this year, and now it's this year, but I lived this many years over here, and there's no way to know how old he is, because it keeps adding up and he doesn't keep track. So 10 years here, well, was it 10 years or was it 12 years? Maybe it was 20 years, I'm not sure. He doesn't know exactly how long, so it'll be like, well, I know me and Boo because we lived together for about 30 years. I don't know how many years it was. I didn't pay attention. So he ends up not knowing how old he is, and it's 400 years since he was born, but he's actually 750 years old, and that's why you see both dates being given. Because, yeah, you were born 400 years ago. Wait, how are you 750 years old? And it's like, no. So you see the inconsistency where this is a character who doesn't remember his age, and his age is said to be different age every single time somebody asks his age. It's always a different number. You see stuff where he forgets because he's got Alzheimer's. That's another thing. He's very old and he has Alzheimer's. And so people will say something to him, and then a few days later he'll see that same person. It'll be like Monday he talked to this person, and now it's Wednesday, and he's completely forgotten that he talked to them. And so they'll be talking to him, and he's like, I haven't seen you in decades, and you just talked to me 2 days ago. No, I didn't. And it comes out looking like he's lying, but he's not lying. He doesn't remember that he talked to this person 2 days ago. He remembers that, well, I remember you when I was a teenager, but I didn't, 2 days ago? No, I don't. Did I talk to you 2 days ago? He doesn't know. So you see in the Quaraun series huge amounts of inconsistency that is there deliberately, because this is a character who has really bad memory problems, and there's a time travel element, so there's a combination of not being able to remember things and having the time travel element confusing him on top of that. But then also this part where it says here, many have ideals they don't stick to. Quaraun is incredibly religious and devoted to his religion, and he'll preach all these things about it. He'll not preach, but like lecture people when he's talking to somebody, and they'll say something, and he'll be like, I would never do that. This is what my religion believes. We believe this. They're like, okay, doesn't your religion also teach not to drink? And you're hearing it have drinking medicine day. Doesn't the religion teach not to take drugs? I mean, how much LSD have you taken in the last hour that you're setting on fire in your sugar cubes? So you're soaking your sugar cubes in LSD, and you're pouring opium into your absentee, and you're setting it on fire, and now you have who the hell knows what concoction you just made out of all those drugs that you just mixed together. You just said you adhere to your religion. How is this adhering to your religion? Wait a minute. Doesn't everybody in religion? Aren't everybody in religion celibate? You have sex with this guy. Do you have sex with this guy? Do you have sex with this guy? You're supposedly what? So you see huge amounts of inconsistency with that, where he has things he believes in. He's got this religion that he believes, but he's not practicing it. He hasn't practiced it. He still believes it, but he hasn't practiced it in years. So they see him say, "Yeah, no, you can't do this and that. I'm one of these, and we can't do this." And why are you doing it? Huge amounts of inconsistencies. Doesn't translate into writing well. It doesn't. It is really difficult to write a character with those kind of inconsistencies, because you have to remember the consistency of the inconsistency. I mean, that's another thing. When you're writing, you have to remember it's not just random where, oh yeah, I can randomly put this age in here and that age in here. No, now I have to remember that here he said 400 and here he said 750, because now I have to go back later. Somebody's going to bring that up, and I got to remember he said 400 to this person and 750 to that person in two different scenes, and it's really confusing to try to keep, with you as a writer, trying to keep an inconsistent character, their inconsistencies consistent throughout the entire story. That's difficult. That is really difficult, because not only do you have to remember the consistency across, you have to remember multiple consistencies for one thing that is inconsistently different several times. It's very difficult to write. It comes off with a character acting more realistic, but it also does make it harder to read. I mean, that is something readers say, is that it's hard to read, the fact, and yeah, it is. I am aware that it is hard to read. It's incredibly hard to write it as well. I wouldn't recommend doing it often, but if you were dealing with a plot that required that type of a thing, which I am with the Quaraun series, if you were dealing with a plot that required that type of inconsistency, then yeah, do it. But if you wanted to add that type of inconsistency just to make your characters more realistic, and you could have the story without it, I would say don't do it, because it's not easy to write that. To keep an inconsistency consistently inconsistent, that's not easy to do. Oh, that was fun. Mickey was laying over there, and I'll see he leaped up and ran across the bed and flopped down over here. So, sleeping the other side, right? He was asleep on that end of the bed, all the way in the end. He leaped up and ran over here. And now he's asleep all the way on this end of the bed. So. Gotta switch my position. He's at the wrong end of the bed. Oh, that goes in the front again. He's had time to come around. It's like a merry-go-round going around the tank. I don't remember ever having a Porco do this before. He acts like he is just so excited. He acts like he's never seen algae before. He acts like he's so excited. He's like, oh boy, I don't care that I have pellets and shrimp. I have freeze-dried shrimp, and I have shrimp pellets, and I have flakes. I have wafers. I don't care about any of these things. I have actual real algae. The way he is gulping it down and eating it, he acts like he's starving. Which, he does look underweight. I did notice that all of the fish that we got the last 2 days, they're very skinny. Oh, they're so skinny. It's like, do you have people there feeding your fish? They look like they haven't eaten in... It almost looks like they feed the fish once a week instead of every day. I feed my fish multiple times a day. I'm one of those people who's like, I walk by the tank and the fish come to the front of the tank. I'm like, oh, they're asking to eat. And I'll walk by the tank 10 minutes later and they'll rush to the front of the tank. Hey, they're asking to eat. I keep feeding them. So I end up with some very fat fish. I have a very fat fish in there. She is. There is an extremely overweight Danielle in there. She's completely round like she's a goldfish. I've never seen a Danielle look like that. She's always the first one to the food, and she doesn't stop eating. It's like she doesn't have a thing to tell her to stop eating. That's something about Raphael's. The thing in your brain that tells you, I'm full, I better stop eating. Raphael's don't have that, which it's what? Is that the pituitary gland? Am I thinking the wrong word? I don't know. Something like that, but that might be the wrong word. I've forgotten. They don't have it. So if you just poured food in all day long, a Raphael will sit there and eat and eat and eat and eat and eat. Raphaels have been known. It's a thing. It's actually a thing. People have gotten them and made YouTube videos soon. If you continually feed a Raphael, their stomachs will just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the fish will explode. They'll just eat until they explode. They won't stop eating because they don't have a thing that says, oh, I'm full, I need to stop. So you have to regulate how much you feed a Raphael. That's not that hard to do when you also have curry cats. These curry cats are like, I'm going to eat everything in this tank and it's all going to be gone within the next 50 seconds. They gulp stuff down so damn fast. Characters don't usually think of themselves in the way authors seem to, or at least the way I do. Real people's ideals, opinions, and responses are much more fluid than what I'm comfortable with. Right. You know, most people who write about cannibals, like that person was just talking about, I don't think they've ever known real world cannibals. It's like, they're talking about a construction worker lost their finger, and this guy was a cannibal, so he ran over and grabbed it and ate it. And I was like, real world cannibals don't. If you want to ask, do you know real-world cannibals? Let me think. Did you know that Maine currently has a Creutzfeldt disease outbreak? Did you know that so far the FBI has dug up 31 sawed-up bodies in my yard since July 2016? I write what I know. Did you know where Quaraun is a cannibal? You very much write what you know author. Is there a danger of getting sensory details description wrong? What I mean is mainly this. Can I make what I think is a pretty decent observation about something a character is going through, and then give it a description with one or more relative senses, and somehow run into the danger of it coming off wrong? Can I describe a wrong descriptor to a sense? A smell might be pungent, but if I want to use a different smell, far less intuitive descriptor for the thing I'm going for, basically, is going to keep the reader out of story. You describe a dress either blood red or ruby red. One is associated with death, while the other is associated with jewelry. Good point. That would take the reader out of the story because they will think you're setting up something that you're actually not. I agree with that. Yeah. I only used beta readers for a very short time. In the early 2000s. Never before, never since. Never for the Quaraun series. I used beta readers for Himmelkater. Himmelkater is the only series I've ever written that ever had a beta reader. I do not take this advice too hard. Why not? I prefer details to be accurate. When I'm describing senses, I really get it, but yeah, I do too. I actually Googled, does Big Spill taste like? Yeah, I do that too. I do. I agree with you. I agree with you a lot. What makes an interesting point of view? I don't know. How to balance nonfiction and fiction writing. What have your experiences been with sharing work in progress with family members? I have a broken jaw and 14 broken teeth. Had to have a fake jaw put in. Had to have all my teeth removed and put in because there wasn't enough left to restore, and most of my face is plastic surgery. That is my answer to that question. Have you ever noticed how many times characters in my novels get beaten in the face with a brick, or how many times Quaraun gets his teeth knocked out by a brick? How many times Quaraun has had his jaw broken by a brick? I write what I know. Did you notice that the little white four-door pickup truck that used to sell deer steaks out of the back, after July 2016, doesn't drive around anymore? My deer steaks. I've been incredibly inspired lately by plenty of awesome new ideas. So then I go and sit down and write and immediately feel tired and foggy and just quit. Well, that was an exhausting sentence to read that could have been broken up into 3 sentences, or better yet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Your 32 sentence long, 32 word long sentence probably could have been reduced to 7 words or less. I think I can see why you feel exhausted and tired after you start to write. That'll do it. It will. And a lot of people will say that that's bad writing. Oh, look at all those adverbs and adjectives you used. I actually like writing like that, so. I like that type of writing, but it will exhaust you to write like that. Is good writing just a quality that some people have and others don't? No, good writing is a skill you learn. You mean good storytelling or good writing? Good storytelling is something some people have and others don't. That's not necessarily a skill you can learn. Good writing, that's a skill you can learn. That's not something you're born with, nobody's born with it. That's a skill you learn. When it comes to drafts, where do you draw the line? For what? How do I discuss ethics in a story? I can't even tell what this is saying. I've read it multiple times and I still can't figure out what's said. Do you know a writer who wrote or talked excessively about his writing process to elucidate the choices he and writers in general have to make when writing a piece that makes no sense? It's just gibberish. Advice for writing skin color. Everybody hates it, but hey, food. Have your character be a chef and compare everybody to food while he's cooking. Never start a rewrite mid-draft. I agree. You'll never finish it if you do. When it comes to drafts, where do you draw the line? Okay, now that I have a better understanding of what they're asking, because that didn't make sense. But it does now that I read the whole thing. I have had I'll read it. I have had an idea in the works for almost 2 years now. About a year ago, I began putting it on paper and wrote about 130 pages before deciding I wanted to change some aspects. I started a rewrite, keeping many of the core elements of the story. Got through only 35 pages before deciding to start again with some new ideas. What I'm saying is I'm probably going to keep having new ideas as long as I'm writing this story. So when should I just continue with what I have and stick with it from the start? I'm worried that if I continue with an idea that I think could be better, I'll finish the novel and not be satisfied with it. Or at least if I start over when I'm only 100 pages in, I only have to rewrite 100 pages. Oh, I'm in the process of rewriting a 500-page novel. What is the fear of rewriting? I've seen this type of a question before, and I'm like, why can't you write to the end and just rewrite the whole thing again once you have the end? At least I only have to rewrite 100 pages. Well, if you don't get to the end, and you keep rewriting 100 pages, and you rewrite those 100 pages 5 or 6 more times, you've written 500 or 600 pages twice. Did you think of that? Definitely struggle with the fact that my draft is likely not going to be perfect, which is why I have a tendency to rewrite it. That's bad. That's really bad. You're never gonna have a novel published if you do that. No, I wonder. I don't notice when somebody has black skin versus white skin. And I'm part colorblind. Could that be why? Oh, why are you being downvoted? Well, you're being downvoted. I'm red colorblind. I can't see red. I can't see a lot of shades of red. Someone who is described as being black. Their skin has a lot of red tint in it, doesn't it? It's a lot of dark red tint. That's why it comes out dark brown. Because brown is a shade of red. I'll be talking to people in the store. Just random strangers. Looking for something. Some worker will come over and ask what I'm looking for, and I'll talk to them. And then Ben will be like, how could you talk to them? And I'm like, what? What's wrong with them? They're black. And my response is always, were they? I didn't notice. I never notice. That's the thing. That's why I don't understand with so many people. You see people who are always talking about black people. Oh my God. I remember the first time I was ever told about black people. I was watching The Cosby Show. I wasn't very old. Maybe 10, 12 years old. I wasn't very old. I'd seen a few episodes of it. I saw maybe 5 episodes total in my lifetime. It was like the TV was on. I don't know, somebody was watching something and it ended and they just left the TV on and that was the next thing that came on, so I was sitting there watching it. And I wasn't paying attention. And my mother came in. She just beat the hell out of me. She was very violent. Beat the hell out of me. What the fuck you doing all that crap? And she started screaming about niggers and black people, and I was like, I didn't know why she beat me up. I figured out, you know, obviously there's something wrong with The Cosby Show, and I'm not supposed to watch it, but I don't know what it is. And a few days later, it happened again. I don't know, was the show on every night or every week? Maybe a week later, I can't remember. It happened again, same thing happened again. Somebody was watching something, the TV got left off, and they you know, got done, they went off, did something, they left the TV on. Cosby Show was the next thing. Come on, so I was just sitting there watching it. It wasn't like I went and turned the TV on to watch the Cosby Show. It was just, that's what was there. They got up and left, and I was still sitting there, and again, she comes in and she beats the hell out of me. grabs me by my ear, slams me down on the floor, takes a book and starts slamming it into my head over and over and over and over. Those fucking niggers! You can't watch those fucking niggers! And I was like, oh my god. Again, I was about 10 years old when she did this. And I had no clue. There was no concept. There was not a point where she said those people are black, you can't watch it because those people are black. It was just a vicious attack because, oh my god, you can't watch that. She kept using the N-word. You can't watch that as... I had no concept of what she was saying at all. It was just like gibberish. I had no clue. And I was too young to know what those words meant. I did absolutely nothing. And there was no explaining that these people are black. That was not a thing that was being done. It was just, oh my god, the Cosby Show is on. I gotta beat the hell out of this kid. That was... for years I didn't understand it. I absolutely did not understand it. And then later, it was like maybe a year later, similar thing happened where the TV got left on and just the next show came on its own because the TV was on, nobody was there watching it, so the show ended, the next show came on, and it was the Jeffersons. Which again was a show about a black family. And I didn't know that. And same thing happened again. She beat the hell out of me and she went into this rage. And it wasn't for several years. Again, no clue. There was nothing in my... I was just... Cosby Show is evil. I don't know why. Jefferson Show is evil. I don't know why. The connection to the fact that it was because it had black actors in it, that wasn't made clear for several years later when I realized, okay, she really hates black people. But that was the first time it was ever pointed out to me that, I mean, I'd seen black people before then, but it never registered to me that they were different. There was no point where my brain went like, oh, black person. I didn't notice. And had she not had that type of response, I never would have noticed that the people in the Cosby Show were black. Same thing with the Jeffersons. I didn't notice. And that's still a thing today. It's now 50 years later, and it's still a thing where I go to the store and there's black people working at the store and I don't know it. And 2013, it was just before I got beaten up with the golf clubs. It was like a month before. It was right before. There were two different incidents. One, it was the first day of the last semester, so it was 3 months before the golf club incident happened. This one happened, the other one was about a month. And I'm in the bathroom. If you don't know, I'm an extreme germaphobe. I have an issue with that. So I carry with me, that's why when the pandemic started, it's like, I already have masks, I already have gloves, I already have wipes, I've already got cases of toilet paper. You see me, for years, I carry toilet paper with me everywhere. I have a really hard time going into a public bathroom. I also have an overactive bladder, so I frequently need to find a bathroom, and it can be an issue. It's an issue to the point that I have to wash the entire bathroom stall before I can use it. So if you need to me somewhere and I need to go to the bathroom, it's going to be an hour or more before I get out of the public bathroom. People like my father and my mother, Ben, and people who, if they go with me somewhere, they're like, okay, she needs to use the bathroom. I need to have something with me to do because she's going to get out. I cleaned the entire bathroom, the stall, the toilet. I carry a big tote bag with me full of cleaning products. I have Febreze bottles, I have Lysol bottles, I have an entire cleaning arsenal in my tote bag. That big giant tote bag that you see me carrying everywhere, it's full of cleaning products. And toilet paper, and bottled water, in case there is no water. I will not use toilet paper in a public bathroom. I won't use a sink in a public bathroom to wash my hands. So, I said, I'm a germaphobe. Not something I talk about very often, but it's a really big issue. So I'm in this bathroom, and I cleaned the whole stall down. And I don't have my water bottle with me because it has emptied. And I haven't yet gone to the vending machine to get another one because I also won't use water out of a fountain. I'm the child who survived Heaven's Gate. I'm not going to drink water that somebody might have touched. For the obvious reasons. People who always want to know, look how was the Kool-Aid? It was great. Kool-Aid. 39 people died. Including my grandfather was. So, I don't have bottled water with me because my water bottle is empty. I can't refill it at a public fountain. I can refill it out of fountains I trust, but not a public fountain. So the vending machine's down the other end of the college. I haven't gone down there yet to get my water. So I have to use the sink to wash my hands. And I can't use the towels that are hanging there because I have my own paper towels. Like I said, I have this massive cleaning equipment in my tote bag. So I'm cleaning the whole sink and everything and the faucet and all this stuff. Then I can wash my hands. And most of the people in the college know this is a thing. I was frequently late for class because, yeah, she's stuck in the bathroom. She's having germaphobic issues. There was a couple of teachers who were like, can I come in and help? Okay, let me help. Clearly the issue was, I can't turn off the faucet after I've turned it on, and, you know, I have to wash my hands, but then I can't turn off the faucet because now I have to wash my hands and I can't touch the faucet. I need somebody to come turn the faucet off for me so I can stop. Once I realized that was a thing, it was not uncommon for a teacher to come in and be, okay, let me help you with this, you can stop and get to class. Like I said, most everybody in the college knew this was an issue. This was a major issue. And so this is going on. And this woman comes in. Never seen her before, never saw her again since. It was the only time I ever saw her. She comes in and she starts screaming and yelling, and I have no clue half of what she was saying, because not all of it was English. She was going back and forth between two languages. She would scream something in some language, and she'd scream something in English, and she was going back and forth screaming two languages, and I didn't know what one of them was. Never heard of it before. If it had been French or German, because there's a lot of French and German in this area, I would recognize it. It was Gaelic. My grandmother was Gaelic, so I would have recognized it. It wasn't French, it wasn't German, it wasn't Gaelic. I have no idea what it was. I have no clue what is going on. She is just screaming and yelling and screaming and yelling. And then she starts saying that this is also, you see how I dress. That particular day, I was wearing a dress that a lot of people consider outright blatant gypsy. It's the one you see on my website that has the huge white skirt with all the ruffles, and it ties up to the side, and then it has layers of yellow underneath. It's like something tribal belly dance type with the embroidery and the fringe and the ruffles, and it's very elaborate. And, you know, my veils and hijab and all this stuff that I'm wearing this because this is how I dress. This is anybody who hasn't converted to Americanism, if they're still wearing traditional clothes, this is how they dress in gypsy culture. It's pretty obvious. Also, at that point, I hadn't yet learned American English, so I couldn't speak American English yet. It's 2013. 2013, I still couldn't speak American English. I didn't know it well enough to be able to speak it. So it's pretty obvious, both from how I've dressed and how I talk, that I'm not an American. And I have no clue what basic American white culture is like, because I have a really hard time interacting with white American culture. I still have a hard time interacting with white American culture. White Americans are very, oh my god, gypsies are 10 times worse and more evil than black people. Let's kill them first, and we'll kill the black people later. Let's kill the gypsies first. White people hate gypsies. So, the average person doesn't mistake me for a white person. It's really weird when somebody does mistake me for a white person, because you're not going to meet a white person who considers me white. White Americans, you call me white, a white American's going to be like, what the hell? That thing is not white. Also, they refer to me as thing. Most white Americans refer to me as an it or a thing thing. The gypsies are like unicorns. We're not humans, according to most white Americans. I'd be surprised how often people say that. Like, oh, they have psychic abilities and magic powers. They're all witches. They're not humans. They're immortals. I didn't realize that the white Americans thought of us like that until I started going to college, and every other white person I encountered had something like that to say to me. So this woman is screaming and yelling, and she's doing this weird, you keep our kind in slavery, and I'm like, what is she talking about? Because at that point, I also didn't know much about American history. And she's going on and on and on and on, so I have no clue. Well, most white people in every time period of history, all the way back to Bible times, and into the 1970s, less than 40 years ago, the gypsies were still kept as slaves by white people. Slavery is still a problem outside of America for my people. Most gypsies outside of America live in some form of slavery or forced servitude. It is a common problem in most of Eastern Europe. Slavery is a current issue for gypsies. It's been an issue for over 5,000 years for gypsies. But she's screaming death threats now. And she's screaming and yelling. She starts screaming death threats. I was like, okay. I have no clue what this woman's talking about. I don't know what the problem is. I don't even know who she is. I don't know. Is she going to be mixed up with somebody else? However, I'm walking distance to a security office. I'm at the bathroom. Security office is just go down this hall, out this door, down there, there's the security. So I'm like, you know what? I was gonna walk over and tell security that this woman is harassing me and I don't know why. So I go over and the head of security is there. Ben was terrified. Head of security is there. He is about 7'3". Big guy. You look up at and I go, oh my god. There's the Incredible Hulk. Big, huge guy. He couldn't go through doors. He had to bend down every door. This massive guy. And he was the head of security. he is also the primary professor. What do they call it? He's the head professor, but there's a specific word for it. The head of the department head for the police academy. This particular college has a police academy at it. So if you want to train to be a police officer, this also is the police academy is at this college. Well, he's a police officer, and he's head of security, and he's the one who's in charge of this police academy. So I go and I tell him, and I've reported stuff to this guy before. I knew this guy from, we've seen, there'll be like students fighting, there'll be some drunk student pounding another student's face into the sidewalk. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tell security, there's a fight going on over there, somebody's trying to kill somebody. So I was well acquainted with, yeah, something's happening, let me tell this guy. So I'm telling him what this woman did. And he's like, okay. So I'll go see if I can find her and talk to her, find out what's going on. He says, what does she look like? So I start describing what she's wearing. The first thing I describe is her hair. Her hair is dyed fluorescent dago neon orange. It is shaved on one side, and it's shaved kind of on this side, and then it's like a mohawk that goes up and around and coils. It's really distinctive. It looks like it's sculpted to look like a candle flame. It looks like something out of a cartoon. It is so distinctive. So that's the first thing I described, because that's her hair. There aren't many people who have hair like this. And he's like, okay, so what's she wearing? She's wearing blue jeans. She's wearing a pink and white striped shirt. She's probably twice my weight. She's about 6-7 inches taller than me. He's like, okay, and what race was she? She was black. And he stopped and he's like, you didn't think to start out by telling me this was a black woman? I said, no, why would I? He says, you're the first student to ever do that. He said, I deal with students. Like, he starts going on. He says, I deal with students all the time. Constantly. Hundreds. They make reports. So they get a few hundred reports every day. They always start out with, it was a white person. It was a black person. It was an Asian person. It was a Muslim person. That's always the first thing. He said, it's always the first thing. He said, why didn't you think to tell me skin color first? And I was like, I don't know. Didn't notice. He says, what color am I? And I'm like, well, I don't know, what color are you? Oh, you're black. He says, you didn't know I was black, did you? You've been talking to me all these years and you didn't know I was black. I was like, no, it never occurred to me before that you were black. He says, he said, you're not white, are you? He said, I thought you were white. You look white. He says, you're not white, are you? I was like, no, we're gypsies. We're half Native Americans and we're quarter black. My grandfather is a gypsy. My other grandfather is a gypsy. One grandmother is a gypsy, so there's 3 gypsies. But then my other grandmother, she's half Kickapoo and half Dahomey. Her mother is 100% Kickapoo Native American Indian, and her father is 100% Haitian from Dahomey of Benin descent. So, Native American and black, and gypsy. There's no white in us at all. Gypsies, if you don't know, are Hebrew. Mountain Jews is what they're also called. The Mountain Jews of Persia are the race known as Gypsy. They are no relation to the Romanis or the Travelers, 2 completely separate groups. Gypsies are not Romani, Romani are not Gypsies. When somebody tells you, you can't say Gypsy, you have to say Romani, no. Gypsy is correct if you're talking about the correct group. Gypsy is only a slur if you're using it to reference a group that are not gypsies. If you call a Romani a gypsy, that's wrong. Yes, if you call a traveler a gypsy, that is also wrong. But there is a group actually called a gypsy. They're usually known as the Mountain Jews of Persia. But the Mountain Jews of Persia, that's what we are. The Mountain Jews of Persia are the gypsies, the people who lived among the Egyptians, literally the Hebrews who escaped Egypt in the Bible with Moses. Those are the gypsies. It is specifically the Jews who were enslaved by the Egyptians and were brought out of Egypt by Moses. That branch of Judaism are the gypsies, the people who lived with the Egyptians. They're known today as the Persian Mountain Jews. They are us. That makes us a Semite blood, Hebrew blood, what some people would consider a type of Arab blood. But we don't consider ourselves connected to Arabs. It's a different bloodline. But Ishmael and Isaac had the same father. We are from the line of Isaac, they are from the line of Ishmael, so technically Arab and Hebrew are the same bloodline, but they branched off from two different sons, so whatever it is. But until he pointed out that he was black, I never noticed that he was black. And this was a man that I knew for about 7 years. Talked to pretty much every week for about 7 years. Before he brought it to my attention. Do you know I'm black? And I'm like, no, I never noticed. I didn't notice. And there was another guy, Pius. You could not mistake him for anything other than black. I never saw anybody like Pius before. He looked like somebody took literal black paint and poured it over his head. I've never seen anybody with such dark skin before. But again, it was a situation where I didn't notice it. He was my best friend in college. We took a lot of the same classes together. He sat with me together. If I joined the club, he would join it. If he joined the club, I would join it. We just did stuff together in college all the time. He was a refugee from Ghana. His mother and his grandmother were voodoo priestesses. He recognized the stuff that I wear and the stuff that's painted on my car as, hey, that's voodoo. So that's how he initially came over and started talking to me. He said, Veve, you know Veve, are you in voodoo? So you talk about voodoo, and he's like, yeah, I converted to Muslimism, but yeah, I was raised voodoo. That was the religion I was raised in. He was all excited because, oh my God, I'm in America and somebody here knows voodoo. This is my culture. You're in this culture too. So we used to talk about that stuff. He's how I got to know a lot of Muslims because he was a member of this Muslim group. They had a Muslim Quran reading group, like a Bible reading group, like a Bible study group, but it was a Quran study group. And I had already read the Quran before that point, so I knew some of it. It's been a few years since I read it. So I started going to that. There was a Bible group. I went to a Bible group. He would go to that with me, and then he was going to the Quran group, and I was going to the Quran group with him. And I ended up getting to meet a lot of Muslim people through that. And somebody pointed out to me one day, they're like, the Bible study group, they were mostly Baptists, and they were all black, and I was white. And the Muslim group, they were all black, and I was the only one white. And somebody asked me, do you know this do you know you're the only white person in these two groups? And they weren't small groups. The Bible study group had like 50 members, and the other one had well over 100 members, and they were all meeting in these are huge clubs. And somebody pointed out, you go to these groups with all these black people, and you're not black. Why? And I remember the woman did the woman that has said that. The first time I ever met her, I was in the cafeteria. The cafeteria was packed, so there was no place to sit. And there was like on the back wall, there was like these like computer things. There were like a little, you could fit your laptop on it, and there was one chair. They were like pushed together so that there were chair. They were the only things empty. All the tables were full. So I went and sat at one of those. And this woman came over, and she sat down with me. And she said, "It is so good to see somebody that I can sit with." And I was like, at first I was like, I thought she meant like somebody she knew from one of her classes, but I'd never seen her before. I had no clue who she was. She wasn't in my class. I don't know who this woman. And she sits down, she starts talking. She says, "There's so many of them." And I was like, "So many? What is she?" I didn't know what she was talking about. It was like she was talking, she was having a conversation with somebody else, and they left, and so she was finishing it with me, like I knew what she was talking about. What she's talking about. She says, "There's so many of them." She said, "I can't find a place to sit." And I'm still sitting here trying to figure out, what is she talking about? And she points over this table. She says, "Look at them all. They're everywhere." I was like, What? What are you talking about? And she puts her hand on my hand, and she's like, "It is so good to finally find a white person in this room." And then I realized, oh my God. The whole cafeteria, it's all the black students, and the Indian students, and the Muslim students, and me. There were no white people in the cafeteria at all. And I'm like, you know I'm not white, right? I have a skin disorder, so I'm really pale, but I'm not white. She says, "What do you mean you're not white?" So I start explaining, Native American and the homemade, which is black, and Gypsy and Jewish, and she's like, "Oh my God, you look so white." I don't know. But she's the same one who later pointed out, "Wow, you're going to these two study groups and you're the only, how can you tolerate it? You're the only one that's white." No. I'd never seen black people in real life outside of cockroaches. The only time in real life I've seen any other than Brother Long. I think I was talking about earlier with the dreadlocks. He was saying about that cat. He used to get puked on something. But then there was bias. So, when we had study group, because we had all the same classes, me and Bias class and several others would study together. And it was about a month before the golf club thing happened, and I couldn't go back to college or work or anything. I'm stuck in a chair ever since because broken spine, broken hip, broken knees, inoperable damage to my spinal column, nerves that don't function good anymore. I can only type with one hand now because one of my hands doesn't function on a proper level enough to use a typewriter anymore. That was Kendra Silverlander. A few times I've seen her in person. Crazy redhead woman. Still in the problems. Near as the FBI can tell, she mistook me for somebody else. According to the stuff she says, she claims I'm some kid who beat her up in kindergarten. But she's 30 years older than me, so she would have graduated high school about 10 years before I was even born. So obviously I'm not the kid who beat her up in kindergarten, even though that's what she was saying was the reason why she was doing this stuff. So, as I said, the FBI thinks she mixed me up with somebody else. Anyways, about a month before that happened, I was paralyzed for 5 months. It took me 18 months to relearn to walk, get up out of the wheelchair. I was in a wheelchair for a while. That's why you see me walking with a cane now. I've breasted a point of a cane. I had a walker for a while. It's unlikely I'll ever be able to walk without a cane. That's what it is. But about a month before all that happened, I'm in study hall, and it was me and Avallac'h and Tim and Timmy and Nick and Pius. And Pius had a bunch of his friends from one of the other classes he was in that I wasn't in, so I didn't know them, but they were there too. So there's like this group of tables, and we had put the tables together so that we were all, there was a whole bunch of us all together. And just studying. Talking while we're studying. And all of a sudden, Alana looks up and she's like, "Can we help you?" And she looks so scared. And then Timmy's like, "Timmy, okay?" And he looked terrified. Like, so I turned around to see what had scared them. I turned around to see what had scared them because they were looking right behind and over me. Clearly somebody was standing behind me. Yeah, somebody was standing behind me. I didn't get a chance to say a word. Ben was there. As he frequently was. He Omega male issues. You think alpha males have issues? No. Omega male issues are worse. Way worse. They must be in control of absolutely every move you make and everyone you talk to, and you need their permission for everything, every move you make. You can't get up to go to the bathroom without asking his permission first. Omega males are like that. Omega males are really major, extreme control freaks. So he frequently showed up at the college. He frequently showed up in the classroom. Several times I had teachers who were like, "You know what? You're not a student. You're trespassing. Leave." And he would argue with the teachers, and he'd be like, I'm here to watch her. And they're like, fine, but you're not a student. Leave. Go outside. Stay in the hall and wait. He was a problem. He was a problem when I was at work, too. He always showed up at work. Extreme possessive issues. People who have met Ben in person. People who have been friends with me online and then meet me in person when Ben is around. They've then later told me online that, oh my god, how can you be with him? They're like, I saw him under fogs and he was nice, but then I met him in real life. It's like, I was scared he was gonna kill me because I was trying to talk to him. And I'm like, yeah, he gets like that. But he was just standing there and he was glaring at Pius. Pius was sitting right beside me and he was just... And the colonel was still alive at that point. The colonel had not yet died. He died in 2015. This was 2013. Ben's from Austria. His father's a colonel from England. That says something. They came to America in 1953. Did they get it back? Yeah. So, Ben is standing there glaring at Pius, and he had this look that it was just pure, livid fury. To the point that he scared the other students. He never said a word. He was just standing there glaring at Pius, and he scared the other students. They were like, ah. What? Who's this guy? What happened? They were terrified. You could see they were terrified. That's why I turned around looking. What the hell scared them? And, and I can't get a chance to say anything. He just grabbed my books and my papers. And he isn't even checking to see if there were my books and my papers. He was just grabbing books and papers that were in front of me, shoved them in my tote bag. He says, we are leaving. You are not allowed to talk to these people. You are not allowed to associate with these people. You can't sit with these people. I was like, what? He grabbed my arm. He drags me out of the college, screaming the whole time, all the way down to the car. And he just screaming and yelling, and he's doing an absolute total meltdown, which you know how bad his meltdowns get. You've seen several of them on several videos. I'm just like, at that point I was like, what is wrong? Because, again, listen, Pius was my best friend for close to 7 years. We went to all these classes, and Ben knew this, but Ben had never met him. Ben didn't realize he was black. He didn't know that this guy was black. And he was enraged. He didn't even notice Pius. He had no clue. But I said, Pius is the darkest colored person I'd ever seen. He looked like somebody literally painted him black. Ben was infuriated because not only was it somebody who was black, but it was somebody who was very, very, very black. Ben went psychotic meltdown for weeks. He didn't stop. Every day, all day. On and on and on. You're not allowed to associate with those people. You can't associate with those people. That was the first time it occurred to me that Pius was black. I hadn't noticed before that. It was just, this is the guy I go to all these classes with. This guy, we were in a lot of classes together. We were in a lot of study groups together. Ben canceled several of the classes I was in. he contacted the college. She's not allowed to go to these classes. I've got that semester a whole series of classes where they were just flunked because it was too late to withdraw. You have a time limit on that. And Ben was just like, no. She's not going to class with that guy. Well, I said, my best friend for close to 7 years, I never noticed he was black until the day Ben did that. And Ben just went full meltdown over it. Look how white you are. You can't be around people like that. You know I'm not white, right? And that was when he did that thing. Oh my god. He started going on and on and on. He said, it doesn't matter what your bloodline is. You look white, that's all that matters. That means you were good in another lifetime, and God blessed you with white skin when you were born, even though you were born in a non-white family. I hate it when he does stuff like that. But that's led to my wondering, every single time I encounter black people, black actors, black people in everyday life, black people in media, I don't notice that they're black until somebody who is incredibly racist, usually my mother or Ben, points out to me that they're black via having some type of meltdown about how all evil I am and satanic I am, and oh, you've got an evil spirit causing you to do that. I'm so sick of being told I have an evil spirit also. I think it's so terribly annoying. Just be told that on a daily basis. It's always an excuse David used for, you have an evil spirit, that's why I'm beating you in the face with a brick. We're gonna beat the demon out of you. $10 for a skin, no, that's ridiculous. And what did the quest say? We have to place bombers and orc slayers. Alright. And you've gone offline. And we have somebody to replace you with. That's nice. Here we go. This person, I'm gonna read what their question is. The whole reason I started saying all of that is because I started reading this and like, oh my god, I wonder if that's the problem with me. There's never been a point in my life where I encountered a black person and knowingly encountered a black person until somebody pointed out that person was black. And I have the red color blindness where I can't see red. So I can't see shades of red. Advice for writing skin color. I'm colorblind. Not full monochromatic color blindness, but just enough that color can be confusing for me. If my questions sound ignorant, I can assure you I am ignorant in the ability to properly see colors. Generally, when I write, I prefer to stick to basic shades. People are black, white, brown, light brown, dark brown, tan, or red. But I'm recently working on a project that takes place on Earth and has Earth characters. So what's the difference between someone who is Indian brown versus Mexican brown? Indian brown, someone from India, is generally a golden yellow brown and very dark. Generally, not everybody. That's why I said generally, because it's not a one color fits all thing. Everybody is different shades. It's like the same color as cowtail candy. That's the color I would describe as what most people would consider Indian brown. Mexican brown, on the other hand, is Native American. The Native American Indian tribe known as the Mexican nation. Not the entire of Mexico, the continent, the country. Continent. Why did I call it continent? It's a country. My brain said continent for some reason. I don't know why. There are lots of Indian tribes in the country of Mexico. Only one of them is Mexican. So, Mexican, Peruvian, Hopi, Cherokee, Sioux, they all exist in Mexico. They're specific Indian tribes, Native American tribes, not Indian. Also, my Kickapoo grandmother, she was still alive when the trend to say Native American instead of Indian showed up. Americans treated her like shit. Her mother died when she was very young, and she was put in an orphanage. And she was sold like cattle. This is in the 1920s. She was sold like cattle. They wouldn't let her use her Indian name. She had to have an Americanized, what they call it, angelicized name, whatever they call it, Christian name. And then she was sold into slavery, chained to a wash tub, given a washboard, and she had to wash the clothes for the Shaker Village in Seventh Day Lake, Maine. Seventh Day Lake's the name of the town. I know. Seventh Day Lake, whatever the name of the town is at, that's the name of the town. Shaker Village, Seventh Day Lake, Maine. It's a museum now. You can go up there, and when you go look at the pictures in the museum, the black and white photographs hanging on the wall, look at the pictures of the children. There were a lot of children. They were slaves. They were Native American children that they bought. Not children they adopted. Children they literally bought. Had to work the farm so that they could study their Bibles and not have to raise the sheep themselves. It's a massive sheep farm. It's still a sheep farm today, but there are only 2 Shakers left alive, and they're both in their 90s. It's one of those living history museums now. So it has actors and stuff acting out the Shakers, but they're all actors and all dressed up like the olden times. And There's two old women who run the store at the front. They're the only two who are actually Shakers. And they're both in their 90s. And they're the last two Shakers in the world. When they die, the entire race will be gone and everlasting. But on the wall, you go to the building where all the sheep are. There's lots of sheep. It's probably a few thousand sheep. It's a professional sheep farm. This is part of why you see sheep also in the Quaraun series, and you see Quaraun is a weaver. He weaves cloth. That was actually something that was a part of when I was growing up. Sheep and weaving. I have a weaving loom. I weave cloth sometimes. I used to all the time. I don't anymore. I still have my weaving loom and stuff. So someday I'll get back into it. I don't have a place to set up the weaving loom where I am right now. That's a problem. After the bomb blew up my house, I haven't had a place to set up weaving looms. It's a situation where I would be weaving if I could set up the weaving loom, but the weaving loom is a big thing. It takes up a lot of space, and right now it's disassembled and sitting there in pieces until we can build the 7th house on my land, because it's now been 5 houses with a bomb and a backhoe and a backhoe again and a backhoe again, because I'm not white, and that's a problem for people. And my family has lived on that land since 1530. The date on the deed to my land is 1530. Anyways, loyalty. So we're going to keep you together. So we're going to get you together. The building that has fenced in lots of sheep bouncing around it. When you go in that building, you will see all kinds of stuff like, this is where they worked. Here's the wash stand. Here's the churn, butter churn, all this stuff. Here's the wash stand with the washboard. And on the wall behind it, here's a picture of the children who used it. And you see in that picture a little girl. She has long pigtails, black hair, obviously a Native American. She has dark skin, long hair and pigtails, shackles on her legs. She's chained to the washboard. All she can do is wash clothes. That is my grandmother, Avallac'h, chained to that table. That picture was taken in 1921. Slavery was still alive and well in America. And I said, slavery didn't stop in America, even though people like to think it did, after the Civil War. It's still happening. It still happens here in Maine. Not yet stopped. Most people who are black in America like to tell you, yes, my great-great-grandmother, who I never met and only read about in some diary that belonged to my other grandmother, was a slave. Do you know true slavery? Were you a slave? How most of them will answer, no, of course not. America did away with slavery more than 200 years ago. I'm not 200 years old. How could I possibly have known slavery or be in one? Oh, let me think. The FBI rescued me in 1996. I was one of 140 they rescued that day. Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Slavery was still alive and well in 1996. In 2016, Smith Railroad. Look up the news reports. Slavery was still alive and well. Old Orchard Beach, Maine. 2016. 4 years ago. So you want to run around bitching that you are rights that you need because, oh, my great-great-grandpappy was a slave on a cotton field back in the 1700s. You don't know shit about slavery. Slavery's still active in America. It's very active in Maine. Mexican brown. My grandmother is what most people would have called Mexican brown. And she could pass for white. Whereas somebody who is Indian brown, they'd have trouble not passing for black, even though they're not black. American black ranges from straight up white. Yes, did you notice what color I like? I mean, look at me. American black ranges from straight up white to blackety black. But what are the colors in between? How would you describe someone who is Conan O'Brien white, Irish, versus someone who is Ric Flair white? I don't know who Ric Flair is. Who's Ric Flair? I know who Conan O'Brien is. Ric Flair, wrestling manager. You look Scandinavian. What are you? Now I want to know. He looks Scandinavian. He looks Swedish. He's got the Swedish jawbone and cheeks and bone. He's got the Swedish facial structure. You're born in Memphis, Tennessee. Do we know your bloodline? Because you look incredibly Swedish. He was kidnapped as a baby. Not a lot of people who can be. I'm an adult. I was kidnapped as a kid. A lot of kidnapped victims. Most don't live long. I mentioned the 31 sawed-up children being dug up in my yard in the past 5 years. other than your parents, we don't know. It looks like. I would like to know because while you... Are you the one that worked with Liberace? Boy, does it look like it. There was one who worked with Liberace in the 70s and 80s when the Worldwide Wrestling Foundation was first getting started. I know Gorgeous George was one of them. There was 4 of them. I don't know the other ones. You were, weren't you? My brother would know. He knows all the wrestlers. He knows everything about them. He follows all the wrestling stuff. Goes back and studies the history of it. I know he's got a book about Liberace. Not Liberace, but he's got a book about Liberace. Because Liberace is actually the one who started the WWF, Worldwide Wrestling Federation. It was founded by Liberace. A lot of people don't know that. That's why the wrestlers wear the Liberace like clothes when they come out. The first wrestlers were all, he was their manager. That's not common knowledge. I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't read that. I only read the book because it was about Liberace. I'm a huge fan of Liberace. That's it. Wow. I had no idea. He was part of the wrestling group. He was never a wrestler. He just helped with their fashion designs. And he actually started the group. So, describe someone who was Conan O'Brien white versus Ric Flair white. Conan O'Brien's definitely an Irish white. Ric Flair is definitely a Swedish white. I mean, he looks Swedish and he looks Irish. And are Asian people really yellow? Yeah, I've always questioned that. That's something I've always questioned. People say Asian people are yellow. I have a hard time telling the difference between an Asian person and a white person. They don't look different to me skin color wise. Are Asian people really yellow? Everybody says Asian people are yellow and I don't see it. But I do have a colorblind issue. I'm not fully colorblind. I'm partly colorblind. There is a colorblind issue. But I'm wondering. I never thought about it before. Bomber is one that was Bomber and Boxer, right? And this is like let me put on Bomber. I want to put an upside down on this board and get rid of nothing is really good on this board. This is okay. What is that? Tag, that's a tag. Oh, it's a transforming one. Is it some anime thing or something? Is it actually a character that somebody would recognize? I don't know. I don't know anime. I know the Inuyasha series because one of my brothers got me the DVDs. He's like, you're gonna like this. Got me the DVDs and some of the comic books back when it first came out years ago. 2277. I bet that's a magic number somewhere. I don't know anything about magic numbers. It's just I always see people talking about magic numbers online. Or it's like, my lucky numbers, my magic numbers, my sacred numbers. I saw. I turned on the clock. I turned up and I looked at the clock and it was 11:11. It means something. It was 22 minutes past 2. Must mean something. Why do so many people believe in magic numbers and stuff? And that's a thing people will constantly ask me also. Like, oh my god, you're a gypsy. So you know how to read magic numbers. Do you know what my lucky numbers are? I'm a gypsy. I don't even know how to count. I mean, do you know what a gypsy is? We don't use things like math and numbers and calendars and clocks and watches and phones. We can't even begin to comprehend how to use those types of things. It's not, they're pointless. Useless luxury things that Americans have that we can't even comprehend why Americans have them. And you're like, magic numbers, give me my magic numbers. Read me tarot cards, you're a gypsy. Can I punch you in the face? Oh, I hate the gypsy stereotypes. Can I touch you and get healed? There was a woman. Thankfully she moved. She lived on my street. Every time somebody was sick. My daughter's sick. Can you touch her and heal her? You're a gypsy. You should be able to do that. Gypsies all get psychic powers. You can. Tell me what I'm thinking. Are Asian people really yellow, though? That's where we left off. Are Asian people yellow? I've asked that so many times. Every time I hear that, people always, Asians are yellow. Are they? I've never seen a yellow Asian. But I am partly colorblind, so maybe that's why. Plus, I never notice when somebody is black. And somebody who is black is actually a really dark shade of red. And I'm red colorblind. Red's the color I don't see. Is it me, or are some Asian people red? What most people call red, Native American skin color is generally called red. Yeah. It's not just you. Is it me, or are some Asian people red? No. I've never seen an Asian person who is yellow. They always, to me, they look no different from white people or no different from Native Americans. They either look white or they look what people call red skin. What color are Polynesians and Hawaiians and Somalians? They look the same shade of, like, what people call red for Native Americans. That also what Japanese, Chinese, Mongolian look like. I wondered if that's why I don't have an issue with people who are different skin colors, because I'm colorblind. Am I not seeing a lot of the colors and not realizing it? Maybe I'm more colorblind than I thought. I don't know. How would I find out? Wait, isn't an Orc Slayer good here? Is an Orc Slayer? No, Orc Slayer isn't good on this board. There are maps where Orc Slayers are really good. I would really use the Orc Slayer on those maps. I'm going to give you a healer since you're requesting a healer and I have one available and not many people will give you healers. Nearly got 14 seconds. Well, let's just wait and give you this because it's good on your board. Yeah, people within family have different skin tones. I've got an uncle. He couldn't pass for white if he tried. You can see that there is definitely black in our bloodline from looking at him. He's got his cheekbones are different. Like everybody else has like higher cheekbones like I do. But he's got like wide cheekbones. They're like high, but they're also wide, which is what a lot of black people have. He's got a bigger nose. We have like a bigger nose, most of us. I do it. I have it. Where it's a bigger nose that's like goes outwards more. And he's got like a bigger nose that's like flatter and wider, as opposed to bigger this way. It's like bigger that way. His skin is so dark. He actually goes to these places, salons, to get his skin lightened. I didn't know that was a thing. You can have like this electromagnetic something. I don't know what it is. They lighten your skin. Is it? But he gets his skin lightened so that he can pass for a lighter black person. Because he's like, I'm not black, I'm white. But his hair. Got woolly hair all over the place. He looks black. He doesn't look like he has anything other than black in him. He doesn't look like he's part Native American, part white, part anything. You should just say they're Mexican or Indian. Don't dabble in skin shades. Don't call someone chocolate brown or peanut brown. Are peanuts brown? Peanuts aren't brown. Peanuts aren't brown. Peanuts are a lighter shade of peach than the average white person's skin is. Peanuts aren't brown. Why would you call a peanut brown? Skin color is not the place to elaborate descriptions and will either make the reader confused or offended. Keep it simple and to the point. This. I just read a similar question last week, and a guy who was black responded saying that he finds it racist to describe his skin color in terms of food. So saying things like caramel or chocolatey is offensive. I was on this farm. I saw it. Yeah, it was just last week. I saw that one too. Also, it wasn't a guy, it was a girl. She pointed that out. She specifically said that as a woman of color who is commonly called coffee and chocolate, I find it offensive. Yeah, she got that's what she was talking about, but she said men would call her that all the time. She was talking about it was very offensive because it was like men were constant. This Eskimo stuck out at me. You know where I live? We're way up in the deep north. We got, you know, Eskimos around here. However, there is no such thing as an Eskimo. At best, Inuit. But even that. Eskimo is a derogatory term that was created by Europeans. Basically the same as calling a black person the N-word. He who eats blubber. That's literally what you're saying. Well, those fat people that eat blubber over there. That's what you're saying when you say Eskimo. You're not saying the name of the race. Also, Oriental isn't a race either. I didn't see that one till now. I was focused on this one, but I see Oriental here as well. Oriental is a type of fabric, not a type of person. But Eskimo is a derogatory term. It's not even a Native American word. Technically, if you want to go with what DNA bloodline we have the most of, most people would consider us Eskimo. We're Kickapoo. The Kickapoo bloodline is the strongest one in our DNA. Kickapoo is an Inuit tribe from up here in deep north. I will suggest if your story is in context where race or ethnicity is relevant, then let your characters think about it. She might be Korean or maybe Thai. This should be adequate for very general physical descriptions of people, and you should probably give on more details, not about race, just specific to the character. I advise against trying to play the exact shade of someone's skin unless it is relevant to the story. We did that in one of the Quaraun novels, simply to write it and point out, see how awkward this is? There's a scene where Quaraun can't stop changing his clothes. And in this particular scene, he's traveling with a larger than normal group. He's got more people traveling with him than usual. He's got Boom Fuzzy sitting there being Boom Fuzzy. I forgot about what else was in that scene until just suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, Boom Fuzzy was being Boom Fuzzy. Ballooner and Bulgar are there as well. Quaraun is, they're in the middle of the forest. In the absolute middle of nowhere. In the Yukon somewhere. There's somewhere in the Yukon pine forest. There hasn't been a city within the last 100 miles. There's nobody. There's a grizzly bear and wolverine and puma and trees. And they're trying to point out the fact that nobody cares what you look like. Especially Ballooner. We got up. We're on our way to this place. It's probably going to take us another week of hiking through this forest before we get out of this forest. We need to just get up and go. And Quaraun is got his bag of holding and has pulled out his massive wardrobe of clothes out of his bag of holding because he has thousands of pink dresses and constantly changing his clothes because he can't decide what to wear in the middle of the forest where it doesn't matter what he wears. It's annoying the whole group. Boom Fuzzy gets bored with doing Boom Fuzzy things and starts doing other Boom Fuzzy things. Boom Fuzzy can be incredibly racist sometimes. And he is in this scene. It's the scene where I was like, you know what? We are going to offend so many people with this scene. We are going to offend so many people with this scene, and Esther Rhodes can't stop bitching at me every day in church. Why is she reading my novels? I don't know, but I know as soon as this one goes up on Amazon, she's going to buy it. She's probably going to be the first person to read it, and she's going to tell me how evil I and satanic I am. We're offending people so much already. Let's offend some more. That scene. It's that scene where Boom Fuzzy is like, I'm bored. I'm fucking bored. Boy, am I fucking bored. I am so fucking bored. And he keeps repeating it until it reaches the point of the entire page. We filled the entire page. Whole page. I deliberately sat here and filled the entire page with nothing but fuck. How many times can you fit fuck on a page? More than 400 times. So, it reaches a point where it turns to the next page and Boom Fuzzy is going fuck the whole page. Because, hey, we're about to have Boom Fuzzy be incredibly offensive. Let's offend everybody. Boom Fuzzy is bored out of his mind, waiting for Quaraun to... Waiting for Quaraun to touch looking pages before I open a Quaraun book on the screen. Boom Fuzzy is on that page, hey? Guess what? Boom Fuzzy's being Boom Fuzzy. Quaraun can't stop changing his clothes. I can't wear this dress. Let me try that one. And everybody that is sitting there, they're like, stop changing your clothes. There's no reason to do that. Why are you doing this? Stop doing this. And he's very obsessive. He has obsessive compulsiveness issues, so he can't stop doing this. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't stop. He can't stop. There's no way he's going to be able to stop. He's stuck in this. I must change my clothes because this ain't right. That ain't right. And if you know the series, which at this point you've read several volumes before you get to this one, so you should know where it's going. as Boom Fuzzy is getting progressively more bored, and you're getting more and more descriptions of Quaraun's doing this, and Boom Fuzzy's standing beside him, mimicking him and mocking him, and next thing you know, Boom Fuzzy is naked, and okay, yeah, that does Boom Fuzzy with no clothes on, for no reason, other than, hey, let's have Boom Fuzzy take his clothes off, because that's what Boom Fuzzy does. Quaraun can't stop changing his clothes, and Boom Fuzzy starts changing his skin. And so it goes on, and it goes on for an entire chapter. Quaraun changes into yet another pink dress, because they're all pink, and nobody can tell them apart other than him. They're all slightly different, but who the hell knows what's different about them? Boom Fuzzy is... I think I'll be caramel now. No, I ain't dark enough. I'll be chocolate. And he starts going through every possible food you could use to describe his skin color while he changes what color his skin is. He's a shapeshifter, if you didn't know that. Makes more sense when you know he's a shapeshifter. He is changing his skin color as fast as Quaraun is changing his clothes. Quaraun can't stop changing his clothes, and every time Quaraun changes his dress, Boom Fuzzy changes what color his skin is. And so you see Quaraun go through lots of dresses, while Boom Fuzzy goes through lots of skin colors, all of them food. And it includes also things like mashed potato, and when he gets bored enough, he becomes Pinto. He decides, you know what? I'm a horse. Why am I using human skin colors? I'm gonna be Pinto. Now I can be mashed potato and gravy at the same time. So he has white skin with brown spots. Listen. How people read the Quaraun series and don't know that Boom Fuzzy is a horse also amazes me. But how people read the Quaraun series and don't realize skin color is an issue for Boom Fuzzy. A major issue, because oh look, we're coming up on a town of Europeans. Let's scare the hell out of Ghoulspawn. I'm gonna be black. And when Ghoulspawn complains about it, what do we get next? Ghoulspawn now screaming at Quaraun. He's blacker than he was 10 minutes ago. And Quaraun's like, well, stop complaining about it. But, you know, Ghoulspawn can't stop complaining about it, so he's blacker than he was 2 seconds ago. Yeah? We're getting closer to a white village. He's even blacker than he was before. I mean, this goes on again. It goes on for an entire chapter. This is a different novel. Boom Fuzzy's skin color is a major plot point, and the fact that he's constantly changing his skin color is also a plot point. And people get through the series and don't know Boom Fuzzy has black skin. Boom Fuzzy has every possible shade of black skin you could possibly imagine, because he's constantly changing the color of his skin. Always to some form of black, so he can piss people off, because nothing pisses people off more than black people around here. I mean, it's set in Maine. You want to piss people off, paint your skin black. That's the best thing. And it really is. Maine is full of bigots who hate black people, so the blacker you are, the more they're going to hate you. So let's have a shapeshifter who changes his shade of blacker every time a white person walks by. That's what Boom Fuzzy does. All the time. You had to read 21 novels of Boom Fuzzy changing the color of his skin to progressively darker shades of black every time a white person walked by. before you got to the 22nd novel, where a white supremacist calls him the N-word while beating the hell out of him. And you didn't know he was black until somebody used the N-word. I mean, these aren't just minor scenes. These are scenes that go on for 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 words. And the whole focus is nothing but his skin color. You read those scenes and you didn't know he was black. What did you read again? I sometimes wonder about people who claim to have read stuff that I wrote and they're like, clueless? That's what we need to drop. I was trying to remember. Well, it's probably supposed to drop. Do we have any available yet? No, we do not. You're good on this, man. You keep it. The add to favorites thing hasn't worked since about... Which one did it stop working on? One of the updates, it stopped working, and everyone since then, we can't save them as a favorite. This is a regular streamer that I watch all the time, and I keep adding it to favorites, and it won't add to favorites. It's been broken ever since that update. They haven't fixed it yet. They've said, oh, we'll fix that next update. The next update comes, they still haven't. Oh, fix it next update. Next update comes, they haven't fixed it yet. Okay. If you're not black yourself, don't ever say black to black in the context of race again. I think it came off very poorly. Yeah, it does. That is something you would only want to use blackity black if you were a white supremacist. If you're an author and you're going to write the term blackity black, you want to be writing it only if your character is a white supremacist, if you want it to come off as offensive. Don't have a character that's not a white supremacist say that. I haven't seen the black one yet. It's about time for him to come back around again. I haven't seen him yet. Yeah, very back in that. Making his rounds around the tank. I get my hair cut at the black barbershop weird because I see color ethnicity, but not color actual color. Huh. We were on Eskimo, though this Eskimo is very... Oh, if I was somebody who downvoted, I would downvote this. I don't downvote. I do not downvote. Yes, Oh, it irks me to downvote things. It's like, oh. If you don't like it, just move past it. Don't bring attention to it by downvoting it. That's where my mind goes with that. It's like, downvoting it brings attention to it. And there are people, you will find them on Reddit so bad. You constantly see them, and I just like, okay, that's not one of those. Keep going by. Yes, ignore. But you find people who actually post comments that will be, so, downvote number whatever, however many subreddits I'm a member of, they try to get downvoted. So they post trolly things and mean things specifically to try to get downvoted, and it's like, yeah. So that's why I don't downvote things, because feeding the troll, yeah, that's feeding the troll. Well, this is supposed to, yeah, I would downvote that normally, not normally, but if I was somebody who downvoted things, I would downvote that. Today is the other bear night. You describe everything. Let's see what I should be. I don't think I met in the good old days and actually found the 20th century. Those days were a bit rubbish. And it yeah, time period when people were saying Oriental was 1930s to 1940s, and that hasn't been used since then. So if you're saying, yeah, I remember people doing that, you're also saying you're about 80 years old. Yeah, I'm from that time period. I remember that. Are you? Ain't many 80-year-olds on our Reddit, you know. I haven't done any editing yet. But whatever. We're fine at 6 hours. We're close to 7 hours. This is a technical question on perception of interpreting light wave frequencies. If anything, I'm asking how to be politically correct when it comes to a level of self-awareness of knowing that I lack some of this ability due to a disability. A disability isn't an excuse. I can always do better. Yeah, you know what? I'm not good at that. Like that. Like your answer. I was talking in general cyphers and criticizing you. In general, I feel it's worth being considerate of people's feelings, which doesn't make me popular with rude boys, but I also feel different cultures have different values which don't make me popular among people with strict political correctness rules. So it's fine. I would be interested in a survey to find out how many people are offended by words like African or Indian. The world doesn't consist of loud activists. There are people in the background. Yes. I started to say that a little while ago and I forgot. My grandmother. She was still alive when they started using the term Native American. She wouldn't use it. Even though she was a Kickapoo Indian, she would not use it because she was treated so horrifically by Americans. She wanted no connection with the term Native American, and a lot of Native Americans thought that way. That was why an alternate term came out, which was later called the First Peoples. A lot of Native Americans won't use the term Native American because they were treated like shit by Americans, and they're like, I'm not native to American culture. We didn't name this country America. Most Native Americans, in my experience, and I've known a lot of them, myself being one, hate the term Native American and won't use it. They see it as Americans trying to erase their identity by not letting them use the names they had for themselves. Like my people were Kickapoo. We're not Native Americans, we're Kickapoos. That's why you always see me worded Kickapoo, Native American, Indian, not just Native American, not Indian. Kickapoo always first, Kickapoo, Native American, Indian. Because we are Kickapoos, and a lot of people don't know what a Kickapoo is, so I say Native American Indian for the white idiots. Most people, when they hear Indian, they're like, oh, Sioux, Cherokee, Blackfoot. They only know the really big, really famous ones that were not exterminated by the white people. Kickapoos were almost completely exterminated. There are fewer than 4,000 of them left on the planet. As far as rude boys, no idea what you're talking about. I don't like them either. Rude boys comes from Caribbean culture, which I adopted from African-American culture. It basically translates asshole. So you still wrote this. Why did you really make this post? There you go. In African-American culture, black is a technical term for someone who is unapologetically black, like Samuel L. Jackson or Spike Lee. What is unapologetically black, and how is Samuel L. Jackson is he black? He's not very dark. No, he's hardly dark at all. He's way more white than black. You can see that. Unapologetically black like Samuel L. Jackson? Would you consider Samuel L. Jackson black? I wouldn't. Well, him I would. He does look black. Samuel L. Jackson doesn't look black at all. He has nothing for black features. Nothing. He just looks like a white person with a tan. I wouldn't be able to tell him from a white person with a tan. He looks like a white person with a tan. There is no black features to his bone structure at all. Nothing. Unapologetically black. What did he mean by unapologetically black? It's bizarre. Nothing in his facial structure is typical of somebody who is black. He has the face structure of a white person. He just looks like a white person with a tan. Now I'm confused. What do they call unapologetic black? Vin Diesel isn't black. Vin Diesel? You're calling Vin Diesel black too? Vin Diesel and Samuel L. Jackson could pass for twins. He's just a little bit lighter. Almost identical face structure, though. No. I mean, he don't look black either. He's just a white person without a tan. Samuel L. Jackson's a white person with a tan. Neither of them are black. Why are they calling them black? Who's this other one? Huey Freeman. I don't know who that is. Never heard of him. You're a cartoon character. You have woolly hair. Which I suppose could get you classified as black. I don't know. In some minds, I guess. Blacky black is a technical term for someone who is unapologetically black, like Samuel L. Jackson, who's not black, or Spike Lee, but also Hugh Freeman or Vin Diesel. Only one of the 4 people they listed is black. I don't understand what do they call an unapologetically black? Let me Google that term. What does that mean? Unapologetically black means you're not black during just Black History Month. You're black no matter where you go. People who are not of color tend to forget that when other people are in the... People who are not of color tend to forget that when... People who are not of color tend to forget that when other people are in the room. That's not a full sentence. They say things that are not necessarily offensive, but lack factual evidence and are just not true at all. Black. No, that's talking about a show or a movie or something. Well, it's like people keep saying the vice president is black, and I'm like, I have darker skin than she does. It's like the idiots who call me black, and I'm like, yet you can see how not white I am. There's an ad playing there, isn't there? Ad. Is there another ad? There's another ad gonna be right there. Put that there too. There. That's better. Put down here. Covering of ads. Just bad. There we go. Let's see. Where was we? Being unapologetically black is something that will definitely continue to be brought up. But what does it mean? Does it mean that people are going to be pro-black at all times? Does it mean that people who are pro-black always against whites? Well, I can tell you one thing, it's definitely a serious matter and not something that means you are against everyone else that is white, that's for sure. However, let's take a look into what exactly being unapologetically black does and does not mean. What unapologetically black is? Why are there so many ads? There are so many ads. So many ads. Okay. Are you there? Are you there? There. Why? This is so many ads on this website. Being unapologetically black does mean a few things. The first one is that they are going to... The first one is... You have really bad grammar, whoever wrote this. I'm having a hard time reading this. Your grammar is so bad. being unapologetically black does mean a few things, and the first one is that you are always going to back your race no matter what. I've always found myself in these situations where I am one in the number with whether what does that mean? I don't know what that means. One in the number. What is one in the number? One no. One no. I don't know what that means. One number. One in the number. Definition. I don't know how to spell definition. Meaning. No, I don't want to know the meaning of number one. I want to know the meaning of one in the number phrase. I don't know what that phrase means. I've never heard it before. It's not fun to remember. I've always found myself in these situations where I am one in the number. It's highlighted. Like it's important, where I am one in the number, whether it's in a classroom, a social event, or a meeting. Whenever something comes up, and it's normal, and it normally always does. Wow, your grammar is so horrific. Whenever something comes up, and it normally always does, I have to defend not only myself, but my ethnicity. Okay. I cannot tell you how many times I have had to be on... Wow. You could delete that whole thing. Wow, was your grammar. Did you not go to school? I didn't go to school. I taught myself to read and write, and I read and write better than you do. Oh my God. I cannot tell you how many times I have had to be on the offensive side to defend myself from racial profiling. What's racial profiling? Racial profiling. The use of race or ethnicity as grounds of suspecting someone of committing an offense. Racial profiling is the act of suspecting, targeting, or discriminating against a person on the basis of their ethnicity or religion rather than on individual suspicion. Racial profiling often involves discrimination against minority population and is based on negative stereotypes. So when white people blew up my house with a bomb because I'm a gypsy, and Stephen King put gypsies in an evil light in the Thinner movie, which is a movie and a book that I have never read or seen, so I don't know how what exactly he did or said about us, but it was a Stephen King fan, and Thinner was filmed on my farm, so they decided they needed to blow up my house. That's racial profiling. Okay, now we know what racial profiling means. I cannot tell you how many times I have had to be on the offensive. Also, what does offensive mean? On the offensive side to defend myself. Offensive, offensive, offensive. Causing someone to feel deeply hurt, upset, or angry. The allegation is deeply offensive to us. Well, that doesn't fit what you're saying. Actively aggressive or attacking. Offensive operations against the insurgents. Ah, so the people who put the bomb in my house, they were the offensive because they actively, aggressively attacked. Okay. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to be on the offensive side to defend myself from racial profiling. So they have to attack because they were attacked? Is that what they're saying? The grammar is so bad I can't tell what they're trying to say. Believe it or not, not all black people are poor or have parents who are not married. It absolutely drives me insane. If it absolutely drives you insane, he would be in a mental institute in a straitjacket, so clearly it hasn't. It absolutely drives me insane when people decide to think this way and don't use their brains. Are you using your brain yourself? I mean, it absolutely drives me insane. Are you in a straitjacket on an institute? Why are you saying you're insane? Secondly, being unapologetically black means that you are not black just during Black History Month. You are black no matter where you go. People who are not of color tend to forget that when other people are in the room. This is the one when I was reading the description. I was like, your grammar's bad. You know, we just got to this point and it's taken me a while. It should have taken me a few minutes to read this, and we're taking a really long time to read this because your grammar is so shitty. I can't tell what this person is trying to say. They say things that are not necessarily offensive, but lack factual evidence or are just not true at all. Comments such as, oh, let's not forget about the black people, seriously are just said without any thought. Then when someone who is black defends himself, it turns into, why are you so loud? Why are you so angry? I'm not racist. No, black people who will truly defend themselves. I'm confused. This reads like they wrote it in another language and had Google Translate it. I'm having such a hard time understanding what are they saying. Comments such as, oh, let's not forget the black people, seriously are just said out without any thought. Then when someone who is black defends himself, it turns into, why are you so loud? Why are you so angry? I'm not racist. No. Black people who will truly defend themselves are 24/7, 365 a year. Did that make sense to you? That is what being unapologetically black truly is all about. Ads. Okay, you're covering that. What being unapologetically black is not. You haven't told me what it is yet. Being unapologetically black does not mean that you hate people who are white or are not black in general. People truly do not get this part at all. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Yeah, you don't know grammar rules. Being for one thing does not mean you don't like another particular thing. That could be said of Siri fans. I constantly get attacked by Siri fans, so which is why we don't play Witcher 3 anymore. It's just, you know what, I'm sick of it. I'm trying to play a game. Why are you attacking? What is wrong with you people? It's just a steady constant. Every time I play Witcher 3, the hate in the comments. And then when I turn the comments off, then they found my email address. I don't know how they found my email address, but they found my email address and they started sending me emails. It was just constant, daily. And I said, what is wrong with these people? You like Avallac'h. Almost everyone starts off, I'm so pissed off. Okay, why are you pissed off? You like Avallac'h and therefore you hate Siri. In case you hadn't noticed, I've got Avallac'h and Siri as travel companions, traveling together all over the game. Do you really think I hate Siri if I've got Siri traveling with Avallac'h every single day while we're playing the game? I mean, does that really say hate Siri to you? What the hell? But after getting 1 million, yes, we've crossed 1 million of those hate comments. You know what? I'm sick of it. Being unapologetically black does not mean you hate all people who are. Does not mean you hate people who are white or not black in general. People truly do not get this part at all! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Being, for one thing, does not mean you don't like another particular thing. Here's a simple analogy. What's an analogy? Wait, what's an analogy? You're using a lot of words that I don't know. Analogy, okay, I'm saying it right. A comparison between two things typically for the purpose of explanation or clarifying. Analogy is a cognitive process of transferring information or meaning from a particular subject to another, or a linguistic expression corresponding to such a process. In a narrow sense, analogy is an inference or an argument from one particular to another particular. This description is confusing me. As opposed to deduction, as opposed to deduction, induction, or abduction, in which at least one of the premises or conclusion in general rather than particular in nature. The term analogy can also refer to the relation between the source and the target themselves, which is often a similarity as a biological notion of an analogy, a thing which is comparable to something else in significant respects. Works of art were seen as an analogy for works of nature. A process of arguing from similarity in known respects of similarity in other respects. Argument from analogy. Process by which new words and inflections are created on the basis of regulations in the form of existing ones. The resemblance of functions between organs that have a different evolutionary origin. Why can't I say that word? A comparison of two otherwise unlike things based on a resemblance of a particular aspect. To use analogy in a sentence. Okay. I'm more confused than I was when I asked what is an analogy. Here's a simple analogy. I love chicken, but that doesn't mean I don't like steak. I love all meats. It's the same analogy when people that say that if you are pro-black, you are not saying you are anti-white. This drives black people crazy. Again, do you know what crazy means? You're talking about how insane you are. Now you're talking about how crazy black people are. If black people were as crazy as you're trying to make them out to be in this sentence, they'd all be in straitjackets in the insane asylum. I don't think you know what the word crazy means. It drives black people crazy, and it's absolutely ridiculous how people can't grasp this concept. It's absolutely ridiculous how you can't grasp how to use words. Finally, being unapologetically black does not mean that you do not believe in equality for all. As I've stated before, and I will state again, I want everyone in America and the world to get a fair chance at life. I know that it's not always possible, but it can definitely be made strides for. I know that people that if you fight, I know that people that if you fight for a certain thing or person, you're against another like before, but that's not true at all. This is so obviously something not written in English, or it was an article stolen from somebody else, and you either ran it through a Google Translate or an article spinner and didn't check. People need to keep in mind that not being black is a privilege in this country, and that you are born with certain things. Not being black is a privilege. What does privilege mean? Now, I always hear people using the word privilege, and I don't know what it means. I'm using so many words I don't know. How should I talk about racial inequality? There may be some new or misunderstood terms used in the call to racial justice. To help you understand them, read Bing's anti-racism philosophy. This showed up before, a few minutes ago. Is this new? What is it? Okay. Privilege. Okay, I'm saying it right. A special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group. People need to keep in mind that not being black is a privilege in this country. Is it? And I could see how being white is a privilege, but not being black, that excludes Native Americans, Gypsies, Jews, Irish, Asians, and they don't have any privilege either. Not according to this definition of privilege here. Also, what's this thing Bing's got? The anti-racism philosophy. Now that we are continuing to have these conversations about non-whites and minorities reaching equality, people are truly upset. Now? Where do you live? It's always been that way. Now implies it's something new. Alright, it's not safe to go outside. It's never been safe to go outside. You get shot if you go outside. White people are crazy. Always keep in mind, though, segregation was once thought to be the norm. Is it not the norm in some places? It's still the norm here. Segregation was once thought to be the norm, implying it's not the norm. Now we are allowed to sit, get the same education, and love each other no matter what race a person is, and we're protected. Where? Not in Maine. You tried to have a black kid go to a Maine school, get beaten to death. It happens all the time. Not that long ago, a gang of 8-year-olds beat a little black boy to death because his grandmother thought it was okay to send him to school. 8 years old. Beaten to death in the playground by a bunch of 8-year-olds because he was black in a white school. I don't know where you live, but certainly in America, if you think black people are allowed to go to school with white people, that ain't allowed. Yeah, you need a reality check because you might want to come up here to Maine. Find out. America ain't not what you're thinking it is. Clearly that's written by somebody who doesn't live in America and is trying to be, hey look, I'm going to sound like an American by making it sound like there's, you know, schools that allow black people and white people to sit together. Because the national news wants to convince other countries that things like that exist doesn't mean they actually do exist. And that is a problem where the national news is like, yeah, we want everybody on the entire planet to think how great America is. Look, we have all these things, and actual Americans who actually live in America and know that we don't have those things. What the hell is the news talking about? They just want people from other countries to be, hey, look, we got stuff. And we do. This is a good word for you, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's gonna, wait, that's gonna epic. Wait a minute. Give something to somebody else, because we can epic that on you. Oh, we can epic it on you as well. You get the same board. Ooh. Who's it better to epic it on? Okay, I'm gonna give you this. There, give you that. What do you got? Okay. I'm gonna epic it on you. This oven kinda doesn't need the help, and you do. We'll give Ovid a bomber instead of that. Wait a minute. We'll get, let's see. Yeah, let's give Ovid a list instead. Give you the bomber. I think the bomber's better on your map, ain't it? Oh, yes, the bomber's better on your map. I want to put it where it's actually going to do some good, not just put it down at random on your board. Okay. It's still rotating. You're not still rotating. Let's see, we're getting the same ones over again. We're not rotating. it since we last looked? No, it's got another hour. Technical term. Blackity black is a technical term. It's not. Do you know what a technical term is? Technical term means the Latin term for a scientific word. What is Latin for black? What does it black in Latin? It's what I thought it was. Yeah. Negro. The Latin word for black is negro. So the technical term for unapologetically black is negro. Because technical term literally means the Latin scientific term. It's not politically correct because it's not used in academia. If it's not used in academia, then it's not a technical term. The medium in which most of discussions take place. Do these type of discussions take place in academia? When I was in college for a long time, I was doing 5 majors. I don't remember skin color or race ever once being brought up. Ever. Not even sociology classes. It wasn't a thing. The last I checked, academia was gatekeeping poor people like myself. Academia was a way of gatekeeping. Doesn't gatekeeping mean keeping people out? Poor people who are predominantly black and brown in America. Well, 1 in every 12 10-year-old children who are 10 years old, 1 in every 12 of them will die from starvation before they reach the age of 10 years old. 1 in every 12 children under the age of 10 years old is going to die of starvation before they reach the age of 10 years old in the state of Maine. Maine is 99.8% white. All of those children who are starving to death because they live in extreme poverty are white. I don't assume someone who uses the word ask about races. Instead, I assume they are dumb. Like you. As a general rule of thumb, I used a black barbershop as a gauge of what I should or should not say. This guy sounds more and more racist. Here, read. Which, from an academic point of view, is a shitty rule of thumb. Yeah? Well, as he admits it. The black barbershop is a very specific cultural paradigm that does not adhere to strict academic rules. you call an academic rules? Have you ever been to college? Obviously not for the very reason. But you don't... I don't know. I'm questioning this guy. Somebody... Oh, I got scrolls from Ovid. Am I even in your chat? Does it list me as here? It does. Okay. He picks people from his chat. So, we were listed as in his chat. He gave us a scroll. I didn't realize he was giving out scrolls. Oh, that was a loyalty gold. I did not know that was a loyalty gold. And we got bonus gold from chat. It was a good thing we gave you that orc then. Or slayer, not orc, but whatever. This is good on this map. I was thinking the woman was good on this map. I was wondering, why are these goods over here on this one? We haven't gotten anything done. We've been here 7 hours and 30 minutes. Wow. You need a healer? I have a healer. So when they say unapologetically black about all these people, they mean for black rights. Is that how they're using that term? I don't know. Obviously, one can't discuss using a black barbershop as a metric without discussing the N-word. To which I generally point out two things. The first, the difference between the N-word with a hard R and a soft A are two different words. Not if you live up here in Maine where nobody says R to begin with. So it's not possible to say the word with a soft R because we can't pronounce that anyways. Or a soft H because, again, you ever heard anyone pronounce the A sound up here? We can't say that word those two ways. Something that can be said about the maritime accent of down eastern Maine. Yeah. Soft A is two different words. Hard A, soft A. It's two different words, spelled differently, pronounced differently, and from two different dialects of English as two different meanings. And also, how is anybody supposed to know that unless their native dialects are those two dialects? I mean, that's another thing. And also, it's just not in my vocabulary. If I have to emphasize something about the letter N, I instead latch onto my mixed race roots and exercise the white part of me that aligns with juggalo culture and say ninja instead. Well, that's something I do know. Juggalo culture. A white trash. That's what it is. There's a subgroup within white trash communities that calls themselves Juggalo culture. It was started by the Insane Clown Posse, the Juggalo Nation. And what the Insane Clown Posse started was quite different than what is considered Juggalo culture. Insane Clown Posse believes in equality for everybody. That's why you see them with singers of multiple races singing with them when they do their guest music stuff. However, Juggalo culture. You think Inuit is Eskimo ninja, you're dumb. But Inuit is a tribe. And if you think all of the people who are Native Americans in Canada are Inuits, well, you're just dumb. Inuit is not a replacement for Eskimo. Inuit is an actual tribe. They don't live in the entirety of Canada. It's an actual specific tribe. They live along the Hudson River. It's a specific tribe. Brains. Use them or lose them. They are very useful things. You should try. Gotten so very sidetracked in the 7 completely not doing any editing or reading at all. You were supposed to pick up where you left off and didn't. So you wrote all this. Why did you believe me if I suppose? Drunk, I recently extended physical injury with limited my ability, but I've since recovered enough to procure wine in exchange for medicine. I'm an experienced person, naturally my thoughts are going to lean towards restoration issues. This is what I just said. French word. People still use it and they are not done. It's still there. Doesn't seem to offend Indigenous people who live there. I could remove the T and say here. When they changed the name of the Redskins, I read comments from Native people who regretted it and said they used to be proud of the name. Yes. Yes, there's a local group, I can't remember what they're called. I don't know sports, but I know they got an Indian chief on their logo. They always used, that was a chant that they had, a chant called themselves Big Skins. Local Indian tribes were very upset. It was white people who changed it, and they were upset because it's like, white people are trying to erase us from everything, even what little we have. We're being mascots on sports things. And I was like, well, that's a good point. I don't think of it that way. I knew she was red because her color, her skin color was green. Very strange. What is the legality of referencing that? Start reading, writing fiction, write fiction, publish it. There you go. That's all you need to know. Survey for amateur writers. What is it? I want to say. What are your questions? I don't trust what they said. That sounds iffy. Trying to understand validation. I can't say you've written projects. Wow. Now it's even more iffy. Other novel, 150,000 words. Out of every 10 stories do you start, how many do you finish? Most of them. From 7 to 8. Do you ever feel bad not finishing stories you started? No. Have you ever collaborated with others? No. No intention to. Are you interested in collaborating? No. Exclude yourself. How many people do you want? What? Ain't that collaboration? No. Would you be willing to find writing partners? No. When searching for partners online? No. After you finish a story with your partner, would you like to publish it? I publish everything. definition. No, I wasn't selecting. I was stopped. I was looking at it. I was highlighting it and selected it. 50,000 words is not a novel make. Yeah, well, you said no, I wasn't submitting. I just wanted to see if I could read the questions without submitting it. And if it did, it let me read the questions without submitting it. Should I try and get good at writing fiction so you get hired by publishers? Keep your day job until it happens. Maybe? What? See how they aren't just authors? Yes, the college I went to, Stephen King worked at. He's a teacher. Should I read my stories anymore? You can. I used to have a YouTube channel that's what we did. We read the Quaraun novels and short stories. That was what we would do. Survey for amateur writers age 15 to 30. Well, certainly ain't in the right age group. But it's the same person, so is it the same survey? So, two anonymous surveys. How old are you? Old enough to be the grandmother of everybody on that list. Writing frequency. If you took the other survey, I did not. How often do you write a new story longer than 1,000? Do you call 1,000 words a story? Every few days, listening week. But well, the first draft usually takes me 2 days to write 100,000 words, and it takes weeks, sometimes months, to edit it. But no, I don't trust this stuff that they were saying here. Also, what you said is good. I'm gonna upload it. I intended to upload it there, and I skipped away instead of But sometimes, about one of my characters, I'm not too sure about this. Avoiding strong females. Carefully avoid strong female cliche her because that's how she started out. Basically, wearing a skirt. Tried to change it a bit. She still prefers slightly more masculine, pleasant, a little feminine touch, and I got rid of the no sense of fashion thing too with her. Basically, she likes masculine clothes, will wear a dress if needed, won't complain too much, but the thing worries me is that I made it so she prefers being friends with men. Are you implying strong females can't be friends with men? Is this too strong female, or am I just freaking out over nothing? I've always got along better with men than women. I've never had a female friend. I don't know that I do not get along with women. I absolutely don't. That's one of many things that always seem like this cute. The secret to writing women well is not to write good characters that happen to be women. There are plenty of very real women living in the world today who don't wear girly clothes or who get along better with men than they do women. Yeah, I wear extremely girly clothes, obviously, but I get along with men. I have no trouble getting along with men, and I absolutely can't get along with women at all. I can't even be in a room with more than a few minutes before we start fighting, even if it's a total stranger. I don't know why. I have absolutely no ability to be around women at all. Well aware that that's an issue for me. which means we can upgrade. What's it take to upgrade you? 750. But I think we've got some that are low enough that we could upgrade too, if we did it right. No, 600 is the lowest one, right? Yeah, okay. So let's go with the highest one since we have that much money. Waiting to find battle. Oh, is he getting ready to stop? Or did he stop? Yes. And then, oh. And then I can, oh, hello. Oh, yeah. That is Rachel. And a Pleco. Little teeny weeny Pleco's up there. He made it back around the front again. He's I just realized I have enough for a thing. Does he have an announcement when the next one is? No, that's not what I want. I want this button. Do you have an announcement for when your next thing is? What's today's date? We have enough to enter it again. We'll enter it when he's online, because I'm not sure how that works, if you have to have him online or not when he has it. We've got 2 of his skins. Which ones are they? Where are this one? This one. Can you see that? This one. That skin is his, and where's the other one? Oh, that skin, can you see that one? You can see him, but it's half covered up. What was supposed to be placing down? I don't remember. Bomber and Orcs, I think neither of them are ready yet, right? Bomber. Just a little bit. Okay. We'll put this down. We'll give Bomber to whoever happens to be there when it comes up next. So you've done with one. Do we have somebody to fill your place? We do. And the Vibe Army? Okay, you're going Vibe Army. You're going boss fight though. We've got, I think, don't I have the boss fight thing available? I do. We have the boss fight thing available, so let's put it down. Give you the bomber because it's available in a few seconds, and it's good on this map. Oh, and if you're wondering why I stopped reading that thread that we were reading back here, advice for skin color, it got to the point where he said he was drunk, and I'm like, you know, I've just lost all respect for you. My opinion is the only good drunk is a dead drunk, so none of them deserve to live. I don't like drunk people. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to deal with reading any more of you have to say. He's also doing the whole, well, I'm disabled now because of an injury, so I'm sitting here drinking. And I was like, okay, I'm done with you. I'm a little confused. What you're confused about? Find out. I'll probably bitch about it, whatever it is. Can I post character ideas on the site? So, oh, that's so good. I'm confused. There is a set of characters. I don't know if they have it in their list. It does not have in their list. Don't limit it to the same. Character development. Thinking it's called Character Forge, and I'm not sure if it's called Character Forge. Help when an elf mechanic. Oh, I literally wrote the book and I'm writing elves. We've just gone over 8 hours. We are not going to be able to connect these episodes together because there's like 4 in a row that are 4 to 6 hours each, plus this one. I was planning to connect them all together because we were talking about Boom Fuzzy. And maybe I should take those sections out and connect them together. Also, zip you down here. We got a lot of tabs there now. My Indonesian Muslim OC. Okay. Character that is named after a plant. That's a character bio. That's not a question. Okay. Questions. I like questions. Where we go? Question. Need help. Need help deciding my character's alignment. You must prefer the Dungeons and Dragons characters. Need help with elf mechanic. Female elf mechanic. I want expanded on, though I currently have no art for her yet. That's right, this is largely an art subreddit, but it's one of the art ones. I do have some info on her, which is in this link for those who do not want to read. Wait a minute, put that link. For those who do not want to read, basically the elf, I think is what they meant, is basically a Southern Belle type of girl with a level of intelligence to help her speak 8 languages with a level of intelligence. I don't know. Okay. To allow her to speak 8 languages. Dungeons and Dragons character, yes? I leveled up her intelligence to allow her to speak 8 languages. Is that what they're trying to say? Okay. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. 2nd edition. To allow her to speak 8 languages as naturally as a native speaker. 8 languages casually and 4 languages. Wow. 8 languages naturally as a native speaker, 8 languages casually, and 4 languages on a beginner level, though she works as a mechanic at her adopted human dad's workshop and wears just enough clothes to be decent in public, in the sense that she wears a bikini. Are you a guy who wants to play a half-naked female elf in Dungeons and Dragons? Bikini top as a bra, mechanic jacket. She generally keeps unzipped, but most part jeans, shorts, thigh-high style. This is definitely a guy. Okay. Well, that's your profile. Let me see your profile. Elf, gender, female, 5 feet 5 inches. That's very tall for an elf. Dogs are generally short, unless you're token, and then you have body type, large breasts. Okay, that's not a body type, but whatever. Hair color, medium blonde, hairstyle, curly, hair length, chin. Do elves have curly hair? I've never seen an elf with curly hair. Eye color, olive green, skin tone, fair, religion, Jewish. Hey, wow. elves come from Jewish mythology originally, so an elf that's not Jewish is going to stand out as pretty weird. Body type, broad breasts. Clothes. Preferred colors of clothes. Blue, red, green, yellow, white, personality, dialect, Southern American, stereotypical ranchers, and hillbillies. Fluent in spoken languages, able to speak fluently and read English, native, Spanish, Japanese, Scottish, Mandarin, Chinese, only Mandarin, Chinese, Russian, Irish, Hebrew. Scottish and Irish aren't that different. Intermittently spoken languages, careful punctuation, accent showing through. Korean, Hindi, German, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Italian, Egyptian, and Arabic. Yep, got commas in. Beginner spoken language, able to speak and understand a few words only. Turkish, Romanian, Thai, Greek family. Birth parents are dead. Adopted dad is still alive. Vivid info about her dad is he's old enough to be her granddad, being a good 65 years older than the elf. So he's 95. Still strong though, despite pushing 100. Which is very old by human standards. Also, the elf won't show any signs of aging until she is around the same age. We compensate. How long ago did you post this? 2 days ago. Oh. It's back to what was reading. Personality. Yep. Okay, it's all the same stuff. Just read. Extremely intelligent. High work. Interested in dating. Beauty and brains. Her dad is very old, like near 100 years old, still strong, despite his age and failing health. If anyone wants to help, feel free to drop any info. What was your question? I need help with this. I have a question. I never asked the question. I spent so much time describing the characters. Never asked the question. I forgot to mention that the world the elf mechanic lives in is basically our world, but with races you'd expect from myths and fantasy settings. Okay. Also, I do need some negative traits to the elf as well, but I've not come up with any yet. To be clear, the adopted dad is close to 100, the elf is 30. Okay. The elves are up to 90, which is 20 years longer than the average human. Wow, you have short-lived elves. Okay. We're done with you. You just want to write a character whose body type is large breasts. Okay. Of course. There's the things I write. Lizard testicles, yep. That's a thing. I've had people go, is that actually a fetish? It is. There are entire groups of people that's what they want. Okay. I'm somebody who likes writing that, so people who want that fetish, there it is. Of course, the bigger fetish is actually hair. It was to pay attention to the fact that how many times did we talk about Quaraun's hair and Fuzzy's hair and Spawn's hair and Spawn's legs at Spawn has very long shaggy hair on his legs. He's a sheep. So, that's the thing. We have strange topics we talk about. Okay, we don't want to epic it. We want to epic the other one, so we're going to give you, please. We're going to epic. Was it you? Who did we want to epic? It was you, right? It was you. You're the one that got epic. Having your heart ripped through your ribcage at the front of your chest is like the exorcism you don't know you needed. Okay. To help you re-immerse yourself within your reality in a way that is aligned to your heart's true purpose, because anyone is truly meant to be on a journey and a physical, losing someone you thought, yeah, let, Okay. That's absolutely completely in the wrong subreddit. Realistically, how long should someone be skeptical of magic? I don't know, Lulspawn kind of accepted it pretty fast. He went from, I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons with this game group, and wow, I fell through a portal, to, hey, I turned into the mage that I was playing Dungeons and Dragons with. And didn't question it. Do they feel real? Radio? Oh, the spelling errors you sometimes see. I think the question is, do they feel real to you? Because that really is the question. Do they feel real to you? If they feel real to you, you're fine. If they don't feel real to you, then you're doing some issues that need fixing. This is my right terrifying character. I don't know. I keep telling my character's pretty scary. I've had men contact me who were fans of my work and comment this. I think I should be scared of you. I'm a man and I'm a fan of you. I think I should be scared of you. Yeah, I probably should be. I'm not a fan of men in real life. Are there other unique names for doctors, like doctors or something as character-based healing, I guess? Megaquote sums up who they are. I thought of the idea of hell will not take him. How about he escaped from hell? Not that hell didn't take him, I'm just like, I'm not staying here. No, that's not from him. No, not take him. That was inspired. Confusion? Kind of falls under the antagonist. Use old language and phrase. Okay, we need that and that and that. There you go. gender roles. This seems to be the last one. Name is Gemini. Strongly good gushing. She uses everything for her age, which I'm afraid will make her seem like a it's not really who she is, even though she's just a terrible character. Now she's a demon. People say, why are female demons awful? Struggling with this. Okay, so we're done with that entire thing. Close it all up, go back to here. Character forage. Do we want to paint up next turn and let us select also play. Yeah. What would be some major challenges to a superpowered being who held power over electromagnetism, has 11 wives and 37 children? I don't know, is he Quaraun? Oh, sounds like him. 37 children, that's how many children it says Quaraun has. We never explore who most of them are, it just says 37 children. And then I went and I was like, okay, I don't want to pay $260 for a video game that I'm not going to put that much time into. So I didn't get it. I wanted this video, okay, this was a game I wanted to play. Someday the price will come down on it and then I will get it. But again, $260 for a game that is basically a point and click. Doesn't even have any animation. I mean, these are the graphics. These are the graphics. Personality traits. Game information to stories. Personality traits are traits that represent characters, for example. It's a really good game. It is not worth $260. I've watched a lot of people play it because, you know what? You know why I'm paying that much money for this game? I'll watch everybody else play it. And there's not a lot of people who play it because a lot of people are the same way as me. I'm paying that kind of money. The game developers crazy. I mean, it's a game that you can play the whole game in one sit, and you can probably finish the game in 8 hours. It's not worth $260. want to get into the characters that can just feed off electricity. That's at 12. Quaraun's Great Prince. How many lines is it between Quaraun and Avallac'h is Quaraun's son. Roderick is Avallac'h's son. Avallac'h, Roderick's son. So Quaraun, Roderick, Avallac'h is his grandfather. Quaraun, yes, Quaraun is Avallac'h's great grandfather. Who is now painted on 7. Is that yeah, I think we missed. Oh yeah, plus an answer. Supernatural novels and vampires. I definitely can do vampires. What vampires? I like Dracula. But Dracula ain't like, when you read vampire novels, what people think of as vampire novels, Dracula ain't anything like those. Dracula's not like, oh, well, upgrade. Came upgrade. Dracula's nothing like typical vampire stories. I think a lot of people, very much, I should call this in politics. I've never done that. I don't know. People see that stuff in my writing down. Or when people will say that, they're like, all you write about is all these political issues. Political issues? Where are you finding political issues? You usually come up here when you want to tell me that you want something. You used to come up here to sit here, but you don't do that anymore. He hasn't done that since Marcy died. Marcy used to always be sitting on my lap, and he would come over and sit on my lap to sit on Marcy. Now he goes over there. He's like, I don't want to sit on you. I want to sit on Mitch. I got a nice fluffy dog over here to sit on. You won't let me sit on him. I'm going to sit on your lap. See the Flecko back around the front again. He's on his way through. I've had so many Fleckos over the years and I've never seen one do this. It's like every hour or two, there he goes again. Oh, that's right there. He's sucking his way across the glass. There's so much energy. I can't stop going circles around the tank. Ah, Rask. You gotta sit there and sing? Rasky is singing. You know what? It's getting close to time to take Mickey out. I don't know if Mickey's coming over. Let's find out if we could even think for Jen Sam's coming over. Because why is the phone going down? I don't use it. There's nothing happening. It sits there, not doing anything. There's no notifications, nothing. Okay, Rascal. I was typing. And now Rascal's typing. I need to plug my phone in. For some reason it's decided to have an almost dead battery. Kitten's curled up, let's see. And Mickey's dog bed. Mickey doesn't have his bed. I'm gonna sleep now. Mickey puts all his toys in and he sleeps in. He's not dog bed type of dog. He likes the bean bag though. He likes his milk. You're shaking the camera. Okay. Hey, Rascal. Yes, I see you there. Wait, lots of singing done, or you're just singing tonight? What are we doing? Are you telling me it's time to eat? Is your dish empty? Your dish ain't actually empty. We fed you a few hours ago. There are 3 dishes of canned food down there. All of them are half full each. So you have your dish and Kid's dish and Mickey's dish. You can go pick out of. The mouse was going over Rascal's tail. It wasn't actually getting it. We've just been on Reddit all day. For those who have Avallac'h project assigned to work on a small, those who said Avallac'h project assigned to work on a small, how did that go? I don't know. It's still going. Currently, the situation in which our creators find themselves in a stable project intimidated by its size, wondering what to do next. I should do. I always knew I should opt for small projects and get something that takes my performance. Started projects can take multiple years. I always knew I should opt for smaller projects and get something. Easier compared to larger projects originally intended to make. Visual novel game. Ah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a big project. that involves not only writing a novel, but illustrating the novel, animating the novel, making the novel have multiple choices. Yeah, that's a big project. 1.5 years in and not even halfway done. Yeah, if you're just one person doing a video game, just visual novel game, basically something like Casual Play, something like that. 1 to 2 years if you had a team. If you're just one person, I would say plan on 5 years or something like that. And that's a lot more involved than just writing a novel. That's a big project. Ben's not coming up. He was debating coming up. I didn't know. He's coming over. Wait till he gets here to go with Mickey. If he's not, I'm not waiting until Mickey is ready to come up. He'll let me know when he's ready. Not half of these we opened up and didn't read them. Mickey keeps getting up and moving around the lane right now, so I think he's going to want to go out soon. It's close to time. He usually asks to go out. Your post has been completed. various characters with goals facing obstacles. Not necessarily. That's a lot being deleted. This is a map that needs to be clear, not clear. It's not really about and see vehicles. Oh, here's this one. I really like this one. Is it still going to be here, though? So when I was reading, I was like, this type of thread to mods, but to delete, is it going to stay? Or an archaic word? What is that? Archaic. Okay, I said it right. Very old-fashioned words. Archaic words and phrases like pussycat. Confused? I don't know the context. I'm not a native English speaker, obviously. I picked it up mostly from fantasy books. It's dangerous to use tools because you could pick up a word that other people don't understand or use an archaic word or a phrase like pussycat. Why is pussycat an archaic word? I don't understand the reference. I'm going back and reading all these old ones because I've added more comments since then. This one has it, though, right? No, it hasn't. Still 13 comments. Fish out of water is a standard character for a reason. What does that mean? I can't remember what your question was. Let me read your question. How do you properly give information in dialogue? So I used a rule that states you shouldn't use dialogue as an... Oh yeah, I remember this one. You shouldn't use dialogue as an info-dumping tool, but right now, I need to use dialogue not as an info-dumping tool, but as a way to give information. Do you know what info-dumping means? It means giving information. We're done placing bombers, right? Didn't we? No, bombers couldn't snap anyways, we'll still place it. But we got the reward for that, right? Yeah. We did. Did I collect it? I don't know if we actually collected it. Let's check if we collected it. Yeah, gone through Rask, can I bridge? Rask just went through this. You're a bridge, I need to get that. Okay, we did get that last time. Okay. The scenario of what's happening. My protagonist had an encounter with monsters. He doesn't know what they are, or has never seen them before. So as the story progresses, he meets a guy who is a hunter and kills those monsters, and he knows almost everything about them. Now the problem is, I want him to convey what he knows about those monsters to my protag, but make it feel natural and not just the hunter used as a way to dump info on the audience. Any tips that could include jokes in the conversation? So how does my character react? And then this one says, fish out of water is a standard character for a reason. Stability is just not letting information try to send down. Fish out of water is a standard character, but they're not talking about fish. Fish out of water. Strawberry shortcake? What the hell do you know? That doesn't look like strawberry shortcake. Okay. Fish out of water. Fish out of water. Medium? Fish out of water. A person who is completely in a completely unsuitable environment or situation. Person away from his or her natural environment or activities. For example, using a computer for the first time, Carl felt like a fish out of water, or on a hiking trail, Nell was a fish out of water. This expression alludes to the fact fish cannot survive on untrodden land. I make it. I knew you were going to be coming over soon. I was expecting it. What you doing? Sitting there with your tongue sticking out. Do you know your tongue's sticking out? You look like you don't even know your tongue's sticking out. Just half asleep, sitting here with your tongue sticking out. If I pick you up, will your tongue continue to stick out? Can I pick you up when your tongue's sticking out? Come here. Let me pick you up. Come on up. Sleepy dog. Is your tongue still sticking out? Your tongue is still sticking out. His tongue is sticking out. There is a dog with a tongue sticking out here. He says, no, I'm going to sit here with my tongue out. He's not fully awake. He just woke up. You sleepy? You gotta sit here with your tongue out. Your tongue is still sticking out. Your tongue's still sticking out. You're a funny dog, yeah. Not quite awake yet? Yeah, you don't look like you're quite awake yet. You tried to scratch your ear and your leg's asleep. What's going on? I'm gonna get down. Okay, you go down, funny. There we go. There goes your tongue. Finally went in. There, seize it. Staring at the door. What I did. So I do like that. So, fish out of water character. Fish out of water character. Fish out of water character adds comedy or gives depth and diversity to world. Fish out of water trope. Fish out of water character adds comedy or gives diversity to the world. CPL from Star Wars New Hope is a perfect example of a fish out of water character. Although he plays several important roles in the main plotline, the story would fall apart without him. The story would not fall apart. Okay, the story would not fall apart without him. Other characters could be rewritten to carry his part of the story without significant problems. Same can be said of Marty McFly in Back to the Future. In this case, the protagonist being the fish out of water, namely a person trapped in the wrong story. Timeline. Wrong historical timeline. Is a huge part of plot of two fish out of water plots. Up to fish out of water plot device is the more common. So how does that apply to this? Fish out of water is a standard character for a reason. That's not what they're talking about. talking about that at all. I don't understand. I feel like this person answered this question and posted it. It's like they answered a question, but they posted their answer on the wrong thread. Their answer has nothing to do with this question at all. I agree with this one. And that one. The rule does not say should or shouldn't live, should or should not. It is advice. Okay? Good, right? You sit here and stare at me? It's time to stare? Okay, it's time to stare. What are some suggested requirements? What are some suggested requirements for becoming a writer? That had 72 comments when we opened it. Didn't answer everybody yet. Does it still have 72, or has it got more, or did it been deleted, or what? 108 now. I've been going to school from during my life. First I was to school from taking out from medicine. I've always had a passion for being writing. I can't ever go back to school for another degree. I would like to write without degrees in literature or writing. Oh? You say no? That's your out approach? You're doing your outgrow? You don't stick your eyes out at me. You did that yesterday. You do funny things. Gecko appears to be just staying on the front. Yeah, he hasn't, or she, I don't know if it's male or female. We won't know until it's quite a bit bigger. It's too small right now. Read and write, rinse and repeat. Read and write is good. It's also write and read to spice things up in some way. I agree with that too. Something in their final act they think didn't suit the character or something that they feel isn't appropriate. My question is, how talented perhaps will the illustrator is supposed to be what is appropriately tie up the characters to what the character should have for an ending versus what would that character do are two very different things. That's my complaint with how the Witcher series ends. You get this very, everything's moving along, here we go, this and that, and then all of a sudden, what the fuck? It feels like the author's like, you know what? I'm sick of writing. Here's an ending. I'm going to do something else now. It's like, this is the ending that I was going to do 4 or 5 novels later. I don't want to write those 4 or 5 novels now, so here's that ending now. To hell with anything that might have been in between. That is very much just how the Witcher series ends, and that's why a lot of people get upset about anime endings. Or you constantly hear people talk about anime endings. Oh my god, I don't watch anime, I don't know anime, but when they describe what they're talking about, I'm like, okay, I know what they're talking about, even though I've not seen the show. I understand what they are talking about. What they are talking about is very simply, the ending sucked because it's obvious that the author simply got bored. You know, I don't care that the character would have done this. I'm done writing, so here's what I'm going to give you, the ending, even though there should have been another 4 or 5 novels between here and now. You ready to go out? Okay. We need to go out. And wow, we're rated 9 hours. 8 hours and 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Yes! Out! I hear you. We're coming.